It's like the lowest shit. Boddington's. It's a British beer. The problem is in America, right? It's like about $9 for 4 cans.
Is it an ale?
Boddington, yeah, it's an ale.
Yeah, but that still equates to about the same price here, which is about £5-6 for 4 cans.
That's true. I don't know. 4 cans to me for like almost $10. Like that, it's just special occasion shit when I drink that crap. It's delicious, but Bud Light is also good tasting. I'd rather just drink Bud Light.
That's disgusting.
Nah, man, it's all about Kronenberg.
I swear, I hate these people. I hate these people that think that Bud Light is disgusting. I actually think that you have been somewhat filled into the American way of thinking, where expensive beer tastes better.
No, it's got nothing to do with the cost. It has to do with taste. Absolutely, taste. I've had like.
Go on, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, if I was gonna have cheap beer, I would rather drink Corona than I would drink Budweiser. But yeah, I mean,
dude, honestly, I don't.
Oh, especially during the pandemic, because those things were going dirt cheap.
I don't like Corona though. I don't like Corona. I used to like fucking Heineken, and I think that the Heineken Corona people, the people that love these fucking beers, right? I think it's also a narrative on just understanding the imports, which makes you like them. Like when I went to England, and I got a fucking 6-pack of Stella. My cousin was like, "What the fuck you buying Stella for? That's a bullshit fucking beer." And I was like, "Well, we don't get it in America as often. It's a little bit expensive in America." He's like, "Nah, man, fuck the Stella." And then he bought some other fucking La Groche or some shit. I don't know. But
yeah, Grolsch is alright, but I like Kronenberg. Do you get that in America? 1664.
We don't get Kronenberg.
No, that's my taste.
I remember it. I remember Kronenberg. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's good, man. It's like a good alternative to Stella.
I just thought it was funny. My cousin looked at me like, "Stella? What the fuck you doing?"
My mom buys.
He literally looked at me like, "That's wife beater shit. Don't drink that." And I was like, "Bro, in America, we pay a premium for that crap."
That's because you can say Stella Artois.
And you get the fucking nice glass with the fucking gold rim, and they cut the fucking Stella's in America are the shit. They even have special glasses here for them. I mean, I think the fact we're talking about beer is the exact reason why Gio did not want to unmute me. Sorry, Gio.
We used to have, I don't know, I think it was called Stella 4 or Stella Black, where it was like more filtered, but it was a little bit stronger. Yeah, that was all right.
Man, I will be honest with you, bro. Like, the shit I missed, like, because I was a kid in England when I lived there, right? And we used to not have a lot of money, like a dinner money and shit. But like the shit I actually missed was like the Super Skull, Super Tenants, the shit that you buy as a kid to get fucked up on your dinner money. That's the shit I fucking missed.
No, fuck that shit, man. That's for homeless people, bro.
I know, bro. When I went back, I was like, all right, fuck it. Let me get a Super Tenants. I tasted that shit.
No,
I was like,
bro. That's 9% sort of shit, man. That is wrong, bro. What's wrong with you, man? That's 9% sort of shit.
Bro, I lived in fucking London. That wasn't some shit that was just me in London.
You'll buy a bottle of wine if you're going to do that.
Nah, man. Like Super Skull, Super Tennis. That's what London kids used to fucking drink. Because we only had dinner money to spend. You must be from somewhere like Norfolk.
No, bro. Can you not hear my accent? Do I sound like I'm from up north?
No, you sound like
I don't sound like I'm from up north, do I?
No, you sound like you sound London.
Very close. Just north of.
Just north of London, Norwich.
Yeah. Nah. Hertfordshire.
I've never been there, man.
Luton. You've heard of Luton?
Yeah, I know Luton. I'm Indian. Luton's fucking Indian, isn't it?
Well, Luton's multicultural. It's got fucking everything there. Polish, Lithuanian, everything, mate. It's fucking Heinz 57.
Never been to Luton though. Never been there. You ever been to Leicester?
Nope.
Bro, it's like the craziest shit, man. If you go to Leicester, I don't know how it is now, but back in the days, it was just like going to fucking India. Everyone's fucking Indian.
Yeah, but you kind of get that in loads of different towns, though. Like even my hometown, you had your area where the Indians might live, and then you had your area where all the Pikeys might live, and then you had your area where all, whatever. It's just the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really. I never felt that in London though. Like where I lived, it was just
Mixed.
yeah. I mean, you go like Tooting and shit, where you go to Indian shops, but as far as where people live, race wasn't as big of a deal.
Well, that's the cool thing about Luton is because there's so many different cultures and nationalities there. You have such a good choice of takeaway.
Yeah, man.
I think they have the record for the most takeaways per square mile in England.
Luton, because everybody loves fucking curry in England.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck's up with these white motherfuckers hating Indian people but loving the food?
I know, it reminds you of that Loki song, eh?
No, you know what I found though, Jim Jam, is that like British people they don't hate the Indian people, they hate the Muslim people. And they just don't know how to fucking distinguish between the two.
No, see, again, I disagree because I got along. Most of my school was Muslim. I grew up with like a 70% Muslim school,
Me too, bro. Me too. Like, actually, my
and they
school
were sound.
it wasn't even 70%. Like honestly, the Muslim. I think my school was populationally divided, but like, I don't know, racism just wasn't a thing where I was at. I mean, it was a thing. Like, you gotta watch out to get mugged by black people, and shit like that, right? Where
Streetwise.
yeah, the hoods and all that crap, and that's racism too. To think that only black people do the mugging.
Although, yeah, but it's not like they're doing it just because you're not black, though. They will do it to black people, so it's not racist. Yeah. Do you see what I mean? So they would do it to anyone that's on their own. That's what makes it not racist. It just makes it criminal.
Yeah. I mean, the way it is like if you're outside of your part of London, you're prone to pay tax, right? If you're in your own fucking hometown, no one can fuck with you, and if people do fuck with you, it's just completely wrong. Even in the gang state, right? You don't fuck with people that live in the area. That's one of the rules with these gang mentalities that these people that collect watches and trainers and shit
Don't shit on your own doorstep.
Yeah, you don't fuck with some motherfucker while he's walking home. If he lives in the area, he's part of the crew. Don't fuck with him. But if you out there, some other place, then yeah, you're gonna get fucked with. And the fucked up shit is smart kids in England, they get accepted to good schools. So they're not gonna fucking be in the school that's right in the neighborhood. They're gonna be in one of the best schools in England. And that's why they will get fucked with on the way home.
Yeah, but they'll still find themselves in towns they shouldn't be in.
I think that's also one of the biggest problems in England, right? It's like the whole school system at the age of fucking 12, you start making these kids fucking if you want to pageant themselves to find a good school. I hate that shit, bro. I got into a good school. I was lucky. And honestly, I realized one thing about myself is I can be a straight A student as long as I got someone to fucking compete against. So if I was put in a bad school, I probably would have never done good at school. Cause I need to fuck with my friends, bro. I need to like have competition.
Well, that's the thing with me. I don't think it would matter of what school I went to. I was always just a rebellious cunt. So on the verge of getting expelled, but you know,
No,
never went too far.
I've always been the cunt that like I always want to be the top of the class, you know. But like not in. I don't know, man. It's like I'm always the underdog because like even in school and shit, right? I never acted smart. I
You
never.
wanted to be proud of being able to regurgitate the bullshit, innit? Whereas I was proud of being a clown and pissing off the teacher.
Nah, bro. I don't think it's about regurgitation shit. I think that what made me good at school was understanding how shit links together, right? Like honestly, my
The bigger picture.
GCSEs, I wasn't that good. The only fucking classes I really had some reason to do good in, as far as like my friends were in the fucking classes with me, and I wanted to do better than them. It was math and science, and I got A stars in both of them.
See, that's
But
funny. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
all the other fucking classes I got C's in them because I didn't give a fuck.
But yeah, for me, it was more the only class that I didn't fuck around in was, strangely enough, music. I used to fuck around a lot in it, but they gave us this Rave EJ CD, like make your own music sort of shit. Man, I was hooked. Like the teacher couldn't believe how quiet and how easy it was that he'd found something to, keep me at bay and stop disrupting the class. So.
Nah, bro. Like fucking, I took trombone in England, right? And it was like we take a musical instrument, you automatically assign to the choir. I went to a Christian school, right? So you automatically assign to the choir.
Yeah, we had no choir at my school.
But bro, here's the deal, man. The only reason I kept up with that shit was because we could go fuck around with the excuse of being in the choir. Like we had
Fair
this whole
enough.
situation going in our school where it was like we used to just go to the fucking. There was a park across the road. Go to the park, smoke the fuck out, right? And the excuse is we're going to the choir.
Well, we just used to smoke on the fucking field at our school, so we didn't really give a shit about that.
Yeah, we had like we for me it was like the boys' schools on the top of the hill, and the girls' schools at the bottom. I probably just
No
stopped.
way, you weren't in an old boys' school. I feel sad for you, man.
Yeah, man. No, no.
I feel
Okay,
sad
so
for you,
so
bro.
so like I was in the old boys' school, right? And but we
Explain
did
to
have
that.
we did have like the
No, I'm
situation
joking.
where we could have mixed classes, and so I used to go down to the girls' school for science classes because they had better fucking lab shit down there, right?
Yeah, I remember this similar because my friends went to an all boys school and they would like meet up with an all girls school as well, like especially the discos and stuff.
But for us, it was the same school. Like it was just that the boys' school was at the top of the hill and the girls' school was at the bottom.
Yeah, just segregated. Yeah.
Yeah, I've totally doxed myself. There's probably only one school in London like that.
Yeah, who cares though, man? Like, I ain't gonna be bothered searching. Who cares? No one cares about you enough, Branch.
I know, bro, but I'm just. I know, but the fun thing is that having that separation was actually kind of cool because like we developed a fucking group of girls that would hang out with after fucking school and we'd all meet up at the train stop next to the fucking girls' school, right? And it was fun.
Yeah, see, for me, I was lucky that I didn't go to an all boys school because that's what made me want to go back to school every day.
I moved to America. I did a year of high school here, and
Being able to wear whatever you want, that must have been a bit of a
right,
culture
it was
shock.
weird as fuck. And it's not just that, but like the whole American society bullshit, like where people just have this hierarchy of the cool and the not cool. That's not something that really
Happens in
happens
England,
in
yeah.
England.
Like the footballers aren't really much cooler than anyone else. It's more about, in a way, your street cred. You know.
Yeah, it's honestly it's just who the fuck you're friends with.
Exactly, that's true. Like you just had circles, isn't it? It wasn't like, oh, if you
But
played
even
football,
even like even those circles and shit, like I don't know. Honestly, when
they
I moved to
overlap.
America though, I got kind of I don't know, I got into a cool clique without needing to fucking be cool. So I didn't really get to understand how it would be to be uncool in America. But the way I saw it was it's bullshit, and I would never like to be that type of cunt who's uncool
What?
in
So,
America.
are you saying that you were lucky you only had 1 year? Is it 1 year? You said you done 1 year of high school.
No,
Or
actually, I think I was very unlucky for only doing 1 year. If I'd done 2 years, I think my life would have been completely different. Like in that 1 year I did in high school, I did get straight A's. Right? I never got, like I said, in England, I wasn't even close to straight A's. In my GCSEs, I got, A stars in science and math, but all the rest were C's. In
yeah.
America, I got straight A's. Straight, not even just straight A's. I got straight A's of three, like I don't know, it's fucked up shit. People are leaving the room because I'm talking too much.
But would you say that the structure of the lessons were better in America than England? The attitude towards
Honestly,
learning.
what I think, what actually triggered me to do better in America was the competitiveness of you know the kids in the school competing for the grade, which made me want to do good because I'm competing. Whereas in England, it was
It
more
was
like
cool to be dumb.
it wasn't about cool to be dumb. It's like I just didn't feel a need to do good. I also think that when I moved to America, I went to go live with my uncle, right? And my uncle's kids all got straight A's. Both of them got straight A's. And I was in the senior year of high school with my cousin, and he was getting straight A's. So he told me, if you're gonna live in my house, you're gonna have to get fucking straight A's too. And so I got straight A's.
How much time did you do for all that?
Time?
Yeah, man. A class.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, man. It missed you. It missed you. No, but like, so there was a bit more competitiveness with the students to do better, whereas you didn't really get that in England. It was just like you're a geek if you're if if you're trying to be
Well,
smart, you're a
let me
geek.
ask you a question, Jim Jam.
Shoot.
What makes you want to do better in school?
My girlfriend at the time when I hit year 9, she was probably what stopped me from getting expelled. That's what I'd say. It didn't make me
So,
want to do better. I still
did you never have like friends that you used to
was smart.
compare like whoever gets better on this test is is I don't
No,
know.
we never had. I never had that in any of the circles of friends at my school. Nah, there was friends that I had that were proper boffs. You know, like I remember when it hit year 9. That's when you choose what you want to study for the last 2 years. You know, and I remember being in business studies, right? And after 3 months, this chick in our class, right, she had to get moved up to sixth form because how ahead she was. Like, I was just amazed that. Yeah, no, that was pretty cool.
Was she hot?
Yeah, she was all right. I mean, she weren't 10 out of 10, but above 5.
I remember one time in business studies, right? So I didn't do my homework. This was kind of a turning point for this teacher and me, right? And so fucking I didn't do my homework, so we had to all give a speech about one of the some business in England. And fucking I gave the speech and I didn't prepare for it. I just fucking winged it, right? And then somebody saw my paper that you're supposed to have created for homework. And he was like, he doesn't have anything fucking written on his paper. Because I winged it.
You're talking about coursework.
Yeah, cause something like that. Like it was part of some business school shit. But I don't know. It was just some fucking assignment. But it was the craziest shit because that was the turning point between my relationship and my business teacher's relationship. You know, three weeks down the line, he fucked me in the ass.
And that's why you moved to America.
No, I was trying to make a joke.
So was I. He was abused at school, so he moved to America.
Honestly, dude, part of the reason why I stopped giving a fuck about going to work and making a shit ton of money, it's probably because I just don't have any competition anymore. To like,
Well, isn't it a weird thing how they didn't really teach you about money at school?
right.
Don't you find that a bit sus?
I know. Don't you think that what we should be teaching people is the social dynamics of work and life?
Right. Life
Instead,
skill.
we teach them bullshit they can never use.
Right. Like the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, as somebody who doesn't really believe the Earth is flat, it does kind of look flat, doesn't it?
Hey, here he is. Branch is slowly coming over. It is slowly
And
branching out.
I kind of feel bad. Let's say it's 10 o'clock, right?
10
That
o'clock.
means that
4 in the morning. Yeah, here.
I mean, the one thing I realized that this room is up and down as far as the amount of people that are listening or participating. It's all based on kosher.
No, it's not all based on kosher. It's just that he's here more than anyone else, and he likes to be taught. He likes to talk. So, and because he's quite polite, people will listen. You know.
Yeah. I mean, we Brits can be very polite, but I think I just come off in a wrong way of being polite.
No, you just come across a little bit trolly, which in some instances is kind of welcomed because just to take away a bit of the seriousness of what this
Jim Jam.
sort of.
We're talking about the shape of the fucking earth. Is that me the troll or is that you?
We're talking about. What I mean by troll is just by not being serious. You know, you come in and not really. I've heard you have serious conversations. That's probably when you don't have alcohol. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes. Like, I usually don't. I'm a very fucking reserved person, right? and therefore, like, if I do want to talk a lot about stupid shit, then I do require
You'll
something.
come here and talk about the globe. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the whole flat Earth shit is stupid shit. Like, I can talk if I've got like work shit to talk about and shit like that, but I'm still very fucking introverted. Like, I've got out of meetings and I've had fucking people ask me like, "Holy fuck, you ran that meeting? Are you fucking introverted or extroverted?" And I was like, "Look, I do what I do when I gotta do it." I can be either way, bro. How do you want it?
See, that's the thing for me, is that I'm just too bloody honest. I can't act like you and Dawn can. Yeah, I wear my heart on my sleeve. I drink
Well,
a few bloody, and then you
Jim
get
Jam,
more truth out of me
Jim
than if
Jam,
I was strong.
the way I fucking hear you is you speak from the fucking heart. You don't have no
Filter.
you have no delay, which means you are talking how you think.
Yeah, there's no trying to paint a picture and make people see me as what I want them to see me as. No, I'm just gonna say how I feel, what I feel about that situation.
All right, so tell me, what do you feel the shape of the Earth is?
I really wouldn't know, but I know I I would say that it would be weird to think it's a globe. That's the way that's how I've
All right,
come
bro,
to
bro,
it.
can I take a pee, bro? I gotta be back in the pee.
No, you can't.
All right, I won't take a pee. I'm just hold it.
Got to spend a penny.
You reminded me this time, right? Where I had to take a pee so bad at this club, and then like there was like it was like a urinal that were like side to side with each other. And so like fucking my boy is standing right next to me pissing. And like I can't piss with my boy right next to me. So I just pretended I didn't take a piss, walked out. And I held that shit for another half an hour till I could fucking make an excuse to go back and take a
Yeah,
piss.
that wouldn't be the case though if you were drunk out in the pub, because you know what it's like when you've had 4 beers and
Nah,
you
bro,
haven't
I
had a
was
piss.
drunk. I was
It
drunk.
doesn't.
Listen, man,
Oh, what? And you were still conscious.
my emotions are so much stronger than being drunk that if I feel fucking my personal space is invaded, no matter how drunk I am, I can't piss.
That's weird.
I'm a weird motherfucker.
Mate, it's one of the best feelings in the world when you've drunk 4, 5, 6
And
pints
piss with your
and
friends.
you've
Look,
been
yeah.
holding off that piss for like hours, and then when you finally go, it's like, oh man,
It
the
is
relief,
good. It is good. But
the relief is so good.
do you want that shit with your friend standing right next to you in
Who
fucking
cares? They're doing the same shit. They've drunk the same amount, and they want the same. They want the same relief. You know, like who gives a fuck? So I'm not looking at my boy having a piss. I'm looking at the ceiling, like, oh, get it out of me. Yeah, we did kind of scare off the rest of the room. I apologize, guys. I think they're all like, we can't deal with listening to these English fucks. Bottle of water, bottle of water.
damn, bro, I had to take a piss. That was a good piss. Like, you know when you hold that shit? I literally held it for you, Jim Chan, because you told me to, right? And it made it feel so much better once I released. Thank you. Thank you, Jim Chan. What was you saying before I got back?
I was just saying, I think we have kind of scared off the rest of the room here. You know, that maybe they just got sick of listening to English people.
I know, but you actually said something that made me want to respond.
Bottle of water.
Yeah, that was it. You know the hardest time I had in London, in England, I mean in America, was asking for water at restaurants. First of all, in America, people don't fucking. Back when I moved to America, right? It wasn't like drinking water is cool like it is now. I was the only cunt asking for water, right? Because I don't know, it's just what we do in England is want water of our food, I guess. But like, bro,
Well,
the
that-
hardest shit, my man. You go through a drive-through, right? And you're like, I want a fucking, can I get a glass of water? And like, what? And like, a glass of water. And then you don't even fucking realize you're saying it fucking wrong. So you have this whole discussion about water for like 2 minutes. At a drive-through.
Did you have to try and put on an American accent? Water? Can I have a water, please?
I don't know, I would just like water. I don't know if they'll just fucking like keep saying it just to fucking me, right? Probably.
Do some of the American terms still flip you up, like mess you about a bit? Like, what? Oh, right, yeah, that's what you mean.
Well, you start learning how to talk to people, right? You change your language. Like I've been here for fucking longer than I have in the UK. I'm more American than I am fucking British.
But your accent still sounds very British to me. I instantly knew that you were from Britain. Like when I first heard you years back, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the craziest shit though, bro. Like, if I start talking to people on the phone that are from England, then my accent completely changes. Like, I'm talking to you right now, how I normally talk. What am I? Or did I change it? You know what? I probably changed it because you're from Britain.
That's weird, isn't it? Because I remember my sister's ex, he was from Scotland, right? But he lived down in England long enough that he would speak just like me, you know, no accent. But yet, as soon as he was on the phone to his parents, that was it. He sounded fucking Scottish. And you're like, whoa, what's going on here, mate? And it's like, yeah, I cut you from ear to ear. You're only good
Yeah,
for
to hear the man.
you're only good for chucking bricks at. And then as soon as he gets off the phone, what are you saying, Jim? What are you saying? Like just normal where I'm from accent. But yeah,
It's weird,
on
bro.
the phone
Like,
to his parents. That's weird.
it is weird, and people at work used to fuck me about it because like sometimes I'll get on the phone with some friend from England, or even some person at work that's from England, right? And my accent just fucking changes, and like they once I get on the phone call, they'll just look back at me like, "What the fuck just happened here?" You became British.
Like two different personalities.
It's weird as fuck how your accent changes. Like the nice thing about America is that doesn't happen.
And here's the thing as well, like I've always wondered, like, is the accent because of the other people you talk to, or actually where you live? Like the altitude, or you know, something about where you're living is what
Yeah,
changes
man.
it.
I can't stop saying y'all anymore. Like y'all is such a great fucking word.
Yeah, but quite a lot of people in England would even say that, so in certain situations.
Y'all?
Yeah,
I've never heard anyone in English say y'all.
yeah. Instead of
Okay,
saying
I
you
I
all,
haven't
instead of
lived in
saying you
England for
all,
like
come on.
fucking 30 years, bro. So, well, not 30, maybe 20 years. So I don't.
Y'all are chatting breeze, bro. Like I've heard it many times, man. Instead of saying you all, like us British would find a lazier way to say it, and why not copy the Americans?
That's true. That's true. You know, one of the worst fucking words for me was Nort.
Say again, North.
Nort, like zero. Nort.
Oh, Nort, nil, zilch,
Yeah, nil.
nada.
It's like literally, I couldn't stop myself from saying it. So in math class, I used to fucking just say Nort, and everybody in the room would just fucking crack up. Nort.
Well, they're like, zero. That's zero, motherfucker. What's wrong with you? Zero.
Right?
Yeah, it makes you think. Why do we call it in Britain when we're talking about like football scores? Why do we call it 1-0? Because nil is French.
I think nil is cool. I think people in America understand nil. But Nort, nobody here fucking knows what the fuck Nort is. Like, Nort, it just sounds weird to them. I tell you what, man, after a while of living in America, you start fucking you get in this gray area, right? Where you start questioning whether certain words are American or British. And like you be like, hold on. Am I saying this word because it's British or is it because like I don't know, it just gets this weird fucking
You're getting torn.
yeah,
You're
it's
getting
like
torn.
you don't understand sometimes whether your language is British or American.
Yeah, that must be quite weird. How long have you lived in America now?
Like 20 plus years, bro. A long time. Like I said, I lived in America longer than I have in England.
So you've picked up a lot of jargon.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the jargon I picked up came from California. Like, I've got this whole fucking thing, but like, wherever the fuck you go to high school, wherever the fuck you go to school for your first 18 years is gonna be your accent for the rest of your life. And for me, I was at, I got 1 year of fucking American added, but that was Californian American, not Texan. I don't want a Texan accent.
So what other places in America have you lived in, or is it just California and Texas?
Yeah, I've been back and forth, but pretty much just California and Texas. I will be honest with you, bro. Going to Texas, it wasn't like the Californians didn't like it. Because everybody in California looks at Texas like it's like a lower state. Because it's not as cool as California. But yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird state like
It's
public
like
politics.
it's like how England thinks of
North compared to South. Northern
yeah.
monkeys, Southern fairies, all that sort
So
of shit.
so me saying I'm moving from fucking Cali to Texas is like fucking somebody saying they're moving to Scotland.
What, from London?
Or England.
Well, it wouldn't matter if you were in Carlisle because that's England, but that's on the border of Scotland, so you know.
All right, man, from London.
From South, or Midlands at least.
I don't know, bro. Honestly, it's like I moved to Texas. And I don't even fucking deny it. Like as a fucking good thing. Back in the days when I did move, I probably shouldn't have. But
How do you deal with the heat? Well, mind you, you've got Asian background, haven't you?
I was
So
born.
you've got built-in.
I was born. I was born where the fuck you fucking live right now, my man. Trust me. It don't.
Yeah, but you've still got better protection than this Caucasian motherfucker here.
I don't get fucking skin burn like you white people do. You're totally right.
Exactly. I don't think I could handle Texas, man.
But the thing about Texas is like skin burn ain't even a fucking thing. Because nobody, apart from like the lake areas and shit like that, and everybody's got covered, nobody really fucks around with the sun. It's like everybody just learned to live outside of direct sunlight.
What would you say is your average temperature though per year, like throughout the year, like 25 plus at least Celsius?
I've actually stopped using Celsius.
That's another thing, isn't it? You've adapted to Fahrenheit. In all fairness, it is more accurate, it's more precise, isn't it? But
Yeah, my car still went. The one thing I didn't try to figure out is how to change my car. So I kind of do still understand Celsius, because that's how I fucking see the temperature in my car. But honestly, I keep my temperature in my car at like what 20, 22 or some shit like that. I can't even fucking remember. I haven't drove this car for very
weird, man. Like you actually have to heat your car up because you're so conditioned to living in Texas that if your car isn't 22 degrees, then you're cold. That's weird, man.
Bro, can you imagine? It's hot as fuck outside, right? Like over 100 degrees outside. Inside your car is going to be 10 degrees hotter than that.
Yeah.
So yeah, in America, we do give a fuck about how hot our car is inside.
Oh no, but for me, to have your car at 22 degrees, you'd have to heat it up. Do you know what I mean?
No, I'm talking about in the summer where you got to cool it down.
That's what I'm saying though. Like yeah, cars are still hot in the summer here, but
bro,
I'd have it down
I
to
love
like
the
15
cold.
degrees. Like, fuck 22 degrees. That's still too warm.
No, bro, I love the fucking cold. Like, honestly, like, no matter how cold that shit is, if it's fucking freezing outside, I don't mind my car being freezing. I love the cold.
Yeah, embrace the cold, man.
Like,
you can do shit in the cold. Like when it's just too hot, your energy is just depleted. Whereas when it's cold, you want to fucking run around to keep warm.
yeah, a lot of people get sick and shit when it's cold.
Nah, man. Not the Russians. They go for ice baths. They don't
In England, people think it's like if it gets cold, you should have the flu. And like
again, that's like placebo, though, isn't it? It's like selling you a fantasy. You know, like
you know what I'm saying though, right? That's kind of how it is in England,
want-
right? Oh, it's so chilly outside. Okay, the accent was very bad. I don't even know what type of accent it was, but like that's kind of what it is. People are like, "Oh, it's so chilly outside. Let me think I'm sick."
I know though, but that again, like I was saying, it's like sold to us as an idea. Yeah. If you weren't the audience for that idea, then would you think like that? Or would you just be like, oh, it's a bit chillier. Maybe I should run around a bit or put a jacket on?
I don't know, man. I think that in
And I
England,
can remember going on a holiday to Tenerife, yeah. And it was only like, it weren't even 30 degrees. You know, it was like 26, 27. And obviously this English family turn up and we're wearing hardly anything. And you see all the locals with their leather fucking jackets on. You're like, what's wrong with you? Like, it's warm out here, man. What are you doing wearing a leather jacket for? And they're probably looking at me like, why are you wearing next to nothing? You know, it's fucked
I mean, was you wearing speedos?
up. Nah, but shorts and short sleeve.
If your balls were hanging out, that could be a reason.
Man, don't wear no speedos, all right? There's no mankini going on over here. It's
But
no
you know what? You're in Spain, so you know. I thought the Spaniards
almost in
were
Africa,
about the
bro.
speedos.
Almost in Africa.
Yeah. Why you talking about Africa now?
No, I was saying it's like Tenerife is quite far south.
It's
It's almost in Africa.
Africa is one place I need to go, bro. Like that's the one continent I haven't been to.
Serious?
Yeah.
When did you
Well,
go
apart
Asia?
from Antarctica.
I'd love to go Asia, but yeah, it's just
Yeah.
expensive. Man.
And I mean, Africa, I had a chance to go to Africa. There was a wedding, but I couldn't do it because I take care of my granny and my parents here, right? So like,
You got responsibilities there. That's fair enough.
yeah, I couldn't, like, with the whole COVID shit, I couldn't go there and get fucked and then come back.
Whereabouts was it in Africa though? North, south, central?
Tanzania.
Right.
Africa's a fucked up place. Like, my uncle, who used to live in Tanzania, he got thrown in fucking jail there for like the longest fucking time over some stupid shit. Which was basically a way of the black people in Africa to stop brown people from being businessmen.
Syria.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at
Oh.
fucking Idi Amin,
Well, yeah, we we all know about him and his murderous ways.
he wasn't murderous though. At least, like, he wasn't like the fucking Germans. He basically just said, you know what, brown people, Indian people, get the fuck out of my country. And
But
you
wasn't
got
that what Hitler was like with the Jews? So
No, I mean, he did kill a bunch of fucking Indians, and nobody really hears about that in history. But he wasn't that. He didn't genocide Indians. He just told them to get the fuck out. Like, it was bad though. These guys had fucking money. They were running shit in their lands, right? They had businesses. They owned a whole fucking ton of land. But the moment he said, you know what, fuck you all Indians, get the fuck out, they had to leave all their land, all their wealth, and just say fuck it, start over.
but did he have missiles?
No, this was inside his country, right? Like,
No,
how
but I'm just
would
saying, like,
missiles
did
help?
he have? Yeah, exactly. Like, what if he did? He could have been another Hitler,
Oh, you mean, okay.
right? If he had
Yeah.
all of that sort of infrastructure, he could have been another Hitler.
I don't think so. I mean, I get what you're saying, bro, but like, I think Idi Amin was very focused on just being popular with the people within the country, and he put a lot of his
Just like any politician.
right. And I think that what Hitler had was he realized really quick once he gained popularity that the country would do what he asks.
Right.
And I think that, you know, Idi Amin did get popularity, but I don't think that a lot of people liked what he was doing. Like, black people don't hate brown people, all because the president said, let's let all the fucking brown people leave the country. I don't think, like, you know, a lot of black people like that, because we're living as brothers and sisters in the fucking lands, right?
But he didn't treat his own people very well either, did he?
Oh,
If I remember rightly.
he didn't, but like, I don't know, it's weird, right?
Yeah, it is strange.
Like, the weird shit is that country would have probably been a lot better off if they kept the Indians.
And now you've got China taking over it. Slowly but surely.
I will say, man, out of every country I've had to go to, right, my worst experience with foreign nationals has been China.
Why is that then? Just faux pas, like cultural faux pas, or
And it could be because I'm brown, I don't know. I actually don't even think that's the case because my co-workers went through the same shit, right? I don't know. It's just like they just don't like outsiders. Oh,
And you're talking like the general public.
there's a front everyone in China puts up when they're talking to someone that's not Chinese, and it's not a happy front.
Right.
It's more like it's more like exactly what I'm saying it is. Just
Almost like they're trying to find you out, in a sense.
It's almost like,
Kind of work.
fuck you, you're foreign.
Right. Completely different to Britain. I mean, obviously you get that in parts of Britain, but I think we can say Britain is quite open to a lot of cultures, you know.
I think that in Britain, you guys were, not you guys, like everyone was forced to be accepting of different cultures, and like even when I was at school in England, like we had religious studies, which is completely forbidden in America, right? And in those classes, it wasn't so much about learning each religion and how it impacts you. It was more about just understanding people and where they come from. And I think that type of
It's more
education,
like a history.
right? Didn't you have RE? You had RE, right?
Yeah. Of course. I got kicked out. No.
You got kicked out of RE.
Yeah, only because of my behaviour.
Like my tutor used to be my RE teacher, so like I couldn't really fuck with her, right? But no, it was more like like when religion is taught in it could have just been my RE teacher was really good, but it just feels like when religion is taught in England,
They're not
it's
telling you the
done
whole
in a
story.
different fucking way. It's almost like the British people said, fuck it. We don't need to be teaching the whole fucking Protestant versus fucking Catholic. Just let that go. And instead, just fuck it. What matters, matters.
Yeah, well, they don't want you to have the real true knowledge. And even now, as an adult, it's still hard to find out the true history of things because what's the most credible source? The Smithsonian? Fuck off.
I mean, the most credible source, Jim Jam, for you. What is it?
Each country has a different history, right? Each country teaches history different because they want to proclaim their nation as higher than others, you know? It's quite obvious that
Right.
would be
And
the case.
the funny thing is, Jim Jam, right? Like, imagine how much history is lost because of that.
Imagine how much history is lost because of wars. How many ancient buildings are being destroyed. Oi, do you know what? Actually, I meant to bring this up earlier about the Georgia Guidestones. I know they're not very ancient, but
What?
they got just there was some sort of explosion there or something, wasn't there, the other day?
The other day. The
Yeah,
Georgia Guidestones?
yeah. Apparently, there was some explosion there. Not heard about that.
No. I don't watch a lot of news.
No, but I thought you might have seen it from in these sorts of areas, you know, communities.
What
That's
happened? Like the
I still haven't found out really properly. I was hoping to ask
even?
people.
What are these Georgia Guidestones? I don't even know what the fuck they are, so fuck if they got blown up.
Well, mind you, they're not really ancient. monoliths, but like what we were talking about with history, how much of it is lost, and just how much is being lost right now, like in Ukraine and Russia. Like, who knows what historical buildings are being destroyed that could have some sort of clues to the history.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the history that we see today, I mean, there are countries that have held on to their history, right? But like, if you look at the difference between, let's say,
It,
Australia, India.
it makes me wonder why America went into the Middle East. Is it just to erode more history? You know, just destroying historical buildings, artifacts. Who knows what they've fucking wiped off the earth? You know.
Well, the one thing I do like about Indian people, right, is that when the British tried to eradicate them, the way they did the Americans and the Australians, and tried to make it, you know, essentially
Yeah.
what Australia and Canada is today, and even America, right? The Indians, they didn't let them. I mean, they let them take everything they were fucking good for, and that pisses me off like a motherfucker. But at least the Indians held onto their land. Like, can you imagine if Australia and Canada did the same?
I know how much more history we'd have, because India is one of the richest places. Like, it's got a history that goes back so far that,
Yeah, man.
like,
Fucking, you look at the Queen's crown. That fucking diamond is called the Kohinoor Hero, right? That diamond is the most precious diamond in the world, and they got taken from a tomb that the motherfucker that built the Taj Mahal, right? He put the most expensive diamond he knew on his wife's tomb. And the Brits came along and said, fuck that. We're gonna take this shit off the tomb and put it on our queen's head.
I know, man. I feel guilty as well. I apologize, man.
You should apologize. Bro, the problem
feel
is this.
guilty at all.
Yeah,
the
the
guilt.
problem is that you're white, bro. If you wasn't white, you shouldn't feel guilty.
Bugger,
No,
you should have held on to it. Now you're whinging and whining that a bloody little.
No,
white
I'm
guy-
just mad. I'm just mad that
What
Jim
the
Jam.
hell?
I'm just mad that Jim Jam's white. Jim Jam, if he wasn't white, it's all good.
I remember hearing the
What
phrase
the
of
fuck?
like, if we got rid of all the artifacts and like if we gave all the artifacts in the British museums back to where they were rightfully owned, we wouldn't have any museums.
I give,
I
I
mean,
give
can
you.
you
It
can you
doesn't
imagine
belong
the
to us.
British people saying, "You know what, guys? All right, India, you can have your diamond back."
You can have your tea back.
It's never gonna happen.
I'll give you the hot tip, Jim Jam. Branch is wider than both of us put together. The hot tip.
Well, Banso. Here's the thing. What I'm saying is in line with where the fuck you're living, right? Let's say the native people of Australia did what had someone like Gandhi, right, to facilitate them to get out of that rule, right? Would you still be living in fucking Australia?
Me, but 100% it's the best country in the world, my friend.
Nah, man. What
No,
I'm
but I
talking
think
about
what
is
he means is, would the English have dropped off criminals in Australia if Australia still had some sort of power that would have been like, no, fuck off.
Yeah, the whole criminal thing, I think, is a little bit overstated. To be quite fair, like
Yeah,
the criminals
obviously, yeah.
were
Simple.
sent here for like cheap free labor, and they weren't even hardcore criminals. They were petty thieves.
right, but
Best. A lot of
Banso,
them.
you know what really annoys me about Australia is that these petty thieves and these people that were, if you want, accredited for being not the best people in society, they put the natives down to a point where they couldn't fucking fuck with him. And essentially, we had a bunch of fuck ups that came from England that took a country away from very peaceful people.
Well, they should have rallied together as one, took it back. More fool them at the end of the day.
And now in today's day and age in Australia, they're called blacks, which is different to calling blacks in America blacks. It's like a fucking derogatory fucking word. It's annoying as fuck how you guys have fucked with the fucking natives in Australia.
We don't actually call them that at all, to be quite honest with you.
What do you call them?
Well, they're now referred to as Indigenous people, but I suppose back in the day, they used to get called abos, right? Which is now obviously seen as a very derogatory term, but they were never referred to as blacks or anything.
Well, I always
that.
thought Australians thought of black people as the indigenous people. Like very different than the black people that we consider black in America.
Yeah. But they weren't referred to as blacks; they were referred to as abos. Really, so yeah, the term black or blacks or even the N word has never been huge here.
I mean, the N word. I don't. Fuck the N word. I mean, you can be a fucking dick to a fucking group of people without using the N word.
Yeah, no, I know that, but all I'm just saying is like calling them blacks or whatever was never really part of our vernacular here.
Well, no, I just meant like what I meant is like in Australia when people say, "Oh, he's black," that usually means he's native Australian.
Well, yeah. If you were to hear that, maybe that's what you could take from it. But yeah, I would.
All right. Well, what do you call native Australians?
Abos.
Well, you'd call them indigenous. Indigenous, or like I said back in the old days, they were called abos. But yeah, blacks was never a term.
Really.
Used.
So
Yeah,
the Native Americans, the Native Australians were never called blacks by you white peoples.
No.
Like I just said, Branch, and I'm going to say it for a fourth time now. That's not a term that was commonly used. The term that was
there was a
commonly
term.
used.
I was going to say niggers. I remember niggers being used derogatory. Instead of blacks, I remember niggers.
I think it was America. It was actually America that made the word nigger a thing. Like
it
I don't
wasn't
think
really
it was
huge. It was more.
All right, we don't need to
That was
bomb
the
the
common
chat,
one.
do we?
Yeah. No.
Like I might identify as black, so don't offend me. All right, as white as I am, I might identify as black. So
you know what, bro?
I'm just using the word. I'm not offending you. I'm just using the word. I mean, I was called a fucking an Aussie skippy.
Well,
I went to a school which was mainly fucking Aboriginals, Italians, and Greeks, and I was a minority, and I was called an Aussie skip. So should I fucking be offended if someone says the word skippy?
Yes.
No,
yes,
it's fucking retarded.
Yes, sue them, bro.
Offended.
Sue them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if like I actually made this whole conversation very racist, and let's just change the subject.
Blame the brown guy. I made it even more racist. Sorry.
I think white. We need a skippy safe space.
I think so.
I mean, I don't like Bansor because he's white, right? And that's the only reason I don't like him.
Yeah, look, I don't blame you at all. That's exactly why I wouldn't like me.
Yeah, I hate white people too, man.
Me too.
I'm not racist,
but
I hate
Bansor in particular, it's not the fact that he's white. It's the fact that
he's olive.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's proud.
Aloof.
I don't know. Proud is the wrong word. It's the fact that he's not proud.
He's not proud. I agree with you, Branch.
Yeah, I tried to make it silly, bro, and I didn't know how to call you a racist. I could make it silly.
I'm sobering up. It's annoying.
Yeah, me too, man. I think that part of the problem is fucking if Bansal had a chance, he would fucking Hitler. Not Hitler, a swastika tattooed on him, wouldn't he?
Oh, what, that old ancient peace symbol?
Yeah. I'm a
Bro,
very
you know
peaceful person.
the crazy shit, man. Like I remember in England, right? Like we used to fucking in England, we used to have this fucking Indian fucking shit, and like my parents used to like put a swastika on our door on certain days of the year, right? Or just one day of the year. But it was crazy as fuck because I can just imagine what people would fucking walking by think about that.
Yeah, but isn't it weird that it's because of their own naivety that they would have a certain predisposition of, have a certain idea of what that meant. Oh, what, they got swastika on their door, yet they don't actually know the history of it. So it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
but
more. It's like more for them,
well,
Dude, you
is it
know,
their naivety or with the history that is also attached with it? I'm not talking about the previous history, but there is history attached to it. So it's not really through their own naivety that they would think a particular thing, because it did symbolize a very particular thing as well.
so like
Hijacked, like everything else.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm thinking that maybe over in Australia, you're more exposed to Asian traditions, maybe, and Asian cultures, and you maybe would have been exposed to the true history
nah, bro.
of
I
that
actually think
symbol.
No,
Australians
no,
don't have a fucking clue, my man.
no.
Like
If
I
you,
swear to God, bro. This is what happened, right? Like I went to fucking the Philippines to to teach people about a product that I fucking own, right? And the guy who set it up was in Australia, so he sent one of his dudes to Australia with me, right? To be my, I don't know, my friend, if you want. But
Okay.
this dumb cunt had no fucking clue how shit worked. Like the first day we were eating, right? He picks up a tiny green chili that that the Filipino people pair with fried chicken and just eats it and then looks at me and I'm like, did you eat? Like, yeah. And yeah, it was just the weirdest shit. Like, I'm not even sure what my point is, Banso.
like what you mean?
No,
Like
yeah, right.
no one is.
yeah,
Like,
or is
what
it
I
like
mean is like, even though the
disrespect?
Philippines and you guys are so fucking close, you guys are so far away that it's a joke.
That's not a chili. That's what he was thinking.
No, but like the funny shit is, I looked at him and I was about to say no, and he just bit in. It was I would have fucking felt
Is there
that
a
shit.
problem with eating the bloody thing you're talking about?
Do you mean like without paying for it or anything? Like just kind of just rude and
No,
not.
I mean like, so we get food catered in, right? And everybody's just eating the food, and you're supposed to just take a little nibble on the chili while you eat the fried chicken.
But he ate the whole thing.
Yeah, he just took the whole thing and just took a bite out of it, like it was a candy. Like the one thing I don't understand, right? When you look at a fucking chili, it doesn't look advertising. Like it doesn't look like something you should just fucking put in your mouth and bite.
No.
But you dumb fucking Australian cunts don't understand, do you? Hey, Ben, so I was pointing
Yeah.
at you.
Oh, were you?
You're the
Really?
only Australian cunt in the room.
I'm actually not, but
Who else is Australian here?
White, Plymouth.
What? Oh, Pomorov.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Pomorov. I'm
Leo
trying.
Moore.
Hey, Pomorov.
Oh, hold on. Let me just whatever. Bloody, I hate these people that change their fucking names every 2 seconds.
Pleomorph. If you can't see the text,
gonna-
that's fine. I'll just let you know. Pleomorph.
Actually, wasn't. I was writing. I was reading a DM from someone. So.
So what
I
does
was trying
Pleo
to-
morph into?
It means nuff in
Are
Australia.
you done reading that DM? Banzo.
Sorry, am I done?
Yeah, you said you was very busy reading a DM. Must have been a very long DM.
I have finished now replying to the DM. Yes. So you have Branch. You have my full undivided attention.
All right. Well, what do you think about anal sex?
On Wednesdays.
You're not
I don't
supposed to
know.
answer that. You are not supposed to answer that question.
Now we know why you get muted all the time. There's funny, and then there's like a line you don't cross.
Oh no, it is always not only crossed but stretched and extended.
Warped. That's the one.
Who interesting. But he does
Level, but warped. Yeah. Is he chatting in the chat because
like
someone muted him?
700 DMs. Oh, did they? Or someone's. Well, I'm probably not surprised.
Yeah,
If
Geo's
I'm being-
letting him know what's acceptable and what's not.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, he does. He does push that line, I must say.
That's always what it leads to. When he's drinking, it's sort of like, it's like okay for a minute, then he just starts getting into all kinds of, usually some random sexual comments that are just not related to anything.
It is, isn't it?
It's like
I know,
vaginas, or it always just leads to either vagina or anuses, something that he has to go to.
I know, it completely throws everyone off. Like, what the fuck? Where did that come from, Branch? Like, get some help, bro.
But I must say, with everyone going around, Branch gets away with actually blue murder. He really does. like he pushes the line, he pushes the line, and you continually rolling your eyes. Anyway, how is everyone's Friday? You all good?
Just getting started. What time is it over there?
Oh, it's about 1:30 in the afternoon, thereabouts.
5 in the morning here.
Yeah, getting ready for Friday night.
Yeah, same shit, different pile, isn't it? Same as any other day.
Ah, no, it's Friday night, mate. Happy days. Happy days.
Oh, happy day.
Well, you have to appeal to someone else. Keep. I reckon you got about 2 chances of getting unmuted with talk like that. Asking for an unmute and then just typing that.
I mean,
Wrong answer.
this is always how it is too. He always wants another chance, then it just do it again, and he does it again.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we can unmute him. I mean, this live stream is not to talk about crude sexual things, so it's not really. I mean, not that anal sex is necessarily crude, but it's just like not the topic of this server.
I know.
It's not called anal awakenings, is it?
I mean, as enjoyable as it is for some, and as a put off as it is to others, it's just not really the topic of the server either way.
But
Some
maybe
might
his
love it,
vision's
some might hate it, but
maybe his
tell you
vision's
what.
just a little blurred, and that's what he thought it meant.
I reckon we'll give him another crack, and we'll see how it goes.
Crack. Don't give him any material.
Honestly, Banzo, like if I need to be fucking good, I can be good, right?
Okay.
But the part of the reason why I was discussing and conversating the way I was is I felt like, you know, it was an open joke between me and Jim Jam about what we were discussing, and that's why I used those words.
Fair enough.
Right? I don't. There was no hate between me and Jim Jam. There was no fucking. We were just talking.
It wasn't to me. You were asking him.
I know, but Jim Jam, the reason I got muted was because of the discussion me and you were having.
No, not really. It was because of the question you asked Bandy.
That's what you think.
all right, French, let's just move on, dude. Let's not make it all talking about how you were muted and how you don't think you should be. Let's just
very true, Gio. Very true. Sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah, branch out and level up.
I mean, if we want to talk about something branchless.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
Let's talk about
the Tunguster event.
What type of people on this planet can keep secrets? Have you met anyone?
Those people that are on their own that can't tell anyone else a secret.
Right.
Because it's their own.
In day-to-day living on this planet, right? How good are we as humans at keeping secrets?
Well, what do you think about the way you made me think about tribal people now, and how you've got these like remote civilizations that are sort of, you know, the public are sort of, you know, made by the government reluctant to go there, you know, like is it Senegal or
Senegal? You're talking about that Indian Ocean,
right? Yeah, like, and the Indian government have made sure that it's protected, that normal civilians can't just go there. It's supposed to be a protected area. I'm sure they have secrets amongst themselves, right, that don't get out.
Yeah, but I think the only reason they did that shit was because these motherfuckers, the moment they saw a boat coming towards them, they shot at the boats. They killed motherfuckers. And
yeah, why wouldn't you, bro?
Right, but it was like
they're protecting their land, man.
Right, so I mean, I think part of the fucking Indian, I don't even know if it's the Indian people protecting them, but if it is the Indian people protecting them, then fuck it. I think that's a good thing, because there's a lot of life.
Yeah, just like we were saying about history, that's almost a way of preserving their culture and
well, it's not just about culture, right? It's about a different mentality of life, right? Where it's like, you know, in today's society, our mentality of life is somewhat monetary. It's very monetary, right? And these old cultures, their way of life was very different, where the monetary value of living was more about, you know, how you
practicality.
Right. And I think that the weird thing is that I think that, in 100 years from now, there will be no difference. But in 1,000 years from now, I think that we will be moving more towards that type of model. We essentially will become communists.
You say moving towards. It sounds like you're talking about China now, not Senegal.
No,
So,
I personally think in 1,000 years, the people of Earth will be communistic.
Say 1,000 years. Mate, they're trying to that's the new world order you're talking about, and that will be
No, Gerald. What I mean
sooner,
is in 1,000 years, we would have got away from money, and I think that money is one of the biggest problems we have today.
of
And
course, it's a barrier for everything, isn't it? Oh, we can't feed the poor people because of money. We can't do this because of money.
whereas it's also, it's not so much that, it's more about social divide that we have between people, right? Where the people that you say can't feed themselves, they can feed themselves, right? The difference is the people that have a lot of money are feeding themselves a lot better. They're taking 90% of resources, and the people that don't have money are living off the 10% that's left behind.
That is awful, though, isn't it? Because we're always sold this story of
It's awful, but
we send
I don't
aid
think there's
to Africa,
one person in this
right?
room that's not living off the 10%.
Yeah, this is like you just said with that we're always sold this story of that we give aid to Africa, yet it's completely the other way around. The rest of the world gets aid from Africa, and then they're left with fuck all.
I think, like, if you look at Africa, the one thing I always find interesting is how a lot of people think that giving aid to Africa means going there, teaching them about Christ, and helping them live a more Christian way of life. Right? That's the majority of aid that Africa gets. And in reality,
Yeah, but
these people are just trying to fucking live their lives. They don't really give a fuck about Christ. They don't really give a fuck about God, because all they really care about is just living life. But the Christian way has been imparted on them because that's how they get money. That's how they get funds from. If you want, I hate to say it, like, I was about to say us white people, and I'm definitely not white. But what I meant by saying that was white the community which is at large.
Well, hold on. You say you just made a statement there that they don't care about God. Basically, is what you said, and us white fella, us Christian fella, have made it our goal to go over there and Christianize them, make them see the light, so to speak. Well, what about the gods that they used to believe in prior? All cultures have believed in a god of some sort. Now they've just been shown another god. So to say that they don't believe in God, well, I think is a little bit incorrect.
I'm
Maybe
sorry. I'm sorry.
they've just changed. They've just
Banso, are you?
changed the god that, or been shown a different god that they now have either adopted or forced to adopt, or however you want to put it. But I think all cultures have believed in God.
Yeah, Banso, you're making a good point. The problem is this. Your point is also very shit. I mean, if you look at Africa as a nation, right? Their beliefs in gods were very different to the shit that we understand them to fucking have believing in, right? They believe in hoodoo and voodoos and why the fuck they want to believe in. It definitely wasn't Christianity, was it?
It doesn't make any difference if it's hoodoos, voodoos, or moodoos.
Or
It doesn't
Vishnas.
make any difference. Yeah, they still believed. They still believed in other powers.
All right, look at Afghanistan.
Than themselves.
Look at you know what? A prime example of this is Afghanistan, right? Afghanistan used to be very Buddhist run. It used to be a nation of Buddhist people, right? And that's how they fucking ran Afghanistan. And they were fucking really good at it. They were Buddhist and they cared in peace, and you know they spent a lot of their times making statues of Buddhas, and they lived really well. But it was religion that took that away from them, right? And if you look at Afghanistan now, nobody even associates Buddhism with Afghanistan.
Being Buddhist is also a religion. Religion didn't take religion away from them. And being Buddhist is following a religion. It's not religion.
Honestly, Buddhism itself, I wouldn't say Buddhism is actually a religion. It's a way of life.
100% it's a religion.
It's a way of life.
It's a religion.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to consider the core religion for Buddhism is Hinduism. That's the religion that Buddhist people fucking believe.
Doesn't matter. It's still a religion.
Yeah, I would. If somebody's gonna get that willy-nilly about fucking making a point about it, the thing I'm gonna ask you, Banso, is this: what's the point for you making this distinction?
It's a religion.
No,
you
but
can't just repeat. You can't just repeat the fucking point, my man. I asked you why
Let me back you up here, Branch. Let me back you up here, because in a sense, I do think it is sort of more like a way of life. Because do they actually worship a god, or are they just more appreciative of being alive? Because that's I watched like a day in the life of a monk, and just the way that it doesn't seem like they pray to a god, or they, you know what I mean? But they just appreciative of every day they have a ritual where when they wake up
So Jim Jam, what happened, Jim Jam?
They actually have to dwell on death when they wake up every day.
Jim Jam, the way I see it, Jim Jam, is this:
because they have to be humbled to still be alive.
Buddha used to. Jim Jam, sorry if I overtalked you, dear.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
All right, but like basically back in the days, right? Buddha used to live in India, right? And he tried to tell people that, look, fuck all this bullshit with the Hindu religion, because the fundamentals of our religion is this, and we need to focus on that, right? But nobody in India would listen to him, and that's why he moved out to China, where people did take up his message.
Yeah,
and,
but whether or not they worship Buddha, or Brahman, whatever, they are still worshipping a god. Now,
no, hold the fuck up, my man. You're totally wrong. You are wrong. Worshipping Buddha. Buddha's a fucking person. He was one motherfucker who went from India to China to tell people the core fundamental beliefs of Hinduism. He was never supposed to go there and be worshipped like a god.
Well, he is.
Yeah, but he is like
as a
the
god.
equivalent. He is like the.
She
But he never
is.
wanted that. He didn't go there to be
No,
worshipped. He goes
doesn't
there
matter
to
what he
tell them a
wanted.
message of peace. He went there to tell people, look, this is what peace means. This is
It
how you
doesn't matter
find
what he
peace
wanted,
within
Branch.
yourself.
Doesn't matter.
But in a sense, isn't that quite similar to Jesus? Because in a way, he is like the Asian Jesus. He is the Jesus of the East.
Right, but I think that it wasn't needed because we already had Krishna.
Maybe it
Kri-
wasn't needed, but that's
Krishna
just how it
facilitated a whole war
What is?
between. Krishna facilitated a whole war between Indians. But he still did always have a message of peace. Whereas Buddha said, you know what, fuck this. I understand what Krishna said when he created that war. And I understand that all you fucking Indians care more about the way to practice your religion as opposed to actually being religious. And he tried to tell people that, look, what matters is your mind state, not all these stupid fucking things this Hindu religion has. But nobody in India wanted to listen to him. He had to go to China before people would even give him attention. What he was saying, I personally think that Indians are fucking assholes for making him fucking leave India. But Buddha himself, he practiced the Hindu religion for the core of what it means, which is finding yourself. That's the core of the religion. And he made that. He saw that that's the thing that people need to understand, is that life is not about you. It's not about them. It's about how you feel.
Right, but a lot of Christians could say that that's what the Bible is, or they wouldn't be sort of classed as a Christian. But you know, what I mean,
I don't know, bro. Like if you look at
interpretation to say that that's what the Bible is.
all these other religions, my man, they have all these fucking rules. Like look at Buddhism, look at even Hinduism. Right? We don't have any fucking rules. I literally, as a Hindu, don't have rules to live by, to be a Hindu.
Wait a minute, you're Hindu?
Branch is like, look, I can't give up eating beef, man. This steak is too good.
Dude, this whole time I knew you, dude. I thought you were fucking a white dude, man.
Kosho, I'm not sure how to take that, bro. Like,
just be proud, dude.
No, I mean honestly, it's like I did fucking Geo just text you and say, can you get
Nah, man. Dude, did you watch
it? Like Kosho, isn't this thing where Geo sometimes tells you, hey Kosho, Branch is talking too much, can you facilitate?
Nah, man. I've told you this because you've been my buddy for a long time, dude. Regardless if you think I
Are we buddies?
I don't care if you need buddies, dude. My buddy John Roberts, I haven't talked to him in years. And he
I'm cool with you. I'm cool as fuck with you. I just
no, exactly, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I wasn't expecting how refreshing it was to hear from somebody.
All right. Well, Kosho, you know what? You can facilitate what Geo wants, and just take over the conversation.
I don't want to take over shit, you dumb fuck. I was gonna ask you if you saw Jem's show this weekend, because they're dude. First of all, Ben, so I wasn't asking you, bro.
Doesn't matter.
You want to pretend like Jem's show sucks? Is that what
you know what's crazy, bro?
You want to, as usual, put words in my mouth? Go ahead. Feel my people.
Hey, Kosho. So
I don't want to cause trouble. man.
this Sunday was so bad for my family, bro. Like
I'm sorry.
what happened was this, right? Like it was my dad's birthday, right? And
Happy birthday.
yeah, but what happened was like he had a cake and shit, and so
Oh, there was somebody in there.
so fucking my niece blew the cakes out, right? And then
Blew the cake up.
it didn't get caught on
Oh, what the
camera.
hell?
It didn't get caught
Yeah.
on camera, so my niece blew them out again. Next day, right? Everybody fucking eats it, meaning my parents who are over 70 and my grandma who's like 90.
Yeah, you told
They
me.
all eat that shit. The next day, the bitch that blew the candles out gets tested positive with COVID.
No shit. How's she doing? How old is she?
She's like 4 years old, so she's
How
fine.
how's she doing?
She's fine, but it was just funny that
It's funny?
huh?
I think your dad put a spell on her.
No, she's 4 years old, bro. 4-year-old kids don't get fucked with COVID.
Yeah, well, I think
Yeah,
she'll be all right, man. She's in my purse.
No, I mean, and you know how I fucked up, Kosho? So like, I didn't get I was in charge of getting these people vaccinated, right?
Can't talk about that though. You can't. You use a lot of words, man. You use a lot of
And
words.
I didn't get my grand fucking vaccinated in time. So
You gotta stop saying those fucking words, dude.
Come on.
Oh, okay.
Pretend like we know what you're talking about.
I didn't get my grand fucking approved, for general life, but like, but bro, I was feeling so fucking bad for the longest time. It was like, if she gets fucked, that's all on me.
That was your fucking responsibility, bro.
Yeah, I feel fucking responsible because I didn't get her proofed.
Oh right, you might feel better then.
I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, I have an older brother and I have fucking parents and they could have done it too. But I'm the type of person that takes all blame upon themselves.
Yeah, just put the heroin down, man.
I mean, but heroin.
No more needles, bro.
I actually don't like heroin, dude. Like,
my friend does that shit, dude.
It makes me fucking itch. Well, heroin doesn't, but when I broke my leg and I had to get opiates, it makes me fucking like itch all over. Can't handle it. Don't like that shit.
Oh, that's because you're a crackhead.
No, a crackhead. Crackhead would love.
This is what I imagine when I see somebody fucking itching because they fucking took opiates.
It makes me itch. Opiates don't make you itch.
I don't know. I barely take them.
It's making me now that we're even talking about it. Even talking about it is making me itch.
I have such an addictive personality. The first time I kissed a girl when I was like a little kid, I've just been doing it ever since, dude.
Right, and that's why you had to get homeschooled.
No, that's not why. But I never played WoW. I never played the video game WoW because I knew myself I would be addicted, like some of the hardest people, you know. And drugs.
That was very, very wrong of me. But I've always wanted to know why you got homeschooled.
I got in trouble in school.
I know, but you never tell us what happened.
I mean, I got in trouble doing a couple of things.
I would have thought maybe you kissed the girl. The parents were like,
"Kissed plenty of girls in school."
Okay, so it wasn't kissing girls.
Nope. I got in trouble in 7th grade because I was fucking around on the computer, and this dude was showing me, like, he was trying to show me. He was claiming he was going to show me how to like change the grades and shit like that, but he was getting into teachers' accounts, and I got in trouble.
7th grade.
Huh?
7th grade?
Yeah, the other kid was the one doing it, but I was like fast. I was like watching him, and so I got in trouble because I was with him and shit. But then I got in trouble like next week, like after I got out of ISS, because I slapped this guy Benny Mahia. I slapped him in the face because I don't know. I was being Captain Save-A-Ho. For some reason, I slapped him in the face. Yeah, and then I got in trouble.
But why would that have been like the reason why your mom's like, fuck that, Kosho, I'm gonna tell you what the fuck's up in life.
Because they were gonna take me out of that ISD, and that wasn't until the next year. Like after that, my mom wanted me to finish the rest of the year.
You know what, Kosho? Stop. You don't need to continue this conversation. My bad.
I'm just letting you know, dude. But I went back to school the next year. I was only supposed to be finished for that year, and I went back to school, and then.
So regardless, this whole conversation is bad, and just stop it because nobody needs to know.
Dude, if I was within a couple miles of you, I would walk to your house and punch you right in the chest. And
Kosho, you know what? If you was
got up to like take a deep breath,
Kosho, if you was a couple of miles away from me, yeah, we'll be best fucking friends.
Yeah, we probably would.
That's what's up.
I still slap you in the face, dude.
You know what? I have reflexes. The moment you slap me in my face, I will piss in your eye.
Anyway, Kosho, you were saying about that unwatchable show, Sunday Roast. What were you going to say?
Oh, it's not an unwatchable show, by the way. Bandsaw. Just because there's not what you prisoners find fascinating. Sort of fucking.
You wanna ram that rubbish down my throat. But anyway, go ahead. Give me your synopsis of how it went.
You know, I act as I try to be the I try to be the more sensitive one towards flat earthers. You know, even though he doesn't like that too much on his show. It's not really about that. But I try to be like the liaison almost. Like sometimes I'll say things like that will. Anyways, it's not important. It's not important. I was just gonna say on his show this weekend or last weekend, there was fucking a whole group. I don't know where they got this video from, but it was like a 5-10 minute video where it was just Indians, and there was like about 10 of them. I don't know, but like, apparently like there's a huge flat Earth thing going on. And I mean, I said this on the show. I was like, those are probably the smartest group of flat earthers I've ever seen. They did seem pretty smart, man. But but yeah, it was just interesting. I don't know. I didn't know what to think of it. Yeah, but it was just a whole group of just Indian.
Okay, so there's a huge flat Earth following in India. See, it's when you least expect it.
I don't know whether he was trying to insult Indian people or flat earthers there, or both.
Yeah, it's kind of like a compliment to Indian people, and definitely probably an insult, sort of.
I'm not going to speak to Jem's motivation of showing them, but it is good to see that the truth is getting out there slowly, but it is spreading.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this earlier. I mean, I think the growth has been consistent and increasing. Now, like, because we're talking about, like, I mean, on the internet, yeah, there is a certain like limitation to the people on Earth that are actually, you know, really talking about it, especially at more advanced levels. That's only, especially and doing that online, is only one component. And then you've got, of course, all the YouTubers as well. I mean, it seems like Discord is really the only place that, like, you know, these civilians, as it were. I mean, not that I even like that term, but you know what I mean? Like, we're not in terms of being like in their elite system and just being people that are talking about it in this sense, like on Discord for the most part, in terms of like verbally speaking about it. And then on YouTube, there's all the channels doing their, you know, shows and doing their videos and things. And then of course there's like Facebook, you know, other places like Facebook and Telegram and other places as well. But so, I mean, the online presence is what it is, but I don't necessarily think the online presence necessarily directly represents how many people on Earth are either questioning the globe or know that it's not a globe. I think that number is way higher. And that's what has expanded exponentially over these years.
What do you think about my future ex-girlfriend, Jenny Rose?
You wish.
Dude, I don't think she'd give you the time of day if you're as much of a globe earther as you are.
Okay, well, guess what, dude? First of all, I'm not gonna say nothing rude to you, dude. I'm gonna tell you this though. I wouldn't be as much as a globe earther as I am. Okay, just understand that. All right.
If you were with this girl that you're into?
Yeah, dude. I mean, honestly, I would be very interested in her evidences, and I'd be very impressed actually, and probably pretty convinced. So yeah,
Dude, you're
I'm
trolling.
not sure what you're talking about.
I'm not trolling at all.
This is
Yeah.
a go show
Really?
troll. This is you're just trolling this.
So what does your fiance think about you still?
Hey, whoa, dude. Vance, what
Yeah.
the fuck is your problem, dude?
Well, you're the one that's bringing up how you're looking for possibilities.
Oh, dude, I was playing a character, Bandsaw, and you just made it
really?
serious. Yeah.
That's why I was. Yeah, and I say you're trolling in a joking way and not in a confrontational way, but when you start saying that, like, you start saying that you're going to meet a girl that knows the Earth isn't a globe, and then she's going to say all these stellar points, and then you're going to be convinced that's where you're just trolling. Because
I'll be honest with you, I'm joking about being mad at you and Bandsaw. I'm not mad at that, but everything else I said was basically 100% true.
Kosher.
I swear on my life, dude. That is the way. That is how I would behave, and that is how I would. Yeah, I mean, I've done it. It's not my first rodeo.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Oh well, that's all right. You are a bit of a cowgirl. I get that.
Oh my god. You and your fucking sick fantasies, dude. That's not important. But yeah, I was gonna say, I was looking at her TikToks. I was looking at a lot of stuff actually. I Googled her.
Of course you were. What? That does not surprise me at all that you were.
I don't know what the fascination is, man. She's overrated, boys.
Yeah, she's overrated.
You've derailed. Well, we were actually talking about something. You've kind of turned it into this fixation you have on this girl.
No.
Who's talking about the Earth not being a globe and stuff.
But yeah, the India and the Hindu and whatnot, they believe hugely in the flat Earth. So
what?
Yes, 100%.
100%. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, they have a really big flat country, bro. Like, why wouldn't they?
What are you talking about?
All right, so
India, the Indian continent, the fucking thing that built the Himalayas.
Yeah, like
well, yeah, you got
1.5 billion.
You've got the Ganges.
Yeah. I mean, of course, there's a lot of people in all countries that believe in the globe, just in terms of the way it was pushed. But I would say in India, yeah, there's a huge amount of people that. Well, the thing is, because their original traditions, like in looking into Buddhism, Hinduism, but also the Vedas, going back to the Vedas, are all rooted with the Earth being a planar stationary surface. They have something in specific in the Vedics, which is called Bhumandala, and Bhumandala is essentially known as it's the Earth plane. It's the Earth plane system, and the layers of the ether that go up above it, and then all of the astrology is based upon it as well, and astronomy. But I mean, that's all the ancients. So in their country now, of course, there has been a lot of this globe idea that's been pushed, but a lot of them still have knowledge and roots to their traditions, like their grandparents and then their grandparents, to where they're not so convinced of this, globe idea, and they do have a more traditional and original understanding of it.
I gotta be honest with you, dude.
Well, that's why they officially had to make India go to space, so that they could brainwash the next generation, right?
Dude, they've been going to space for a while, man. And I got news
well,
for
that's
you.
what I mean. But
Dude,
they've been just like what Gio said. That's been going on for a lot longer, right?
No, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know if what he's saying is also true, but I know that the thing I'm about to say is true, and that's that I have an Indian friend at times, and what he told me was pretty shocking, because what he told me was that actually they have some pretty in-depth cosmology that is ancient, even they have myths and like legends, part of their religion, that actually describes the universe and shit like that. And I was like, oh, holy shit. So it's a little bit different. I mean, I don't know if this person made it up. I'm not Hindu, but I believe this person. So.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, the Earth being a plane of existence is as ancient as mankind itself, and has been the default. I mean, other than this modern globe concept, that's been the default and the understanding. Like when you even look at something like Lord of the Rings, which I know is its own entire story and everything, but that whole world exists, like the way they call it Middle Earth. And I mean, that comes from ancient legends. I mean, that writing, I know that it's been made into more of like a science fiction type movie in terms of that part of it, but
well, yeah, that
I think
story's been told way before.
What he was really tapping into on a deeper level. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that story's been told. I remember it in some of the video games I played. Yeah, if anyone's ever played Final Fantasy VII, you start in a town called Midgar, right? Middle Earth.
That's
Norse
version. That's Norse mythology. That's why. But yeah, I've seen Trailer Trash Nurses 7. I don't know if that's like that game, but I do know that. What we were saying? Oh yeah, right. What were we saying? Cosmology. What did Gio just say? I was going to respond to him, and then you said something.
Here we go. Well, before you respond,
oh my God.
Go, Gio.
Well, I was just to say, I mean, the cosmologies of all peoples before this current, Freemasonic type Jesuit-based globe cult thing that's been going on and everything else connected to it, everything that has existed outside of that has involved, in all of these ancient traditions, are the earth is stationary, the sky above, in that sense, and a planar earth as well, like a plane of existence. So a lot of, like, even in third world countries today, a lot of them have those original roots and those original understandings. I've talked to people in countries like that, and a lot of them, they just don't even believe, like one guy I talked to in particular, he's never like researched the moon landing being fake or anything like that. He just instantly, when I asked him about it, he just instantly saw it as just like American propaganda, Americanized propaganda, and it was just fake to him. Even though he hasn't looked all into moon hoax videos or anything like that, he just knows that that's just, that's what those guys on TV do, in America, is just sell narratives like that. And he also knew the Earth was stationary and was not a globe as well.
Here's an interesting article. Only 65% of American millennials actually believe that the Earth is round. Boom.
Wow, they talked to 65%?
Only 65%.
Wow.
See?
Crazy.
I can't believe they talked to that many people. How many people is that?
Wow.
There's no way. There's no way they talked to that many people. They must have done a fucking small survey. They talked to probably 5 people.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 65%. Let's see, what are those numbers? That tells me that 13 of them, out of the 20 people they probably talked to, said, yeah, I believe it's flat. I believe it's a globe. And then the other 7 people were fucking around.
So after surveying 340 million Americans.
No way. You just made up.
Well, that one I did make up, yeah. That one I did make up. But yeah, actually, I had no idea that the percentage would have been so low. I can't believe.
No, yeah, I know. I've heard that too. There was it may be the same one. It was a couple of years ago. There was several articles that came out about like the numbers of people that are questioning the Earth not being a globe, or questioning the Earth not being a globe, and the numbers, like, they gave percentages. There was like a study that was done. Is that the same one year? Whereas like they have like, ages like 15 to 25, and then like 25 to 30, that kind of thing.
Yeah. This is in Forbes magazine.
Okay. Is there any idea how many people they surveyed?
Yeah, 340 million.
Okay. Oh, damn, that is a lot of people then. Shit.
Yeah.
Damn, man. Wow. I didn't even know there was that many millennials in America. Wow, that's crazy.
Well, dude, the thing is, like, in their generation, they're growing up with in a different world than we did in terms of, because like back when we grew up, the globe was pretty much the only thing, and really the ancient understanding and the true understanding of the earth was basically just completely subterfuged. And then now, especially the last 6 to 8 years, the popularity and understanding of, and the more masses of people questioning the globe and or knowing the earth isn't a globe and is a stationary plane seems to have expanded to such a level to where now, like in that younger generation, like let's say 10 to 15 year olds or 15 to 20, to them, they know that there's so many people that do question the globe or say the earth isn't a globe, and that term flat earth as well, to where just by default for them, they realize that it's something that there's enough people on both sides of it that instead of just believing the mainstream, they realize like they have to figure it out for themselves at some point. Maybe not now, but in the future at some point. So what I'm saying is that for them, it seems like instead of it just being default, like, oh yeah, of course it's a globe, the way that our generation is, in their generation, they're like, well, yeah, they told me it was a globe, but there's so many people that say it isn't. So I don't know, I guess I'll have to look into it. That's like the default for them. And that basically is like a skeptical position or even like an on the fence position.
Do you think it's going to become a thing where it's like, in order for people like me to stay hip in a few years, like if I want to stay connected with the cool young kids, I'm going to have to start, pretending I'm, just start accepting the flat earth, at least in front of younger people.
No. See, Kosho, you don't have to worry, right? Because from your own mouth, you said yourself that if you ever thought that the flat earth was going to die, overnight, flick of a switch, you would turn to be a flat earther because you are a traitor and a turncoat.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
I would slap cookies out of your mouth if you did right now.
But now, right, you can be rest assured that forever you will remain a globe earther, because it will be the globe earth that is dying a slow, painful, torturous death. So you'll have to stay on board to try and keep it afloat.
So basically you're saying I'm screwed no matter what?
Pretty much, yeah.
What the fuck? First of all,
I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, Kosho, the earth isn't a globe. So to be on that assertive position is just going to be faulty indefinitely.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you imagine that there's going to be one side over the other where it's going to be easier to get laid? Or is that just not going to be an issue or something?
I mean, I suppose at some point in the future there could be. I mean, I think already today there's people that may only want to be romantically partnered with someone that sees some of these topics in the same way. But I think there's a mixed bag. There's probably people that where the man and woman, let's say, if it's a heterosexual type relationship like that, where one will think the earth is something different than the other. But I think there's a lot of people that don't want to be associated with these larger deceptions.
Do you have something against heterosexuals?
No, I was just saying in that example. That's all. I mean, I was just saying that man and a woman in that case.
And see, the hope is is with the youth. So 35% of the youth think that we live on a flat and stationary plane in America.
Oh.
But 11% of all Americans believe the earth is flat.
No way.
Boom. Oh, see, you are going
And those are only the people that admit to it. So it's a lot larger than that.
Holy shit.
Well, it's the truth. Funny that lots of people can see what reality is, right?
I'm reading right here also, it says about 80% of all statistics, especially if it's read by an Australian, then 90% is higher, are just...
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, dude, the thing is, here's what happened. I was going to say this before because this was an interesting topic. But what I think is this is what's happened. In 2015, I think connected to the December 21st, 2012 shifting point, I think that had a cyclical paradigm shift correlation, like the ancient Mayans in terms of their calendars. So I think that basically that's right. December 21st, 2012. I think that was the shifting point where the globe deception that has been going on for so long was going to start to be lifted. So kind of like thunder, it kind of started very light, in 2013, 14. And that's when, like, I know Eric Dubé and a lot of others were going through their deliberations and things. And then in 2015, it really started coming out and in that way and growing and growing. And then from like 2015 to 2018, it was just massively expanding very quickly. And then, of course, they did all the censorship stuff to slow that down. However, the amount of people that already had heard about it and had looked into it in 2015, 16, and 17, and even some into 18, because that number was so high, they all, shared it with their friends and their family and other people, to where within their friends and family, of course, a lot of them would just either completely deny it or be negative upon it. But there's always going to be at least one or two within their family that are likely either listening or whatever it may be, and then they look into it. So it seems like it just spread organically because of that initial surge. And now there's just enough people that have told their friends and family, to where now there's so many more people, at the very least, that are either just questioning the globe, just like, well, either I'm questioning the globe or they know it's not a globe and they're just open to the larger mystery. But that's the number. And I think it did that through, people's friends and family of people actually just, sharing it with others, and then the truth just spreading organically like that.
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, this is more than anything. This has got to be best described, at least in my opinion, that it's not the gaining of a new belief; it's just the loss of one. And so, that percentage would be even higher if you were just to ask people, do you really believe that you live on a spinning ball? And the fact that people have given up that belief, just like 9/11, like a lot of people know that we weren't told the truth. They don't know what happened. Of course, none of us really do, right? They don't have any claims about it, but they know it wasn't what they told us, and that's basically where the globe's at. And we know it's not what they're telling us, but who knows, right? Who knows what it is, but that's not, it is what it seems like until further notice, right?
Yeah, and I think people may define that all differently for themselves. Like, for example, for me, I wouldn't say I ever believed in the globe. Like, I would say I did generally accept it, but I wouldn't say that it was like a belief that I ever had, because I always questioned it and thought it wasn't the case. Even when I was like a young child, I remember being like, gravity, everything's sticking upside down. Like, it didn't even make sense to me then. But anyways, for me, I wouldn't really say it was the loss of a belief, because I never really had the belief in the globe in the first place. I would say for me, it was more of a shifting and a greater awareness of the whole.
Yeah, that was like the first time I made love with a woman. I had a greater awareness of the whole.
And also another parallel for 9/11, like I don't think if you question, if people were asked, oh shit,
mate, what's going on there?
It's a car, but they never really. Just like what we were told about 9/11, it seemed sketchy from the start. It seems sketchy. Warning! Globe is dead. The globe is dead. It's an emergency alarm for the globe. Yeah, they never really. It's sketchy from the start. How many people really totally believed the story that was just so outlandish with these box cutters and people taking over the planes? It was, and then they made movies about it that were just just as unbelievable. I didn't ever watch any of them actually, but the whole story is just ridiculous on its surface as the globe is. So it's not like people lost the belief in 9/11. They never really thought it was the case intuitively, almost, a lot of us, like the globe.
Yeah, no, I think you make a good point there, because I think in the 90s, the belief in the globe was pretty high as it was in the 80s and 70s, because that was fresh out of the moon landing. Oh, there it is, the picture of the globe. And at that point, people had more trust, in the government and in a lot of things. They were more bought into it. And I do think that 9/11, because I think that's how evil works. Like when they show their hand and they play their cards to do whatever power move or whatever evil type thing that they're doing, once they do it, it basically gives away their position. They think that they're gaining position, and in the short term they do gain position. They get power, they get more control. But the way that evil works like that is that at the end of the day, they're actually putting themselves backwards. They're putting themselves out of position because more people become aware of what they're doing. And so I think in the 90s, the belief in the globe was still really high. You know, we are the world and all those songs and stuff, you know, and all this like global this and that. But then I do think, yeah, you're right. 9/11, like they did a power move and just this total psyop deception, the whole thing that was, they did this power move and yeah, they did create war and they got something out of it and they did lock down our freedoms a little bit. But also by doing that, because it was such a big deception that so many more people started, you know, questioning it. And then that, you know, activated a lot more questioning, you know, these people. So it's like they've basically given themselves away. Yeah, 9/11 was a huge one. And then, of course, the last couple of years as well. But like there's all these cyclical, every time they kind of encroach, seems like more people become aware of what's going on.
Yeah, but then it also makes you wonder, are they doing that on purpose? Like, are we behind? Are they doing this because we're behind? Like, we should already know.
Well, yeah, I'd say the power move is they knew that they had so much power to manipulate the media and also control the narrative on both sides, you know, with the controlled opposition. That's I mean, talk about a power move. When you can put out the controlled opposition to tell at least most of the truth, not all of it, but the amount that they, you know, making mistakes on purpose, and you know, the architects and engineers not allowing no planes or directed energy weapons to be mentioned on their website. I mean, there's a controlled opposition, obviously, right? So that's power. And then it's like learned helplessness that comes from that, from people that realize it too. They're like, well, how do you know? How the fuck are we going to fuck with these people? Most people are convinced of the most crazy thing. That is a power. Fuck.
I got running a beard, dude. So hopefully it's not gonna. I just want to say something, dude. Jesus, Bansaw's gonna go ahead, Bansaw.
What?
I thought you were gonna say something, dude. I was gonna say, I cry. You know, I cry during Independence Day every time I watch it, and lots of movies I cry during. And I saw this website the other day. I was procrastinating. I saw this website, and I posted it, right? And it's actually a lot of footage and videos and recordings I never seen before, and I was crying. I was crying when I was listening to it.
Is Apollo 13 one of those movies you cry into?
No. But the other thing is Branch. He actually is a brown person, and he believes in Hindu. And I was actually curious because I know he was listening to us talk about the Hindu thing, and I thought maybe he had some input because I know that he is the one who told me about the Hindu cosmology.
I'd like to hear about it. Yeah, Hinduism is fucking interesting. Apparently, the closest surviving religion to old Celtic and Norse philosophies or religious practices.
No, it's not. Shut the fuck up, man.
I just
What
found out.
Shut the fuck up. It is. Hinduism is the closest relative
Hinduism
to the
got
old
nothing
ways
to
of
do with
Europe.
the
Have any of you guys seen the Welsh
You are
language?
completely incorrect, and you
Have
don't know
any
what
of you
you're talking
guys?
about.
Any of you guys seen
You're
the
not a
Welsh
Hindu.
language?
One more time,
Mate,
brother.
that looks like it come from the Middle East anyway.
Who did?
What? Come from the Middle East?
Nothing.
Oh, wake up and face the flat earth. A New York Times foreign affairs columnist and author argues that not only has the world shrunk due to shrunk in size thanks to communication, it has also been flattened. Boom.
What?
So now it's shrinking and flat. It's shrunk down to a flat.
Yeah.
What nonsense.
What do you mean, what nonsense? What nonsense? This is from a New York Times foreign affairs columnist. Okay. So he comes with credentials, right? He's one of your crew, Nate. All right. New York, Bronx, Brooklyn, all around that area.
I'm from the Bronx, yo. He's not from the Bronx, bro.
He's from Brooklyn.
I'm not from
He's not even from Brooklyn, dude.
He's Brooklyn.
Yeah, but the New York Times is known to write nonsense now and then.
Now you're just bloody just saying New York Times is just nonsense. When
You
it
mean
suits you.
the failing New York Times you're talking about?
Yeah. I'm sure if this had to turn around and said that the it has been spherized, you would have been yes, go.
Hey, let me read some to you.
Yeah, that guy. I know that guy. I'll back that guy.
Yeah, I know him. He's a great columnist. Yes.
I'm looking at this bullshit survey that you were touting before.
What bullshit survey? What, the one where they
Forbes, bro.
surveyed 320 million people?
Yeah, dude.
That one?
It says actually they polled 8,000 people. Okay? And it says out of the 8,000 people, 84% had always believed the Earth is round. Okay?
You're reading the wrong one.
That's the right one. And it says 2% have always thought the world was flat, but more recently I'm skeptical and have doubts.
Boom.
That's bullshit. Sounds like only 2%. So
what have you got there for me, Nate?
All I know is it's a good thing. If Flat Earth ever goes commercial, it's gonna suck.
Oh, actually, you posted that about a week ago. I think I watched that.
I did, and no one. Oh, did you watch it already? Yeah. So that basically that explains this whole phenomenon with flat Earth and conspiracy theories entering popular culture. Yeah.
Well, they're blaming how that algorithms kind of got out of control, sort of thing.
Exactly, and that's why China shut down their algorithm.
Well,
so that
do is get you in tune with what you're interested in.
Where
it does
where
nothing
there's
else.
this, big spread of misinformation within pop culture, because it's really hard to filter the internet unless you have a system that China has where the algorithm is state control.
So this is after censorship.
Yeah.
Say what?
After censorship.
What do you mean
video?
after censorship?
That video, is it related to after censorship? Like,
no, the video is related to the effects of YouTube's algorithm and the whole recommendation setup of the algorithm. How you could be watching a Disney video or something related to Disney, and the algorithm will just throw up a random conspiracy theory about how Disney's related to the Illuminati. Because what YouTube wants to do is YouTube wants to keep you on YouTube for as long as possible. It doesn't want you going to the other video services. So YouTube, it basically what YouTube does is it creates a virtual profile of people depending on what you click on. And the default virtual profile that YouTube has tells it that people like to watch documentaries, especially long ones with all of this shock value. So what YouTube will try to recommend people is these long 4 or 5 hour documentaries, because those are what tend to keep people on YouTube the most.
Wait, isn't this guy from Twitter?
You actually posted to Nate about a week ago.
I did. I'll post the other one. I'll post the other one.
Yeah, watch both of them. But
what does he know about?
Can I just ask? Sorry,
go, Jim.
No, I'm just going to ask, because the Americans are still up, and it's probably about 1 a.m. or midnight there. I just wanted to ask about the Georgia Stones incident.
Oh, dude.
What do people know?
That was the worst event in U.S. history, man.
Yeah,
there's still cops there right now.
No, I don't even know what happened. Like, literally, give me the feeling.
That's what's up.
Fill me up.
Why is there cops there now?
Because it's a huge investigation. It's actually a pretty big, serious deal, and
it's huge and it's serious.
Yeah.
All of a sudden today is huge and serious today. Whereas yesterday it wasn't really that big of a deal. We didn't need the police there to secure the site. We didn't have to do any forensics kind of studies on the site to maybe work out. But all of a sudden today, it's huge.
No, it's been huge the whole time, dude. It's a pretty big deal. Somebody blew something up. Somebody could have gotten hurt, and also they sent a message. And so the
That
cops
is
are going to be investigating that.
the message. That is far from the message that you spruiked yesterday. Far from the message you spruiked yesterday.
Oh, dude, it's a pretty big deal, man, and it's actually it's almost as bad as 9/11.
You were spruiking how it wasn't a big deal. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do the other thing because it's really not a big deal because, in your words, blowing up a letterbox is more serious than blowing up the Georgia Guidestones.
I thought that's what we were talking about. You're talking about the Georgia Guidestones? Oh, never mind. I thought you were talking about a mailbox, a random mailbox.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Because the Georgia Guidestones, it's nothing sauce.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dan. So I posted the other videos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For the other people. Yeah. No, I actually watched both of those, Nate. They were interesting and very true too. Like what they're saying. Like, 'cause you can definitely see the change in the way things are getting recommended. But it is strange too how some pimply faced little rat head gets to decide for me what is fake and what is real too.
What do you mean? What is fake and what is real?
Well, just that.
He's not deciding what's fake and what's real.
No. The algorithms are deciding what is fake for me because
no.
100%.
The algorithms don't decide what's fake and what's real. They just gonna recommend to you what they feel is gonna keep you on YouTube the longest. That's all.
Really?
Do you know what I find quite strange though? Like after I watch a flat Earth video on YouTube, if I let it to go on autoplay, it will give me globe bullshit afterwards.
Exactly. Where once upon a time it was never like that, Nate. It was never
What
like
do you mean
that.
globe
They fixed that.
Globe bullshit. All the debunking bullshit.
Yeah, but that's part of the flat Earth document. Yeah, Banso, listen, it's not that it wants you to watch flat Earth documentaries specifically. It just wants you to watch whatever keeps you on YouTube the longest. So if it realizes that the default virtual profile enjoys watching flat Earth debunking videos which are 7 hours long, it's going to recommend that because it feels that's what most people like watching.
There's not a
It just
single
recommends
flat
what
Earth video that's
Yeah,
7 hours
well,
long.
on that
it's
point,
just an example.
on that
I'm talking
point,
about some like mainstream lecture or something like that.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't care what it
like
is.
An opposition
it's
to what
recommending
video
you.
I've just watched.
It just cares that whatever it is that recommends you keeps you on YouTube. If everybody enjoyed watching old ladies naked, 6-hour videos of those, that's what YouTube would recommend people because it keeps people on YouTube
They're
longer.
right, dude. It literally does show you debunking videos.
Don't need to tell us about your history, man.
I'm just saying that
where are the 6-hour ones, please?
YouTube the longest.
Hold on.
It's just an example, guys. I'm just putting out examples. What
I
matters
remember.
is if this is what keeps you, the majority of people on YouTube the longest, YouTube is going to recommend it to you because it wants you to stay on YouTube. It doesn't want you going to something else,
Well,
we get that, but it used to be way more accurate.
What you wanted. Test.
Whereas now it's not so much like that.
Yeah, a quick little test live time. So you type in flat Earth to YouTube, right? What you get, right, is oh why do people believe this silly thing? Oh why are people so stupid? Oh why can people possibly be undereducated and believe in this crap? Oh why. That's what you get when you type in flat Earth, right? So
yeah, you need DuckDuckGo, the search engine.
Hold
bro.
on. Yeah, well, I'm just doing whatever I did. Now, who's a prominent
Eric
Mark
Dubai.
Sargent?
Oh, no.
Hold on.
Hold
on. Eric Dubay. I'm going to type in Eric Dubay right now. This is live time. So now I'm going to click on Eric
Stop
Dubay.
using Google,
Boom.
bro.
I'm going to use
Get
whatever I want to
DuckDuckGo.
use. I'm using whatever I want to use, right?
DuckDuckGo, you don't get the
What are you
I'm proving a
trying
point
to prove
here.
Yeah.
Okay, then now, where's my... Okay, then, so now... I'm
what's the point?
Well, now in my autoplay, coming up next. Okay, then. So I have Simon Dan. I have Bob the how the fuck did Bob the Science Guy get in there? I have a Blue Marble. I have that whatever that chick is, that sciencey chick with the curly hair, the astrophysicist chick that does stuff. So yeah, now once upon a time, if I was to type in Eric DeBay, well then the other ones coming up after it may have been Geronism, may have been Glowbusters, may have been this, that, and the other thing. This is in YouTube itself.
YouTube.
Okay. Type in yoga pants.
Did you know if you type the word Jew in the comments, just Jew in any it gets auto deleted.
Seriously, don't even go there. I don't care.
I'm not going there, but that's just my point.
You just go there, Gerald.
YouTube.
Don't.
It's just YouTube. If you type in, but if you type in Christian, it doesn't delete it. But if you type in that, it deletes the comment automatically, which I think is interesting because we're talking about YouTube and its censorship. Correct? So it's extreme. You got to be careful.
Banso,
really
if you could just get to the point, man, because Gerald's gonna keep interrupting you.
Yeah, no. My point is that the algorithm itself is now biased towards them deciding what they think is real or not. Okay, then. So yes, it is still recommending stuff, Nate, right? But now its recommendations are to direct me away from the quote unquote fake news, right? Because they are the safety net, right? They have taken upon themselves to be my safety net in regards to what they consider to be fake news or not.
Oh, thank God.
That's what they are doing. That's the point.
Them and Jesus, I tell you, dude. Good work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I don't fully understand. After they had that whole Congress meeting, and whatnot, about how the algorithm needs to be changed. I'm not exactly sure how the algorithm was tweaked to make it that.
It's obvious though, dude.
Come on.
If you search anything, like if I would search for people, like literally their name and then flat Earth, and the same flat Earth videos come up, all the debunking videos and all the all the mainstream debunking ones, Simon Dan, all this other stuff. You have to scroll down for a while before the name you typed in even comes up.
If you're making an argument, Nate, that flat Earth is not censored and filtered heavily, you're on a loop.
I'm not making that argument. I wasn't making that argument. The argument I was making, I wasn't even making an argument. I was actually backing you and Gio up and saying that the numbers of flat earthers are increasing. I was, posting something that explains why this was happening and why YouTube is I would say it's the overwhelming reason why, conspiracies are entering pop culture. It's because of YouTube.
Yeah, but now what was also in that video as well that you posted is they realized that this machine has got out of control and they're having to tweak it, right? To try and rein it back in a bit. That was also too in the video.
How they have to he's that guy is calling for it to be reined in, right? He's bringing up the example of what they did in China, but that isn't the reason I posted the video. I didn't post the video because I wanted to show that there's someone that's against it. I'm explaining the reason.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all, Nate. But a person like him, right? Because who the hell is he to decide for me what is fake and what is real?
He's not deciding for you.
No. By tweaking the algorithms now and directing debunking flat Earth videos towards me rather than pro flat Earth videos, right? That is deciding for me what I should and should not be watching. 100% it is.
You can get that information somewhere else. He's just trying to say that it shouldn't be too prevalent and too easily accessible on YouTube.
Yeah, he's making the decision that it shouldn't be. He's making the decision that he thinks it shouldn't be, right? And the algorithms are making the decision that it shouldn't be too prevalent because they have decided that it is fake news and not good for people.
What's crazy? What's crazy about it?
But the fear, Bansal,
less accurate.
It's the fear isn't that you guys find these videos, all right? They don't care if adult men are watching flat Earth videos. The fear is that 9, 10, 8-year-olds are gonna find these videos.
No, that's not why they did it, dude.
They want to keep these things
That's
away
not the
from
case at all, man. That was not what they announced. That was not what they were claiming whatsoever. So you linking it to that, you just sounds like you're just fabricating that. I mean, that's nothing that they released. They said that they were going to start, demonetizing and delisting certain topics. It's specifically, they said flat Earth, and they also said medical misinformation, believe it or not. Those were the two things in terms of that one. It's like a representative from YouTube. It was in front of Congress. But
yeah, they're misinforming the youth. They're worried about the youth, Joe, not you guys. They don't care if grown-ups are watching flat Earth videos. It's the kids they're worried about.
No, you're taking the piss, bro. It's such a stupid take.
What?
Yeah, no, I think you're just attributing that. It seems like you're trying to label that or put that in the narrative, but that's basically in 2015, 16, 17. The thing about the Earth not being a globe is, for so many people, it's very easy to see the flaws in it. At least, all you have to see is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to see that there's something corrupt about it. And the thing is, in 2014, 15, and 16, there was such a huge growth in the amount of people that were looking into it, to where I said before, it got to a point to where it was growing way too fast. And so it seems like they did a full-blown, shadow ban censorship of it as much as possible online. But like I said before, the thing is that by that point, enough people have already heard about it to where they're telling their friends and family. And so at this point, yeah, people of all ages are aware of it, on those levels. But,
it's like they were trying to stop critical mass. But
yeah,
what we haven't spoken about is the video that got
the opposite
deleted.
of what. Yeah, no, sorry. I was just going to say just the last thing. I was going to say it's actually the opposite of what Nate was saying. They know they have the young kids because of the school system. They're really more concerned about, I would say, older people, like 18 and up kind of thing, in terms of more and more people being aware of it, because those are the people where something could actually be changed.
Why do they care about adults? Trust me, they don't give 10 shits about any of us. That's why if you want to have a flat Earth, live stream, they don't care. Gio. They just worry that your live stream is gonna, change children's perspective on reality.
Nothing to do with fucking children. You know what children watch on
That's why
YouTube?
they don't prevent
You know what children watch on YouTube?
That's
So
why.
you mean
yes, because I have children. So that's why they don't stop Gio having a flat Earth live stream on YouTube. They just make it hard for kids to find Gio's live stream.
Because the videos are 12 hours long, it's not easy to sift through and get the actual juicy bits. When you've got a video
kids can
to the point, 20 minutes long, it's deleted.
Yeah, and
but kids
it's actually 12 hours. It's actually a shame that you don't actually find it a problem that they, whatever age bracket you think that they are trying to protect, right? That it is okay in your eyes because your belief is the globe Earth, and so it's okay to do it because they are protecting my belief and the youth of today.
No, Baristal. I never said it was okay.
That's exactly
Not once did I say
well, it is okay because they're protecting the youth, right?
I never said it was okay, though. But you can't say that I said it's fine that they're doing it.
You haven't put up an argument to say that it's not okay.
Well, you guys haven't asked me my opinion on it. All I'm telling you is
volunteer
the reason
it.
why.
You should volunteer.
Yeah, but Baristal, all I've done is told you the reasons why they are doing what they are doing. I've never said whether I'm for it.
Let me Okay, great. Let me just
So
jump in
you
there.
can
Okay,
guys
you're
can't,
stating
can't sit here
you're
and
hold
say
on, hold
that
on. You're stating this. Hold on. You're stating that these people in power are concerned about, in your words, 8, 9, 10-year-olds. Do you have? Is it just your intuition or your feel, or is it just like your own kind of intuition, or your gut feeling on it? Or is there anything you can cite where they say that? Because all of the public announcements they've made, hold on, the public announcements they've made about the censorship and the demonetizing of things with the term flat earth and so on, they never claimed anything about 8, 9-year-olds. They talked about shadow banning it for all of YouTube so that, less of this information could be available. So where are you getting this, that thing? Or do you have anything to cite, or is it just a gut feeling that you think that's what they're doing?
I'll post the citations, you. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll post the citation.
When really maybe the corrected way or the correct way could be that they're worried about the 8, 9, 10-year-olds realizing that it's not a globe. I mean, that's what they're really worried about.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting that they want to keep their indoctrination as thoroughly embedded as possible, but the thing is that most of the younger children like that hear about it are hearing it from friend or family more likely than a video, plus obviously they've already shadow banned it anyways. So,
and it gives it credibility actually to shadow ban it, to be honest, I mean, because people are like, wait, what, they don't want us to see that? Oh, well, let me check that out then,
They're doing exactly what you think they do.
Kids want to
yeah, I mean, these people are they're definitely psychopaths, and they definitely want to convince children of all kinds of stuff. So I'm just wondering why Nate is saying that, because that wasn't anything that they announced. They were just claiming that they were trying to shadow ban it for everyone because they consider it incorrect information, and so they want only people hearing their information, especially when it comes to the shape of the earth.
No, it's about the children, because the majority of users of YouTube are not people your age here. They're people my age and younger. The overwhelming majority are people my
they
age.
also go to school.
You
and they
guys
also have the
are an
brainwashing they get
overwhelming
at school.
minority on YouTube.
So
YouTube
it
doesn't
balances
care
out for them.
about people in your guys' age group. It's people my age and younger that YouTube are trying to, make all of these changes on the algorithm for, because we are the major users of YouTube, not you guys. We're the ones that put out content most of the time, not you guys.
Do you think it's a good idea that YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all these other platforms, do you think it is a good idea that they are protecting the youth?
I don't think it's a good idea that they protect the youth this way. I don't think this is the way they should do it.
Cool.
I think what they should do is we should have subjects in class that teach kids discernment, so that kids themselves can decide, do I want to watch the flat earth video, or maybe I want to watch the flat earth video, but I have the skills to discern truth and fiction within the flat earth video.
Yeah, like on the moon landing, where all the shadows were going in different directions, and all the moon landing things that were easy to see through. They should totally be taught about discernment and believing something like the moon landing.
No, they should just be taught discernment, so that when they watch a moon landing documentary, they can decide for themselves if it's true or false. Not have
there you go.
There you go. What's true and what's false. Yeah.
Break it down. Look at all the mistakes. See how phony it looks. Realize the difference between a CGI image and a real image. Don't just believe authority because it's authority. Don't believe the mainstream just because it's mainstream.
The moon landing is real, right? They could watch a moon landing.
They could, but if they were taught discernment, I doubt they would.
Yeah, okay. How would that be in the interest of the government?
You can possibility is there, right? We agree that the possibility is there.
Yeah, there's special classes. There's special kids classes that'll believe.
How would that be a benefit to the government, though, to teach the students, the future, how to see their own bullshit?
Why would
they do that?
I don't give a shit about the government. I wasn't asked about whether this would benefit the government.
No, but I'm just asking. Like,
I don't know how that
would never happen because of that. Is what I'm saying. People would never be taught that at school because of that.
Okay.
That's why we're not
I don't
talking.
know. Yeah, so you're not supporting, Nate. You're not supporting them doing this.
No,
you just think that they don't want the youth questioning the globe Earth. However, you don't agree with that. You think that people, and well, it also gets into like, should the parents really be deciding? We live in this strange world where the parents have just handed over control to the schools to teach their kids whatever they want. So it's kind of twisted. But I mean, so you're not suggesting censoring ideas about the earth to children. You think that they should hear both sides or hear all sides?
So I'll repeat what I said again. I don't think there should be an algorithm dictating what information kids are exposed to. It's not just about the shape of the earth, it's all sorts of information. What I feel is you should have classes in school where kids are taught how to discern between fact and fiction, so that when they're exposed to all of these different types of information, they're able to decide for themselves what is true and what's false. Not
It's called
having Nate
critical
and
thinking.
Geo, I'm still talking. Not having Nate and Geo egg them to one side or the other. It's critical thinking, if that's what you want to call it. Have a critical thinking class in school for kids, so that when they come onto YouTube, there's no algorithm that decides what should be recommended to them. The kids make choices for themselves, because that's a problem we have right now, where people don't make choices for themselves. They just click on something and they don't know how to determine if what they're watching is true or not,
And do you think that you were taught well to decipher between fact and fiction? And do you think that you're doing that at optimal level today, or do you feel like you lacked that education?
I think in grade school I wasn't taught that. I was only taught how to do that when I went to college and university. I don't know how good I am at doing that because I don't have a metric or some scale with which to measure myself against. Yeah. That's as honest as an answer I can give you.
Do you feel like you would be capable of teaching a child correctly how to decipher fact from fiction, or do you think you would have to have someone else do that for your child?
I think to the best of my abilities, I think I can do a good job teaching my daughters how to discern fact from fiction. The problem is, I can't do it in a formalized, setting. It's something I'd only be able to teach them in a formalized setting when they're older. I don't know. I'm still figuring out how to go about doing that while they're still at a young age when they're very impressionable. I think it would be easier to do when they're older, when it's easier for them to use logic and reasoning to, understand things. But while they're kids, it's something me and my baby moms are kind of looking into.
What about the idea that it's actually up to each individual, including children, like more like on the level of our souls, that it's actually up to all of us to do that, to have the capacity to decipher between fact and fiction, between reality and non-reality, and really that it's not that it's a competition or something of judgment, but just that each person is on their own journey to that, whether you're 5 years old or 50 years old or 80 years old. What do you think about that idea? And that perhaps someone else could support in that, but at the end of the day, it's really the individual's journey.
Maybe that's why it is.
Go ahead, man.
No, that's it. That was what I was going to say. Like, maybe that is why the way it is, so we can have the journey instead of it just being, here's the truth. You got no more searching to do for the rest of your life.
Yeah, no, Gio, I totally agree with you. It's everyone's duty to figure that out. I agree with what you said, but my point is, kids don't know how to do that. They need to be given the tools in order to figure out the truth for themselves. It's a journey everyone should take, but some of us don't know how to walk that road. We need to be given those tools. And I would say the overwhelming majority of people on Earth haven't been given those tools. Most people haven't been taught how to critically think or discern fact from fiction.
I think
so that is why misinformation is a danger. But I don't think that fixing it, that censoring or tweaking the algorithm is the way to fix it.
If you don't have a soul,
Good.
you're going to get lost.
Cool, mate.
The soul
Glad to hear that.
discerns what's true. The soul can discern what's real.
Oh,
and
also,
what's
can you guys
fact or
unmute
fiction.
Branch?
Yeah, I reckon Branch should get him unmuted. He's been asking.
Oh, has he?
Probably not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
negative
not
zero
crazy.
is very definitely needed, man.
It's gonna
But
be
you know what I
messy.
mean? You don't have to worry about false information or something being shown through algorithms, because if someone has a soul and they're a human being, they can decide what is real and what's not to them. You don't need to treat people as robots where the information they're given is what they're going to believe, because look where we are. We were given only globe information and we've come out on top. So all of life is a fucking algorithm, mate. You know what I mean? Outside of YouTube, it's all just the same fucking shit.
Yeah, but listen, at the end of the day, this is a phenomena only happening in the Western world. The rest of the world, ain't no one thinking the Earth is flat. You know, it's only in the Western world where you have this.
Not
this
true.
sudden
India
phenomena.
is huge.
India?
India is huge. Yes.
There's a bunch of
How many
fucking
flat
brown.
earthers are in India?
1.1 billion. 1.1 billion and growing every day. South America, right? You've got
South America is
Philippines,
part of the Western world.
Indonesia.
The Blackanees.
It is huge.
Hey, what, Kosha?
Blackanees. They're the black Japanese people.
Blackanees. Black Japanese people. Yeah, listen, it's a Western phenomena. In the rest of the world, this isn't happening. It is.
No, it's not. You're naive there, Nate. It's not a Western
How am I
phenomenon.
naive?
Ansar doesn't even live
South America is.
in
Yes, South America and Australia are part of the Western world, man.
Oh, what about Indonesia?
What about Indonesia?
Yeah, they've got like 2.3 billion believers there.
What? They don't even have a billion people in Indonesia. What are you talking about?
Okay, I may have exaggerated the figure slightly.
He's been lying a lot lately, so I think he's got some sort of bug. That's why I haven't been giving him shit, because I kind of.
But it's not a phenomena in the rest of the world, and the reason it's not a phenomena in the rest of the world is because in the rest of the world, the YouTube algorithm isn't free to just work the way it works here. You know, they have a lot of censorship in other countries.
That's not
because their Twitter guidestones went down a long time ago.
I don't agree at all, because the thing is that the globe thing does come with quote unquote education, because obviously they had to push it and indoctrinate it into people. So basically, before World War II, there was not homogenized education around the world, even in what might be considered even first world at that time. It didn't exist. There was just different education systems in different cities and towns and areas. After World War II, the control power position that they got with everything that happened there, right into the late 1950s, you have the creation of NASA, the creation of the United Nations, and also there were 2 education acts that were put into place as well. So after those education acts were passed, they then had the ability to have only certain companies that were writing the textbooks that were accepted for the curriculums for basically all of the first world countries' schooling system. And so at that point, all of these, what would be considered first world and even a lot of second world countries had this homogenized education system of what we have today, the kind of quote unquote modern science, Newtonian, Cartesian, materialistic paradigm that we're currently in. And so now you have only the people, from the 1950s, basically, they've just been pushing it hard in as much as they can, first world, second world, and even some into third world. But the thing is, a lot of people within that spectrum still have the original cosmology of their ancestors, their grandparents, etc. And a lot of people that are 89 or more like 90 to 100 years old or 110, even their grandparents did not believe the Earth was a globe. So that's the thing, like, doesn't even go that far back. And so they just have this like 1950, not like late 50s forward, extremely hard push. So when you talk about these other countries, a lot of them already by default don't think the Earth is a globe and think it is obviously not moving in some kind of planar surface that they're on, and because that's already the default. So that's already happening. And then you have the first world people, as it were, or the people that have had that full education, all of those people that are now realizing that as well. So that's sort of the spectrum.
That's not true at all. There's no one in the Middle East whose grandparents still believe the Earth is flat. Number one.
Yes,
Number
there
two,
absolutely are. There absolutely are.
the part
100%.
you were
100%.
talking about how the global education system came to be about has nothing to do with the claim I made. The claim I made is in non-Western countries, there's a lot more censorship because the algorithm isn't just allowed to run freely the way it is like in North America. China being a perfect example. The YouTube algorithm is heavily censored in China to the point where the way China have their own version of YouTube, and the way that version works is if you watching a video every 2 minutes, it'll pause the video and tell you, "Don't you want to go outside and do something else? Don't you want to stop watching YouTube?" It's even censored to the point where they are viewing hours, of their version of YouTube. Their version of YouTube works like a store. It's open from 8 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon for kids within a certain age range. After 5, you can't watch YouTube anymore because they want you to do homework and focus on other shit. That's what I mean by they censor the algorithm.
And there is actually a huge flat Earth following in China.
Is there?
No. Yeah, and right, you might put it down to education. Right? Because those people that are stuck in the more rural areas, right, they do believe in these things. Where I will grant you, in the cities, right, it's not so prevalent, but outside the major cities, right, it is prevalent, right.
Yeah, in China, a huge portion of their population lives out in the villages and in those rural areas, and a huge percentage of them don't have this modern day, space agency globe programming at all. So a lot of them still have, and many of them are still connected to their sort of traditions as well. And so that is a significant portion, more than you might think. I mean, yeah.
How much? I mean, give me a number here. I'm not saying that China doesn't have a single flat earther, but you guys are trying to say that it's a large number. What is that number?
Well,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, personally, if you want a number, I don't have a number, but I know a couple of people that have Westerners that have actually lived in China for many years, right? Have Chinese wives and have experienced this firsthand. And like I said to you, Nate, like I was honest with my appraisal of it. In the cities, yes, I would agree it is less prevalent. But when you get outside the major cities, it becomes more prevalent. And you can put that down to education or whatever factor that you want. But for me to turn around and say to you, there is 500 billion Chinese people that believe in the flat Earth. No, I don't have those figures at all. But it is prevalent, right? It's not something to be hand-waved, dismissed at all, right? It is prevalent and it is a thing. You can say it's not, right, to suit the narrative, to hand-wave, dismiss the whole idea.
That was never my claim. That was never my claim. That not once was my claim, though. I'm not debating or saying that it isn't prevalent there. All I question as with regards to what Gio said was whether or not people in the Middle East's grandparents believe the Earth is flat. China, I'm not too sure about. I'm not Chinese, but I'm Middle Eastern, and I have family all over the Middle East. And the majority of people in the Middle East are Muslims, and Islam has told us for the last 1,700 years that Earth is a sphere. During the time of the Romans, when Romans thought Earth was flat, Muslims were being persecuted because they believed Earth was a sphere. So that's why I question what Gio said about the Middle East. And my main claim still stands that in non-Western countries,
about the Middle East. I never even mentioned Middle East.
You did.
I did not.
So
I never said
my main claim. All right, cool. So my main claim is that the algorithm in non-Western countries is heavily censored. Whether or not they are flat earthers in China, I don't know. That's why I'm asking for this number.
I'll throw out some wild numbers. And when I say wild, I just because it's fun. I'm just however you want to perceive it. I would throw out there that if you took all of the human population, everybody on Earth, every last human, involving people in the jungles of Africa, people in the jungles of South America, tribes that never were even brought up with any sort of education schooling system at all, you add up all of those around the world, I would go as far as to say that 15 to 20%, let's even call it 20, let's call it 15 on the little bit lower side. 15% of the entire human population by default has their original cosmological understanding of some sort of a stationary planar Earth surface with the sun, moon, and stars above. I'll say 15. And then another, let's say 15% are people that have come to the awareness that the Earth is not a globe. Whether you want to say through YouTube, through the internet, through friends, through family, through talking about it, the term flat Earth, whatever term you want, whatever terms you want to use in terms of that. So let's say 15% original indigenous people already have that. And then another 15 are people, let's say in more of the first world countries in the cities that have already realized this. And then you got to put like another 15% that are about on the fence. So 15 and 15 would be, 30% already know the Earth isn't a globe. And then 45. You have another percentage of somewhat on the globe. Then the rest of that 60, more than half are going to be in the kind of default globe mind right now. What do you think of that?
All right. So to summarize, you're hypothesizing, because you did say that it's a wild number, but you're hypothesizing 45% of Earth's population questions the shape of the Earth. At least question.
What percentage did you say?
45%, because you said 15, and 15. That's 45.
I would say it's a bit lower than that. If we're going to go like 15 already have their base cosmology of a stationary planar Earth type system, 15 on that, another 15 on people in the kind of more cities and the first world countries that whether you put it into like either questioning or meaning on the fence, whether you include on the fence and people that already would say it's stationary planar, whether they use flat Earth, etc. So,
can I phrase it this way? 45% don't believe Earth is a sphere, or 45% believe Earth is flat and question whether or not it's a sphere. I'm just trying to say.
No. I think 45 is too high for that. Now, of course, like in the first world, like, okay, we're talking about the whole world versus in the first world countries, like 90-something% of people are going to still be on the globe. But what I'm saying is that the entire population of the entire Earth, 15 already have their base cosmology. And then another 50, let's just put another 15 as people either, let's just say, no, it's not a globe, or say that it's stationary and planar. So that kind of involves a lot of people that are like more on the fence, but they know it's not a globe. So I would say it's more like 30% of the entire world's population either know it's not a globe or are questioning it. And then let's say roughly 70 are convinced it's a globe. When you talk about the entire population, but in first world areas, yeah, of course, like in your cities, you're going to have 90 plus are going to be globe. But then if you go to tribal areas or, rural villages in China or whatever, you're going to have, especially in those tribes and in those areas, a large percentage, and none of them will think it's a globe.
The further away from propaganda you get, the more likely they'll have.
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
And you all tend to agree with that estimate?
Yeah, I'd say 30% is all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Do you think the numbers, like the number we have today, is the highest it's ever been, or in recent history at least, like in the last 500 years? Do you think the number of flat earthers is increasing, or do you think in the last 500 years it was more than 30%?
I would say like as before 1900, it was virtually 100% were not globe earthers. There was only a very, very small percent that were starting to push the globe idea. So it really is. And then the globe numbers have just quickly have spiked and shifted in the whole 20th century.
Yep. True that.
Because we went to space and stuff, right?
I don't know. My grandmother was taught about a flat Earth when she went to school.
My grandmother was taught about a globe Earth when she went to school. And my mother was taught about a globe Earth. My grandfather was taught a globe Earth. His father was taught a globe Earth. His father's father was taught a globe Earth. So, I mean, who's grandfather and grandmother's right, Ben?
I don't believe you. Were you just playing around because you went too many levels deep?
No,
There's
I'm
no way
serious.
you're talking about.
I'm serious.
You
I'm
have
serious. I can trace my
your
family tree pretty far
back
back.
to the 1700s were Globers? No way, dude. Nobody
I
was a
can
Glober in
trace
the
my
1700s.
family tree
You were pushing
pretty
this
far
funky.
back,
Even
and
if
I
you
can
go back
give
to
you evidence.
Copernicus. All right, let me just say
I
this.
can give
Even
you
if we go back
evidence.
to Copernicus in the 1500s, that was a very, very tiny lineage of people that would have even been thinking about it. The mass of the population, 1700, 1800s, were not believing it was a globe. They would have no reason to. It wasn't until
Yeah,
NASA
but
and
Gio,
pictures and stuff that
I
they really
am not of European descent. Copernicus thinking the Earth was a sphere only affected the Western world and Europe mainly. In the Middle East to the Far East, the Middle East especially, where Islam was dominant, everyone thought Earth was a sphere. It was only in Europe where this whole revolution was happening. So my family and my family tree that I can trace pretty far back all believe Earth was a sphere for a really long
Where
time.
would
Gio.
they have gotten NASA's?
Copernicus
Where
and
would
his
they have gotten
just hang on.
NASA's
Just
sphere?
just
Hold
hang
on,
on,
dude.
Gio.
Where would they have gotten NASA's sphere
Gio,
from through Copernicus?
So Copernicus and his revolution had no impact on the Middle East, and we've had globes since the 14 and 1300s. You know, we didn't have a globe, an image of a globe, just because NASA went to space. You know, images of globes are pretty.
Was that through education or religion?
But that was because of Copernicus.
The belief in the globe.
It was mainly it was due to religion, but propagated through education. Our religion tells us Earth is a sphere, and then that's propagated through education because a big part of our education system is the Quran. You know, we have classes where we are taught the Quran, we're taught how to read it, and taught how to pray, how to find the direction of Mecca using the sun, with the idea that Earth is a sphere.
Hold on,
we're taught all of these things.
All right, hold on. So where do you think that people in the Middle East got the idea of Earth being a sphere, if not through Copernicanism?
There were people like Al-Biruni who were alive long before Nicholas Copernicus. You know, it's an age-old idea within Islam. So the idea that Earth is a sphere comes from Arabic paganism, right? So it's an age-old idea, Gio. Copernicus and them got the idea reading Islamic texts, So because Western Rome fell, they lost all of that knowledge, and all of the knowledge that Copernicus and the people in the Renaissance got. They had to read Latin and Arabic translations of ancient lost knowledge to get back these ideas that Earth is a sphere and gravity and yada yada yada. So when Europe was in its dark ages, having its reformations, the Middle East was doing just fine, Gio. We didn't need no Copernicus. The Copernicus revolution never happened in the Middle East. We always thought Earth was a sphere. We were never affected by that.
But yeah, but my grandmother was taught the flat Earth, and then when she went to university and became a school teacher herself, that's when she was taught about the globe Earth. So it wasn't until late on in her education.
It's interesting.
And she did believe that.
The Brits surprised
she definitely was taught a bit. It was a very interesting conversation, to be quite frank with you, Nate. She did believe that she was on a globe and all that sort of stuff. That the powers to be wouldn't lie to her. Yada yada yada. But it wasn't it definitely wasn't a foreign subject to her at all. Was not foreign.
Yeah. Come on, Drew. I mean, Coach. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Bansel. And if your grandmother was taught that, it is interesting. But I can't really argue against it. All I can tell you is that my grandmother was taught something very different, and I have ancient family that was taught something very different from that. So my question is, whose ancestry was taught the right thing? All we can say is that our ancestors were taught different things, right?
Yeah, well, she was taught both. Nate.
Okay.
At the end of the
Yeah,
day,
but
like I said,
all I'm trying to say is this idea that there was, this global homogeny or this global acceptance during the last 1,000 years that Earth was flat, and it's only in the last 100 years that globally it's become a sphere. I just don't agree with that, Gio. Maybe in the
That
Western
is
world.
the
I don't
fact.
know.
That's true.
I
No
don't
one
think
believed
it's.
in. Hang on, can I say one thing to both of you? No one believed in the globe over fucking 80 years ago. No one believed in it. It wasn't real before the year
That's not.
1900, or you look
I
at
think
it probably
everybody did.
1950.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
think
not true.
realistically, probably the only time that people started believing in the globe was the television. Eh?
That's not
And that
true.
was
A
around
lot
the
of people
60s.
believe in the globe. Maybe what you could say was under dispute was whether it was a heliocentric or geocentric model. But even the church believed Earth was a globe, and a lot of people in the Western world
Incorrect.
were. Yes,
Prove
it's
it.
true. The
Prove
church
it.
believed.
Prove that the church taught a
So
heliocentric model.
no, they had a
Prove that.
geocentric model, and in the geocentric model,
Exactly.
Earth is the sphere. It's not flat.
I suppose my only statement
No.
would be, Nate, that
Yes.
it is not as an archaic thought or teachings as what is made out in this realm. Alright, so
They never tell me when they believed in the heliocentric model. Man of consciousness.
Tell you what, who believed in the heliocentric model
When
globally?
did humans start to believe
2,000 years ago.
in the globe model? No, not 1,000 years ago. That is a lie. The
Yeah,
whole
I said
story of
2,000
what they
years
did in
ago.
the
I know
Actually,
past.
1,000 years ago is a lie. That's why I
Wrong.
said 2,000 years ago.
People only started believing the heliocentric model when the television came out in the 60s. So we're looking at only we're only looking at 60 years that people
I
have
can
believed in the
definitely
heliocentric
tell
model.
they want to change the
If you can
algorithm.
show me a textbook, sorry, I don't mean to yell over you, but if you can show me a textbook that proves they were teaching the heliocentric model over 100 years ago. So
guys, I
show
can
me a
show you.
1900s textbook or an
Really?
old
So
textbook.
if I show you a textbook, you would
proving it.
accept that? A textbook?
Actually, maybe I would, because maybe the lie goes back
maybe
1,000
the
years. Maybe it
17
goes back.
now you changing. Wow, I thought we were going to
No,
agree on.
maybe the lie is deeper than what I'm thinking about in my own
You pussies.
terms and service of my own
Yeah,
life,
pussy,
and how I
way
can
to back
interact
out.
with the
Way
cube
to
that is
back
known
out.
as
I thought you were
reality.
going to be a man for once and stand by your claim. Way to back out, Joe.
No,
Now you're
it
trying to
either happened in
belittle
the
him for
60s
being
television.
Now you're trying
Sorry,
to
mate,
belittle
can I
him
say
for
one
being
thing? We know about the
skeptical
ancient
about
books
his.
that they burned. They burned the
Hey
ancient
guys, are
books
you?
at the
It's
Library of
freezing.
Alexandria.
I have it. What you're looking for? Are you barking like a dog?
Is the library known as Library of Alexandria? Is that correct?
How
Why
is
are you
that a
saying
bark?
nonsense, dude? I have what you're looking for.
Yeah,
Show
Kosher
me.
posted.
No, I'll post it, but I think it'd be better. There's 11 of us in here. I think it'd be better if we stream it on Geo's streamer. Yeah.
Yeah, but then the problem is people watching the YouTube can't see this.
No. But no. There's a way that Geo does that.
No, Geo's out. He's out. He can't do it, and he's not here at the moment.
Okay, well, Bandsaw, do everyone a favor and describe what you see to the YouTube audience.
Oh, really? The sultry sounds of my.
What happened to Nate?
Describe the Library of Alexandria, this great library that they burnt down in Egypt. You know, it had the most significant teachings, and this is where they had the flat earth teachings. And they burnt this down at the time of the Abrahamic conversion in Europe
Listen,
and
dude,
the Middle East.
That's a lot of history that you're telling. I actually have the real flat earth history.
No,
And
research the burning of the Library of
I will
Alexandria.
research
That
it,
burned
dude.
all the esoteric knowledge that was preserved from the time of
I will
Atlantis.
research it, man.
Have you heard of the time of the flood? It's written about in the ancient scriptures.
Yeah, I have
We
heard of it.
see that there was a flood that happened, and the Noah's Ark landed in the Caucasus regions.
Oh wow, I never heard of that before. Hey, but then the
Now
other
you've heard it.
news, I have the real.
Who's the video by?
I don't know. I've never really seen his stuff before, but this is a great video. And
who's the video by?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't. What are you talking about? Listen.
You said you were going to play a video.
Yeah, I'll play it. Yeah, I'll play it.
Whose is it? Whose is it?
I don't know the names. What do you? I got to know the people's names.
Well, whose channel is it?
Let me see. It's not an. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so let me just press play. What? I don't know whose channel it is, dude. You think I know every person on YouTube?
I don't know. The history of the flat Earth sounds very.
So we know the history of the flat Earth and the history of flat
You're
Earth.
A flat Earther, dude.
Hey, can I say one thing? The difference between flat Earth and flat Earth, disbelievers is the perception of subjectivity and objectivity.
What? Dude, I'm getting ready to play the flat Earth movie, dude.
The flat Earth is a subjective understanding of how we see the quantum world of consciousness, which is a double toroid field, and we see this through magnetism geometry. So the difference is when you say flat Earth, all that really refers to is the always flat horizontal horizon level. There's no left to right curvature. We're not saying this. That's why we know this. And so flat Earth, the only time globers per se pick on this understanding is when they start, interpreting quantum information as if it's a physical globe. And we know there's no physical globe. All they're doing is
because it makes a lot of sense. And this video talks about that.
Good.
It actually talks about that.
This is the information that is real. I've been here for a few months now. I've been connected. Sorry, I'll say one thing. I've been connected for a few months, and this is all I've got out of it. I've got the Glober's tax, but I'd love to see this video show that you.
Hey, look, Chep is in here. Chep, you came just in time, dude. We're about to watch a flat Earth history movie, and it's got some of the stuff that Vina was just talking about in it, so that's good.
My name is Gerald.
Okay, Gerald, that's fine.
Thank
I like
you.
that better. Yeah.
Gerald.
All right, I'm gonna press play.
All right.
It's a good movie.
Press play. Who's it by?
Wow, that's pretty good.
That world looks familiar. What was that? That was the.
I know who.
Agatha.
I've seen this before.
Is there audio? You can turn the audio on, man.
Yeah, there's audio.
Yeah, it's on deafen at the moment. Oh, I'm not watching this. I've seen it before.
Yeah, what is it? Such a build up for it, man. It's like a whole movie.
Anyway, thanks for sharing, Kosho.
Put the audio on, Kosho. No, Bansor doesn't have to watch it. Kosho, put the audio on. I'll watch this.
Wait, is there a reason you can't just put this in the chat?
Just go to Gem Panda's channel. It's there.
Hey, Bansor, what do you think about Gem Panda's channel?
It's amazing shit.
It's not a channel.
I like having fun on there because there's so many people connected. You're looking about at peak times like 12 a.m. up to 4 a.m. You're looking at almost 70 people connected, undeafened, by YouTube and Discord. So you're talking to 70 people, man. Imagine 70 people in a room with you. Try and count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
I don't have to have a live out loud count of up to 70.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ich Nissan she go. But I'm pretty sure if I take off my shoes and
Eins,
socks,
zwei, drei, vier, fünf.
I can get to at least 20. I could get to at least 20.
Exactly. We can't comprehend these numbers that you're listening to live. on
Oh,
channels like Gem
really?
Pandas. So it's like being
Can't
connected to like
comprehend
a
them.
stream. No, it's like being connected to like if you connect to the Gem Panda server, is the reason I think they have such strict mods, right? They have really strict
Strict.
mods.
You are out of control now, Gerald, with what you're saying.
Hey, Banzel, that's why I'm known on Gem Pandas. It's because I'm a crazy person, just like I am when I get drunk in real life at clubs and pubs. You know, that's what makes the server alive. You know, you got these wild people that just go all out there, and that's what Gem Pandas I think is all about. From what
Whoa,
I've
whoa,
seen,
whoa.
I've met the coolest people in there. It's because they're the most wild people.
Yeah, I just paused the video for a second because I heard you talking, Gerald, and then I looked, and there's only one person watching this video with me, and it's you, Gerald, the person talking.
Of course, I'm watching the video, bro. I'm trying to get the audio on so I can listen to it. You need to turn on the audio, dude.
Is Gia? Wait, you guys couldn't hear it?
No, bro. We've been saying
Jesus,
that
Koto.
for 10 minutes.
Fucking hell.
I muted it.
Oh, you son of a! No wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, Gio's back. Maybe Gio wants the
Happy
world
days.
to watch it, dude. We're watching the history of the flat Earth.
He definitely does not want to be streaming that.
What? Aren't you guys? Don't you guys like? Aren't you guys history to the flat
What
Earth?
is it? What
It's a
video?
flat Earth documentary. It's a new flat Earth documentary about the history.
It is a Gem Panda video in regards to the history.
Oh,
of the
fuck
flat
Gem
Earth.
Panda. Oh, yeah, you wouldn't want to watch any of his videos, would you? No, Gem Panda can get fucked, man. He's
Oh my god, dude, this is Jim's channel. I didn't even
man.
notice that. It was so good of a video. I didn't even think about who it was.
You don't want to watch Gem Panda's videos, mate.
Hold on. Let's not talk poorly upon people that aren't here. But I was also gonna just say I thought you were talking about Eric Dubé's History of Flat Earth video.
Oh no. This is newer than that. This is actually pretty full.
Well, when you say history of anyone that knows, I mean that term, the history of flat Earth, is one of Eric Dubé's early videos that came out. It's kind of like a documentary style. It's actually really good. I thought, but yeah,
this is professionally done. Yeah.
I've got no problems in bringing that up so we can stream that.
What? ASMR? All right, listen to that. This guy, whoever's speaking of this video, he's got a really profound, robust voice, and he edited this video very nice.
Oh, look, I am not commenting on the editing skills one little bit, but yeah, if we want to watch Eric Dubé's one, yeah, let's go for that.
Dude, I'm 3 minutes into this video. I've already learned about the Hebrew cosmology, the Egyptian cosmology, the Sumerian cosmology. They're all flat Earth.
Next time, Kosho, if you're going to stream a video and get me G'd up like that, make sure the audio's working.
Yeah, the audio is working, dude.
No, it's not. I cannot even listen to the video you're streaming.
Hey, let me try it again. Listen now.
So it makes the entire thing pointless entirely.
How does that sound now this time?
It was pointless from the start.
Kosho, if you could create an entire world,
so what?
Would you? If you could create an entire world, like if you had infinite consciousness that you could create anything, you could split yourself into as many units as you need to create anything, everything from physical matter to stars to beings like humans, insects, anything you could imagine, or even any other type of dimension or world. Would you create one that is a globe spinning in a vacuum? Or would you create one that is... Oh, there's a fire truck going by.
Wow, dude, you're just like bandsaw.
What would you create?
Well, if I was as clever as the creator, I think it's pretty clever. I would try to come up...
What I was going to say between the two, would you create a globe in a vacuum, that whole model? Or would you create more of like a realm, perhaps that is within a sphere, but has a stationary plane and is more like an expansion in a field within a realm, or would you create this globe thing in a vacuum?
Okay, can I say something real quickly? Because I'm unfortunately not going to pick one of those choices. I'm sorry. Because here's why. Because I feel like that, and I'm not insulting you, by the way. I'm saying I feel like that idea of God is like a God or a creator who just bought the game The Sims, and he's just setting up The Sims. Somebody else made it. He's setting it up. Where I think of this guy, the creator, I think that he wrote, not even The Sims, he wrote this code, very simple, elegant code, 19 constants, couple forces, and blah, blah, blah. And he just put that together, a couple subatomic particles, and said, that's all I'm going to make. And then he let out a ton of energy. And then he said, now I'm going to be a part of this. Whatever happens, happens. And then what happened, happened. And it's happening still. I think that's kind of more impressive. And I don't know.
What are you talking about?
So what?
What are you talking about?
We're talking about this.
I'm not sure I fully comprehended that. I'm not sure I comprehended that.
How can you not be sure you comprehended it?
I understood it, but are you talking about God or what?
I was talking about what some people call God, other people call the creator, and I just don't think of this creator as going to the art store and buying a set to make a clay earth or something, or create the earth for people. I don't think that that's how it happened. I think this person, the creator, created things so much more fundamental and had no idea what it would turn into, and is fascinated all the time, at what it is turning into.
Oh, so he didn't set the rules and then
where you said he had.
Also, don't agree with that, Coach.
With
Now
that
you
level of
basically
mentality,
guys are
I think you
Muslim.
won't have any clue.
Yeah,
you guys
because
didn't agree
now.
with me.
Yeah, no, Coach. I agree that God set initial conditions, and then He let those initial conditions run wild. But to say that God can use those initial conditions to predict what's going to happen over the full course of time, I don't know about that, man.
Well, see, I
definitely think from God's perspective, the universe is deterministic, and God can determine what's going to happen over time because He set the initial conditions.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that.
What do you know about God, man of consciousness? Man of consciousness, what do you know about God?
I didn't find out about God and Buddhism through a DNA test and, my natural
No. Don't go on a tangent, man of consciousness. You tell me what you know about God.
I know a lot about God.
Okay, I'd love to hear it. I think all of us would like to hear your take on God.
All of us would like to continue.
Which I think most of us connecting in this Earth Awakening server
I don't think everyone wants to hear
sorry, bro. What we share is our connection with God. We share a connection with something we all relate to as God. And I want to ask you, what do you see as God?
Yo, Gio, did you figure out what that word was?
It was a dumb ass word, dude.
EPR. We're listening to EPR, guys.
Yeah, dude, we did, man. We got it, dude. Of all people, percentage, believe it or not, it was branch. Of all people, branch came, and the word is spoof, like SPOOF. So like, and there's a specific, like when you spoof like electronics, like in certain like communications and in electronics, and there's actually a thing which is called like global navigation spoofing, where you can actually use GPS to send like spoofed signals. But yeah, the word was spoof, which is basically where you kind of create, like a false communication or a false digital network, that is spoofed as being something that it actually is. Yeah.
Mate, I'm asking EP what he knows about God.
Why though? Don't make it about me. We're trying to discuss the point Kosho brought up. Come on.
But I was going to respond to what you said.
I could answer it. If you asked me what I knew about God, I could give you an easy answer.
But no one's asking.
But when I ask you, you get like offended because you don't know what God is, and that's why. No, look, Caloric. Let me finish. You defend the idea of me asking you what God is because you believe in a globe, and the idea of a globe is like It's like a little fingernail you put above your own ego, which defends itself from the soul, because you don't know what your soul is. Many of us here know what our souls are, and that's why we fucking trust in the flat earth, because we know the flat earth means nothing more than the soul and the endless waters of beautiful intention and imagination. I reckon most flat earthers probably have 10 times more vivid dreams than any of you guys do. I think it has something to do with the amount of DMT that's released from the pineal. Sorry, DMT that's released from the pineal gland.
I mean, yeah. So we hear you, Gerald. But
we've proven this, that dimethyltryptamine gets released from the pineal gland when you sleep at night, and that's why people dream. You know, and that's why we're saying flat earthers being in tune with the endless waters above that they say are the stars.
But Gerald, you are sidetracking from the conversation at hand. Please, bro.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
remember.
I don't know if I was sidetracking, but I was just contributing.
Contributing is not a word.
Come on, Kosho.
I was trying to remember what Nate said. Nate had said that this person, the creator God, that he calls Allah. I remember what he said.
Yo, Allah just means God.
Yeah, I know, but it sounds cooler. Okay?
Okay, so you say this person God, or this person Allah.
Why not? But honestly, a rose by any other name would still...
If you want to talk about Allah,
no, forgive me.
Can we talk about the fact that there's two Muslims connected in the channel here? We have man of consciousness and percentage times 55.
Close, but let's.
Could we listen to Kosho's response though?
Yeah, because what you said about him knowing stuff and blah blah blah. What I'm trying to say is, I personally think that seems useless and boring. But that's not the only reason. I think logically. I think that these laws that we find in nature, that I think were originally written by this creator, I think these laws don't only bind us and restrict us. I think even the creator is within this realm and restricted in the same way we are. The only difference being that the creator is a sum total of the collection of all knowledge and all experience and all everything. So
no, that's stupid. I'll tell you why. Because the creator would need to exist before creating said laws. So how is he subjected to the laws that he created after, when he existed before and didn't need them?
Because he's in this realm now.
But he wasn't before?
I guess not. I don't know. I don't know.
Purposely imprisoned himself or limited himself?
No, he created this. He created this world, and when this, whether he created it or somebody else created it, and he is
someone else created it.
Who knows? I don't even know, but I do know this: that if he is a sum total of everything, then he only is a sum total of all the experiences that have ever been experienced, and nothing more. And he can't see anything that hasn't been seen by things with eyes, because instead of thinking of this being as being magical or being capable of doing things that don't really make that much sense.
Superhuman?
Say what?
Capable of doing things that are superhuman.
Well, yeah, we're not just superhuman, supernatural. Because because think about it. When we think about seeing things, we see things with our eyes because we're interpreting that.
No,
that
incorrect. Only you think
God
about
is natural. God is not supernatural.
I don't think God is supernatural.
How can something
supernatural is called the third eye?
Nothing, or be eternal. How can something
nothing is the third eye? Can I say one thing, bro? Supernatural is the third eye, and it's called the imagination. Where do you go at night? You know, people always look away from dreams and where we go when we sleep, man. Where do you go? You go deep within your brain. Define the brain. You know, you're looking at the subconscious. You're looking at people like Carl Jung talking about the subconscious mind, the collective consciousness. And this is where you go during your dreams. You go within the pineal gland.
Yo, Jared,
you're seeing in another world. It's like the dark portal percentage.
Yeah, I feel it. And I don't blame you for trying to take this to dreams, like thinking about dreams. Like dreams are super interesting. We don't know much about them, and you know, I don't.
We know a lot about them, and that's why no. In regards to the conversation, that's why I attributed dreams, because it's all related into what you were saying.
That word doesn't exist
Slightly,
either.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
You said before, you said contributed, and then now you're saying attributed.
Well, you know, the English language, I'm not English too much. You know, we can look into old Gaelic languages, but you know, my people have spoken English for hundreds of years. We've spoken English for hundreds of years, unfortunately.
Thousands of years. You told me
And
you
this
have
is when
English
this is when we look at Ireland and the you know, what the English were doing to Ireland for
They're doing
these
God
800 years, as PJ says.
If God created the physical laws of the universe, that means he existed before them and didn't need them, right?
I don't know that.
What do you mean you don't know that?
I don't know that. I don't.
So he was dying, and just before he died, he needed these laws, so he created them like in an act of desperation.
No, I have no idea. I have no idea the nature of anything that happened before.
It's logic. If he existed before it, that means he did not need it.
No, like I said, it would only be pure speculation, and it would be very valueless for me to think about. All I know is that the rules are the rules, and so, from my understanding, the spirit that is currently in the universe and exists everything, I'm assuming, with pretty fair assumption, that same spirit is a thing that made those rules. Now, I don't know the nature of how they were made, why they were made, what, if anything, was happening before that. But I do know that in this realm, you know, in the way that we understand things to be known and heard and seen, you know, it's, I don't know. I just don't.
No, that's all right. Everything you said is correct. What is messed up is when you say he's limited by those rules that he created.
Why do you refer to God as he?
That's where you mess up.
Yeah, Kosher, what leads you to that
God is
assumption
he?
that God is confined and limited by the own laws he's created? Like, what leads you down that road?
Okay, that's a pretty fair question, but I think
Talib is asking interesting questions. I think that Percentage needs to answer here.
I think it's a fair.
I think Percentage is referring to God as a he, therefore masculine energy.
What?
You know, I'm not a fag. I'm not into this trans type shit. But what we're seeing here is polar opposites, like what Earth. You know, we have north and south poles. So if you're going to say he did this and he did that, it's like, bro, why are you personifying God? That is just stupid, in my opinion.
So what's your pronoun for God?
God is an energy that we all refer to via our souls. There's mediums and it's done through dimensions. And we're looking at the demiurge and we're looking at Gnostic understandings of reality. I don't think in this scenario that referring to God as a masculine form or he is it's probably the same what fucking Gnostics say. They say
I think you're just assuming things. Just because
matrix system.
Just because we say he, we're not saying he has masculine energy.
It's just a sign
refers to a masculine energy, and you are personifying God.
No, it's just a sign of respect. You don't refer to God as an it. That's disrespectful, man. And you go into John.
No, you don't say he either. I never referred to it as a personified characteristic. That's my point. I never say it, he, she. I say the.
Whatever, man.
I say
Kosher.
the.
Well, you don't remember what I said.
Should I repeat the question?
Yeah.
So my question was, what leads you, down that road? Okay.
The restrictions. So the word limits and restrictions seem like to have a bad connotation, or that there's something powerless or something. But no, it's a fair question. But I think that it's a fair assumption, I guess you'd say, that as investigators, people who are using science, we're trying to come to the objective truth. Whatever is the objective truth is what science is investigating. I think that
definitely, Kosho. Can I ask you a question?
I think that God in the universal spirit is not outside of that, and for that reason, that's why I said I don't think that it's supernatural. I think that it's just currently seems magical and supernatural, but for that reason, I don't think that it's outside. I think the rules that we're finding out about the universe, the rules that govern stars and black holes and everything powerful, I think that these rules that we're finding to be true are true in every aspect, including the ones that that govern even the all.
The creator.
Okay, I'd like to ask you, Kosho, how do you define powerful and powerless? Who has the power? I mean, when we're looking at the terms of Caloric, shut up for a second, man. We're looking at the term power.
Come on, man. Yeah, but before I have to go, Kosho. So it sounds like you are saying that the creator isn't separate from his creation. He's part and parcel with his creation.
He is the entire creation is that they're one and the same. The entirety of the universe, I think, is the spirit. Yes.
So the universe is God.
This is what I understand. Yes.
There's an issue with that,
you guys. This is like basic information that you.
If the universe is God, then basically you're God. God is in everything physically.
That's right. Everything, not just life, but life is the most useful avatars for this being, and we being the most useful of those lives. Yes, we are very important to, and that's why he.
Everything of matter has God in it physically, right?
Everything, everywhere. Yes.
So, inanimate objects, things that have no life whatsoever, that aren't living, rocks, a piece of metal, a piece of shit, all of that is God.
Yes, but I don't like that you went there, but yes, everything, including, actually the shit's not that bad. Shit is like, life in the future. So, but yes,
so,
stars, everything.
Do you have a pet?
Yes.
What, do you have, a dog?
A couple cats, yeah.
Okay, so there's God in your cats, right? Your cats are God?
Yes. I think that when like I told you, these rules were set in place, like Big Bang rules. Stars were made. God was existing in all these things, but his influence was only to the extent of the natural rules of the universe. And it wasn't until life that it became more interesting and he could start to influence these things that can actually manipulate the world more directly. And it wasn't until... Say what?
Do the cats piss on the couch, or are there rules?
No, they don't piss on the couch. But it wasn't until greater, mammals and these type of things that, like I said, this spirit is trying to influence those things as best as possible, but they don't have the resources to really comprehend.
Did these physical laws exist before matter existed, when it was just energy?
Well, I think they existed. I would think they existed before the what they call the Big Bang. I think they existed before that. Yeah.
So when it was just energy, these physical laws of nature didn't exist at this point. It was just energy, right? There was no natural world. It was just energy.
No.
There was no matter, just energy. But you think the physical laws of that world that doesn't exist existed?
No. I think so when you say there was no nature, I think that was nature, and I think that energy. The matter that exists now existed in the form of the energy. I think like I said, those are assumptions.
Yeah, but these physical laws are for nature, for matter. It's not for just metaphysical energy. Yeah, but the rules existed before that which it controls, or that which it kind of it rules wasn't even created.
The rules were the same back then too. That's what we.
I know, but you're saying the rules exist, but the game didn't.
No.
The rules exist, but the sport didn't.
No, so the expansion allowed for the more exciting things like matter, to be created because it cooled down. But before that, the only reason that wasn't happening is because everything was confined to a very small volume, and so it was very energized and hot.
I don't know, man. Like if the world just existed as it was, and there wasn't this idea of, Big Bang and everything like that, I could, I could kind of steelman you and say you might have a point there. But given the fact that it came from energy only, you can't really say that it was eternal like this. Like this matter was eternal, and the physical laws of the universe were eternal, and they're all basically part of this eternal God. But they didn't even exist. You
have to understand that I'm not making an assumption either way there. Like the rules of the Big Bang, even that idea itself only makes a claim of what happened at that moment. But from anybody's best guess, nothing could have been that energy could have been created in that moment, for all we know. Probably not, though. Everything that you can come up with that happened before that is just basically an assumption, a guess, a straight up nothing more than just a guess. So
I was gonna say to the first thing you said about like God creating these laws and being constrained to them, that I think is completely false. But to steelman your point, I think you can argue that just like a caveman, who was getting by fine with, smashing things with a rock, or breaking things with a rock or what have you, could have fashioned a stone axe because it's more convenient. You could argue that, creating all these things enriched God, or God's, I don't want to say life, but God's existence. Even though he didn't need it, it still, enriched it. You could argue that.
Yeah. See, okay, so here's one thing that kind of I'm forced to stay within what I know, my experiences, and what I know to be the truth, regardless of what else is actually true. But from what I know and what I see to be true is that these laws, these rules are consistent everywhere, to everything, and the same rules apply to me, apply to an ant, apply to stars somewhere else. And so if there were this sort of very magical, like if the creator was this very magical thing that can actually do anything that they want and actually create things at any given time that they'd like to and make events happen exactly as this doesn't seem to be the case from my experience. And so for me, it just makes sense that this thing is very powerful, very important, but seems to me that it's bound to the same laws of the universe that everything else seems to be.
There's three non sequiturs right there, but
what do you mean?
We don't have to dissect. You said one thing. You said the stars. You included the stars with the rest of the things. I don't think you're kind of validated to say that. It's possible that the stars work with their own other set of laws. We might have the natural laws of terra firma and then the natural laws of the celestial sphere. Who knows what the heavens kind of what rules they play by.
But we use that as an axiom, and I think it's a safe axiom, and even if it's not true, I'll regard it as true for now. But the axiom, the uniformity of nature,
the assumption of science.
Well, yeah, but the uniformity of nature and the objective truth and this kind of thing, I think that there's no point for me not to hold those as true.
As long as they're assumptions.
Well, they're axioms, which, I guess it's not unfair for you to call them assumptions, but they're necessary. I don't know. I wish there was a better word than assumption.
They are necessary for science, but they are the basic assumptions of science. That's one of the basic assumptions of science. It's not a disparaging term or a negative term for it. That's literally what, if you look at the different Ivy League schools and their kind of explanation of it, they call it the basic assumption of science.
Right. But because they are axioms, but like I said, we're just splitting hairs. But yeah, honestly, like I said, what I'm saying to you is a very fluid belief that
it's pantheism. It's nothing I haven't heard before.
You sort of, but have you ever heard of Spinoza's God?
No.
Well, Spinoza was a guy who was, I guess he was born Jewish, and he was Dutch. You forgive him, but he was from the 17 or 1800s, and he was known as a philosopher, after he was a monk of some kind. Regardless, he also had a very similar idea about what God was, and some people were offended by his idea, and other people were, they went along with it. But religious people were offended, thinking that he was just trying to, be atheist basically. But he wasn't. He was explaining. He was just basically calling God a collection of everything in the universe, everything that there is, all the rules. That this is what God is, and so they call that Spinoza's God. And I think that most scientists who aren't religious, like when scientists talk about, God doesn't play with dice, or I've even heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about God. I think that they're talking about God in this regard. Like if they're saying God, they're saying like the rules of the universe.
How does Spinoza's God differ from classical pantheism?
There are differences. I can't. And like I said, what I just described is not even exactly Spinoza's God, but it's it's fairly close to it. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're a lot alike, but
no worries. So what's this about Neil deGrasse saying God doesn't play with dice?
No. That's Einstein. That's a quote from Einstein. I was just saying that I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about God, referred to God, and he does it in the same way Einstein was doing it. Einstein has a couple quotes where he's, referencing God, but when he's saying God, he's clearly talking about the laws of physics and the universe as an agent. When he said God doesn't play dice with what he said, God doesn't play dice with the universe or something. He was responding to somebody about quantum mechanics.
Being random.
And like there's like the random chance and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like Heisenberg's uncertainty and that sort of thing.
And stuff like that. Yeah, Einstein was wrong about the hidden assumptions thing. So, but that's a whole other story. Yeah. Oh, the last thing I'll say is when I was saying that this spirit wants to be inside of, like he tries to influence everybody, everything, and only so far from my experience, we're the only things capable of fully being influenced by this spirit to the point where through us he can actually now understand and influence the universe, his creation, in the most profound way he's ever been able to. But that's only if the individual person quiets their ego and the urges that come from their biological body, and they allow the spirit to influence them. But that almost always fails. Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, it just rubs me the wrong way, the whole pantheism thing, because they basically, like, whether they know it or not, they kind of limit or like insult God even. They liken him to the creation. They say that he changes, that he's not like this eternal fixed kind of that it's very humanizing. And when you humanize God, that's an insult for me,
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that makes sense. And like I said, who am I? This is a collection of. I've been thinking about spiritual stuff for 30 years now, and so this is a collection of my personal understandings of this, and of course, it's going to be wrong and fluid and change over time. But at the same time, I can only accept things that seem to be true. Like I can't force myself to accept something that doesn't seem to be the case. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's cool. I think maybe part of its inception is like ego, like we are all creation, right? Everything you see is creation, but maybe like the ego of the pioneers of pantheism, they were maybe thinking like, you know, instead of everything being creation, everything's the creator. We're all God. We all have God within us, and they are right on one level. We have the essence of God in us because He designed us, right? Just like in architecture's blueprints, you know, there's the essence, the design, the intelligence of God within all of us. But to say that He's physically within us, that's, you know, it just crosses the line.
Yeah, and you know, like when I say that, I don't mean that like, you know, everyone's like, I mean that. So the way that I think about people like Jesus and prophets and Buddha, even, I think that those two people specifically are examples of, and actually I have a good reason for that too, because both those two people have a very similar path to enlightenment almost, because they both literally they quieted their body for over a month and didn't succumb to their body's urges. You know, Buddha sat under the tree and Jesus went to the desert, whatever, but both for like 40 days. And in this, when they stopped listening to their body, the urges of their biological bodies, only then did they come to this new enlightenment, the next level, basically. And I think that next level is like almost a pure influence of the spirit. But like I said, these are half. I mean, at this point, this is.
Yeah, actually, you'll find that that's a recurring thing with a lot of prophets, that they like went into seclusion and meditated or prayed or whatever and stuff like that. Yeah.
How about with Muhammad? He was in the desert as well, right?
He had off for like months on end. He would stay there, you know, and come down from the mountain every like, you know, week or so, just for like a bit, and then come back up. And that's actually when Angel Gabriel visited him when he was up there.
Right, and this is Ramadan. This is what Ramadan's based on, right? Is just is kind of sort of loosely based on that tradition, right?
Loosely, yeah.
You know, it's crazy. I'm not trying to pull this person in the same regard, but David Blaine did this too. I thought that was incredible. When David Blaine went up in that glass case for 40, he literally went up there for 42 or 43 days. That's crazy. But I think he was pushing himself to the same place that I think the Buddha and Jesus actually really did those things. And Muhammad, I mean, I believe all the stories. And I believe they're telling the same sort of message. This is my own personal idea, or my own personal understanding about it. I mean,
yeah, I didn't know he was up there for that long. That was like in New York.
No, he was in London.
London.
Yeah, people were watching him the whole time. So I mean, that's the thing. I know about David Blaine. By the way, my ex-girlfriend fucking blew this guy. I don't know why she told me that, dude. Anyways, that's not important.
Yeah, but in terms of Ramadan, like the fasting for the month, it's like we said, it's loosely. It's just the fact that he was first visited, first received revelation during Ramadan. That made the whole month kind of like sacred, and that's why you fast the whole month. Like he wasn't at that point just like up there for 30 days or something like that, and the number being significant.
So he would go up there periodically, like he'd be up there for long periods of time. I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just a 30-day thing.
He'd come down for food, I think, like after like a week or so, and then go back up and stuff. So he wasn't like fasting he was fasting, but he wasn't fasting for the entire time.
Right. But you see what I'm saying though, because you know this is also my understanding. I think like sin, what Christians call sin, and some other religions have these evil spirits. I don't think those are anything. I don't think those are real things. I think that our bodies, our urges, and our ego manifest these things. Because if you look at lawless people who have almost no empathy, they're just listening to what their bodies are compelling them to do, which is to rape and steal people's resources so they can have them and eat. But these are just natural necessities of your. These are basically hyperbolic, urges from your body that already exist that are just being unchecked, and they're also necessary urges. But yeah, so I think anyways.
To eat, sure, but to rape, I don't know.
Oh no. I just said hyperbolic. So the attraction to a woman is extremely necessary for the furthering of our species, and the same for all life. So it's when you let that urge, which is very necessary, to go unchecked.
Yeah.
Same with gluttony. Like people, you have to eat to survive. You need the energy, but people eat much more than they need to, and some people much more.
Yeah, that's in fact not listening to your body, because your body tells you when you're full and when you're hungry, and gluttony is just eating anyways. It's disregarding it.
But like I said, these are fluid ideas, and a lot of it is based around what I understand is science and stuff. So, I mean, I guess we're all sort of just navigating through what we, understand the truth to be, right? So,
yeah. No, I'm on board with the essence of God being within us. Even in terms of religion, they believe that God blew into Adam, blew Adam's soul into him. So read into that, and then all the souls of every single person that was they're all kind of the same vein. They all have this essence of God within them. So just like a building needs blueprints, that doesn't mean God physically, like the idea, is physical or matter or what have you. But definitely, I agree that the essence of God is within us. They just take it one step too far, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, on a personal level, I can only speak for myself, but I've talked to lots of people. But I mean, do you ever? I mean, I very commonly have the experience of an internal dialogue, especially if you allow yourself to have this dialogue. Some people will shut it up, but often it's a dialogue between something that your body's compelling you to do or wants to do or something, and there's something else that's like trying to not trying to reason with that. You know what I mean? Like this eternal dialogue. It could just be manifested from your brain, but to me, I think that
when you have two minds, you want to do this, but your part of you wants to do that, or your ego is telling you to do this or that. Or
yeah.
How do you know it's eternal though when you inevitably quiet it and go with one thing?
What do you mean?
You're calling it the eternal dialogue. How do you know it's eternal?
No, I didn't mean eternal. I mean internal.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's internal. Like it's like happening within your head.
Absolutely, I have that all the time.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I mean. It could just be a psychological thing manifested in your brain, but I personally think that it's what I described already. Like the spirit, universal spirit, debating for the influence of you, while so is your urges and stuff.
Hold up, you think that internal dialogue is you like communicating with the collective consciousness, as it were?
Yeah. I think, like I said, I think that spirit. I think we're all avatars. We're all avatars, but a part of our existence is based. I mean, what necessitates is biology, this ego, and so this universal spirit. It's constantly, and everything that is inside of it's constantly wrestling for the influence, and and every living thing, it's going to choose to be influenced by this that universal spirit, or its strong urges to do whatever.
I'm picking up what you're saying, but
I know you don't like
it's you. Like, I'm sorry to break it to you, but that's just you. That's a different kind of like part of you. You could say it's your id versus your ego or whatever else. It's part of you kind of trying to convince you to do another thing, right? It might be like trying, like succumbing to temptation or what have you. You're tempted to do this kind of evil thing, and another part of you is trying to, you know, stay on the straight path or something like that. But it's internal because it's within you. It's not any other kind of person. If it was another person with collective conscience, you'd have more information at hand. You have more intelligence. That one would have more knowledge and be more powerful. You know, it would always be winning out because it would know how to control the situation to get what it wanted. If that was the case, you know, there'd be more agency for that agent.
Yeah, but where does integrity come from?
Integrity?
Like the you know, the
I would say it comes from moral compass. And then you ask where your morals come from. And I think the morals come from, you know, they have to come from an objective source, because everyone has their own set of morals, and even your morals are changing, you know, from one day to the next. Then it's going to be it'll be chaos. There will be no morals.
Right. So you think it's just a self-consistency or something?
Yeah, not just that, but I feel like the more people that share the same moral code, the better society will be.
Exactly.
It has to be this objective code that everyone is sharing. Because you know, if you were to ask someone, like Robin Hood, he would steal from the poor, or steal from the rich and give to the poor, right? If you ask the poor, he'd be a hero. He's doing good. He's virtuous, right? You ask the rich people that he stole from, and he's scum. He's evil. He's, you know, he's amoral and all that jazz. So, you know, you don't really know whether or not his act of stealing from the rich and giving to the poor is moral or not. And each person, it's subjective. Each person will have their different opinion on that, and that means that you're going to have this land without morals, because, you know, people will feel like their morals, their rights were infringed when another person won't think that they were. You have to be on the same page.
For almost all things, that's true. But you said what you said a second ago. It touches on where that idea comes from, because you said ultimately, think, you know, if you're thinking clear enough, then it seems that whatever is good for most people, even if nobody knows that you did it, right? It benefits you that other people are benefited, right? It benefits you that people you never know are benefited. You know, it benefits you that the net result of everything is positive, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But this is basically what you were just saying. This is basically what you were saying, and I think that this conclusion would be one that.
That's not what I was saying, actually. That's
I know, but you said something.
I said what's good for you is good for society.
Right. Yeah. Right.
You're saying what's good for society is good for you.
Oh,
right?
So you're not saying it the other way. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, then, yeah. I guess you weren't saying that same thing, but they both. It's a feedback loop, anyways. But
yeah, if everyone individually is abiding by, you know, this objective set of morals, and this is why we have scripture. Like, to be blunt, this is why we have scripture. If everyone is abiding by those, then, you know, everyone's gonna, like, their rights aren't gonna be transgressed more than another person or whatever. There's gonna be no kind of chaos from people having different morals, and it would be good for society as a whole.
Right, and I think though this urge, this will, for that to be a net positive, you know, for everything. I think that this is the will of that universal, the thing that is everything. So I think, like, for instance, like, people talk about like hell when you die. I think the only experience, like, when you're not living anymore, is you're done being a separate, you know, you're in this shell, and you go back to being a part of the all, and through that you start to realize all the things that you've done, and whether or not you were, you know, you did a net positive or net negative, basically, you know. And
yeah, your consciousness becomes one with the collective consciousness, and then gains, like, you know, access to all of the information, basically.
Right, and you start to realize that you either were going against yourself, or you know, did good for yourself, you know.
It's possible, but then I'll challenge that by saying, what about before you were born? What about your life in the womb?
Well, it's
you were living. It was a different set of rules. You didn't breathe air. You breathed this fluid, right? You didn't eat through your mouth. You ate through this tube in your belly. But you still lived. You had a life of 9 months, and then you were born again into your body right now. So who's to say that you're not gonna die and then be born again with like a life in the grave?
Yeah, well, I mean, so Scott Adams wrote he wrote Dogbert, like that shit, but he also wrote this book called God's Debris. It's a very short book, but I just like the way he the reason it was called is it was two people having a dialogue, and then you end up finding out that the old man has this idea of what God is, and that everything is like a fraction. So it's like when things are living, like in a dog or wherever, it still has a universal spirit, but it's like a segment. It's like a fraction of it, like a segment of it, separated, not separated from it, but it's unique from it, I guess, in a way. So yeah. So before you're living, you're part of the all, and then it separates, and it's still the part of that same spirit, but it's now has your experiences. So whatever those experiences are, that's obviously going to be kind of that's going to be the majority of what you know as your experiences. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense, but
so do you think that when you were born, that you came from that collective consciousness into your body and your singular consciousness?
Yeah, I think everything has this in it, but at the same time, what allows us, and this is what I'm saying about God's or this spirit's abilities. Its abilities are only go as far as the extent of everything's abilities. So even the ability to experience, remember, think, see, all these things, only through the physical things that it's inside of that can do that. So for instance, if God's inside of you,
why didn't you remember, like, keep that information when you were born though? Like why wasn't your singular consciousness equipped with all of the knowledge that it had when it had access to the collective, when it was part of the collective consciousness?
That's what I'm saying, is that together, so this universal spirit is a collection of everyone's memories and all this other type of stuff. But when this spirit is in you or in anything, it's now at wrestling with the other influences in you that are so it doesn't have extra memories. You know what I mean? Like the memories that exist in your head, your memories.
Well, what happened to the memories that you had?
Well, it's a part of the collective whole, but
so it just like leaves all its memories, and basically like kind of like in Men in Black when they get flashed with that whatever it's called.
Well, no, honestly, I mean, I've only been guessing at this point, but I guess I always assumed, like, there's something called the Akashic records, and there's something called like so I just assume that when you're dead or whatever, and you're no longer in this body, and you recombine with this whole, wherever this universal spirit, like, I guess wherever it's centralized at, or wherever that collective mind is, you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't even begin to understand if that's even a thing. I guess that's a good question, to be honest with you, because I always thought of it like it was a given, they existed somewhere, but kind of trapped.
The other question would be, when does this happen? Does this happen when you're born or when you're conceived? Because I would think that when you're living in the womb, you should this transition would have taken place. But by that logic, what happens like, how come we don't have any memories of our life in the womb? You know.
To be honest with you, man, these are all just big guesses to me. Yeah.
But the fact that you have a life in the womb, which you don't remember, and then you died from that life when you were born, right? And your life in this world began. You know, you could argue that it's precedence for you dying and then another life beginning.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the case. I think that once your brain first was developed and was capable of experiencing, remembering, hearing, all these things are happening in the womb. The brain, the thing that is actually capable of doing those things. It has the RAM and the ROM, and so I don't think that this changes when you're, in the womb and then when you're outside the womb. This collection this brain is the same brain, right? So.
Okay, but the brain is like the major areas of the brain are developed in the second trimester. So how come we're not remembering anything from, then onwards?
I mean, aren't people? I mean, isn't that like a traumatic
preemie
experience?
Babies that are born and with functioning brains,
Yeah, no, but I know people don't remember even being a baby. Like you remember very little things from when you're a baby. You know what I mean? I think your brain's developed enough to even.
So is the consciousness limited to the memory?
No, well, like that goes into something else. Like there's something called the subconscious, something called the conscious, and people don't realize, but you can't actually. You don't have direct access to your subconscious, but your subconscious is being influenced all the time by everything that ever happens to you. And it also is the thing that automatically, it is like the automator of your body. But yeah, anyway, so what was I saying? I don't remember now. But yeah, your conscious mind is like your ego and the one that you have executive control over and all that kind of stuff. I don't remember what the question was.
It was basically asking what's the difference between between consciousness and memory.
Well, no, it's like it's like the difference between your RAM and ROM. It's like yeah. I mean, there's your memory is building. It's building into your subconscious, but ultimately your RAM, your conscious mind, and yeah, sometimes people don't even realize why they do the things they do or say the things they say, but it's reflexive almost. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man, to be honest with you. You've asked me a lot of questions that, really I haven't even thought about some of these questions. I think I got to think about that thing that you said about the memories and all that stuff, because there's people that have more access to this sort of stuff, like the Akashic records. There's people that have more access to it than other people. So it's all a mystery.
Yeah. How do you know they have access to it?
Well, they claim to and they appear to. Like Edgar Casey's the person I'm thinking of, but
like the ones that'll tell you like what number is behind a thing when it's being covered up or what have you.
No, not quite. He had an ability to interpret people's dreams in a very accurate and profound way, but he had to be basically dreaming while it was weird. He had to be sleeping while he basically had to put himself in a trance. It's very weird stuff, to be honest with you. But he claims to have had access in those trances, to have access to the Akashic records, and that's why he was able to know these things. And I tend to believe him also because he wasn't really in it for the money. Like the only reason why he eventually took money was because he needed to feed his family. But he wasn't trying to like make a bunch of money. He actually purposely, didn't accept.
Yeah, he wasn't driven by greed.
Yeah.
In Islam, they say the people with like knowledge like that, knowledge of, I don't want to say the unseen, but knowledge of things that have happened, or are just about to happen, that they can possibly be aware of.
Yeah, or
they commune with like the spirits. They commune with the shayateen, the devils, and commune with the angels or what have you.
Yeah, depending on how you look at it, but that's kind of what I mean. And plus, I mean, I don't pretend to. The crazy thing also is like, I'm only attracted. That's why people joke around that I'm into crazy girls, but the girls I go for, I have like a sixth sense for women who are boring. I can tell right away, and then women who sort of have access to this sort of, it's just a very weird sort of witchy women's special power that you know it if you
no one wants a basic bitch. They're boring as fuck.
What?
I said no one wants a basic bitch.
Yeah, well, that's true, man. But I mean, like I said, I call it witchy, but to me, it seems like it is like a kind of hidden power that some women don't have, and other women's, to me, obviously have, and I'm almost always only attracted to those type of women.
That's fair.
But they're always crazy, so.
It's a problem, hey?
That's unfortunate.
You gotta find the one that's like, like that, but not crazy.
Yeah. But then they're boring. That's what I'm saying, so.
No, I'm saying like they're still they're enlightened and stuff like that, and they know all this, stuff, or they can, however they do it. I'm not even sure to myself, but they have this ability, but still they aren't like crazy. They're good for it. They, if anything, it's like the white witch versus the black witch.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you something, man. Have you ever found yourself? I don't know how old you are. You might be younger than me, maybe the same age, old. I don't know. But you ever found yourself when you were younger, maybe still, becoming a man or whatever, sometime in that stage, find yourself in like stages of enlightenment, and then other stages where you're trying to seek back this enlightenment that some state of mind that you had that you'd lost, or you searching for it again or something.
Just trying to get back there.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
When you say enlightenment, and no.
Well,
when you say like, like maybe a state of like certainty or confidence or assertiveness or something like that, then I can I feel you. But if it's enlightenment, I feel like as time passes and I'm learning more and more, I get more and more enlightened. Like I just get wiser. So I don't think that there's any point in time where I was like more wise and I'm trying to get back to it.
Yeah, well, you're probably not damaged then. But yeah, but I remember when I was 20 years old, because also when I was 25, but when I was 20 years old, on my birthday, I remember specifically, I used to smoke a lot of weed, but then I remember because I used to meditate back then too, but then I took in a deep breath, and then I felt like at that moment I quit smoking weed and quit smoking cigarettes, because like I felt like in that breath I
like at peace.
Well, no, it's like I had the same it hit the same pleasure, that it would if I was smoking weed or smoking cigarettes or something. I was like, and so I was like, I don't know. And then like for a couple of weeks, it was like that, where I was just like, I had a newfound enlightenment, but then it subsided.
Yeah.
And I was seeking it for a long time again.
And you still are? Or you quit?
No. And then I did find it again, and then I had a huge. So yeah, once again, I'm back looking for it again.
Did you find it again at the end of a bong, or you just like?
No, honestly, it was when I was getting out of the Navy. and I think it was because I had things like set up pretty good, you know. Thing is, I get so behind on things, you know, that most of the time I'm just stressed out. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't be fucking, you know, content.
Well, Kosho, were you referring to kind of the concept of like childhood and the idea where, you know, like let's say we come from the spirit world, as it were, so that when we're like a child, we're still connected to that, like that infinite love, infinite enlightenment type of state. And then coming into the physical body, you know, we're like isolated from that and separated. We kind of lose some of that like childlike wonder. And then that could even be linked to the idea of, you know, some kind of expanded state of awareness as well. Is that kind of what you're referring to, like coming from childhood and then trying to reconnect with that?
I think that's definitely a part of it. I think there's definitely, so like what percentage had given his example, he says like, you know, he's constantly progressing. And so there's people who don't lose it, you know what I mean? Even as a child, but then most people, they do lose it and they become corrupted. The world corrupts them basically. And, yeah, so yeah,
well, if we're talking about childhood, I am like, you know, that childlike bliss or what have you, that, you know, the innocence, you know, that's something you lose, you know, or, you know, it kind of gets, the world builds up upon it and buries it a little bit, you know. Yep. So that's not what I mean when, you know, like that I haven't gotten back. I don't think it's possible to, because, you know, knowledge, it changes you, and experiences change you and stuff like that, and these things affect you. The only thing is you can't let it make you bitter or like, you know, you can't let it make you jagged. You have to stay smooth, you know.
Yeah,
but that's not what I was referring to. I was referring to just like, you know, finding peace. Well, maybe you could argue that it's the same, that you're just trying to get back to that peace that you had as a kid, but I think it's different because, you know, you're not the same. You have so much more information now, so it's like a different ball game altogether.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I didn't necessarily, I don't mean like that childhood
they are related though, for sure.
What?
I said they are related. Like,
yeah.
They're even one and the same. You could argue it, I'm sure.
I think that, because I think that's what Gio's touched on. Yeah, that purity that you have, you know, as a very young child. I think
when
that
I was 20.
So what?
When I was 22, I had this like spiritual awakening, or like I would, you know, or like not even that. It's like you know, I'd been on a path of spiritual awakening for like you know, a handful of years or something. But with 22, it's sort of like, it was like spiritual activation. It was like I reached this point of like peace, like knowing and power and sensitivity, and it was like yeah, and then it sort of all crumbled because of like some traumatic shit that happened. But it's like just to get back to that point where I was able to I don't know, see things clearly, and it was a state of awareness, and it was like, I, you know, for like a long time I was like, oh, you know, if only I could get back to that state where I could you know, perceive things to that level. But
constantly seeking it, right? Like desperately almost. That's how it was for me.
Yeah, I would say that. Like, I had that too, but I would differentiate between clarity and like enlightenment, because you can see things clearly. You could be very confident, assertive in like where you are in life, right? And then with more wisdom, you realize that what you were seeing clearly, like even though you were seeing it clearly, you were seeing the wrong image, if you will. You know, you're looking at the wrong thing, even though you were looking at it clearly. Your kind of goal in life wasn't the right one. You know, what drove you wasn't, you know, the best kind of thing. So I guess that's like I've had those moments of clarity and confidence and assertiveness, and even in terms of my like my studies and professional life, you could argue according to some person's definition that I was more successful doing X, right? But then you move on for that, and you realize that even though you were, you have maybe were more focused in that regard, you were focused towards the wrong destination.
Well, you, Bandsaw, you seem like the kind of guy who, you seem like percentage where you've been content for a long time.
Look, I've only just come back in. I was just listening to what Percent was saying there.
Are you masturbating?
Well, yeah. Hold on. A man's got to do what a man's got to do, Kosho. But yeah, clarity,
I don't know how I feel about that.
And enlightenment. Look, they are definitely two different things, and I think throughout your life you go through stages of how you perceive things. What you've
absolutely.
And with experience and wisdom, your outlook grows and develops. And this only comes with time on how you see things. You can see things very clearly and have a purpose and a drive where you see things a very particular way, and what you think will give you happiness. And if you go after those, sometimes they do give you a degree of happiness. But then, with time, with age, with wisdom, if you are self-aware and you are analysing things, which everyone always should be, you should be self-aware and you should always be analysing,
confronting yourself,
yourself, and correcting yourself if need be, analysing, doing self-maintenance on yourself, and your relationships as well. And you do see things, I think, a lot differently, later on in life, and it's a different sort of clarity that you do have. Well, I hope a lot of people do get to experience it. What is truly the meaning of happiness, hope, love, these sorts of things. Why you are here, and I have, well, not recently, but in the last few years, realized once again, what these important things are, like to me, what does enlighten me, what does lift me up, what does make me feel good. And that has been through the experience of my grandkids, and spending time with them, seeing life through their eyes, has been a great eye opener and education for how I see myself, wanting to move forward and enjoy the moment, enjoy each of those moments, and get suck that moment for as much as what you can, and not get caught up in the greater moment. If you concentrate on those small and living those small moments for what they are, The bigger moments take care of themselves, is what I'm learning now. Definitely.
Just learning that now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you seem actually like, oh, I know I pick on you all the time. Actually, that's one of my problems. I don't know if you noticed this. I only pick on the people that actually have reverence for you know that. I think that they don't realize that. But regardless, yeah, I think you're wise. You're wise. You're wiser than most people in this community. So.
Look, I wouldn't say I'm wiser than anyone at all.
Only a wise person would say that.
I definitely just see things the way I see them.
The trick isn't to compare yourself to others; it's to compare yourself to your prior self.
Yes, yeah. I was very driven when I was younger, percent. Especially career-wise, work-wise, very, very, very driven. And I was very clear with what I wanted to achieve, what I wanted to build, and I sought it, and I achieved as well. And what I thought would make me happy, that success, actually didn't make me happy, percent. It actually brought into my life more stress, more discomfort, because there were a lot more worries, and because of that, it took away from other aspects of my life that I now find other things. I kind of robbed myself of those of what I see now as important. So yeah, you do change, you do grow, and you should always look to do that, and take those moments to analyze yourself, but also to analyze your relationships with other people as well, and see how they are going. Are they healthy? Do they need improvement? And be honest enough and brave enough, actually, to talk about them with these other people as well. Definitely, you got to talk to yourself. You got to stand and you got to face the mirror. Look yourself in the eye and talk to yourself there. But also too, be brave enough to talk to the other people in your life as well.
What about relationships that went sour because of the other person? Like you've kind of reflected on it, and you're convinced you weren't kind of in the wrong, and they're still kind of like in a bad state.
I don't ever think that one person is truly innocent, person is truly guilty. I think there is always fault on both parts, generally. Right? It always takes two to tango. Always takes two. Always takes 2%. Now, I'm not saying that maybe one side may be more at fault than the other. But it always takes two to tango. And then how did it actually get to that stage in the first place? Could it have been rectified earlier? Could problems have been spoken about and addressed earlier than they were?
It's my experience. Like I'm the, I guess, the proof that it doesn't always take two.
I don't know about your particular experience, percent. I'm just obviously I am painting a broad brush.
Yeah.
Across
everything. I'll give you like a concise kind of like backstory. So with all this COVID stuff going on, I had a family member that because I didn't wear masks, right?
Yep.
And I was clear that I didn't wear masks. I'm not getting a vaccine and what have you. This family member had a recent, baby, and was, even though the data shows that babies aren't affected and stuff like that, and their survival's you know, I think 0.00001% chance that babies would, you know, get COVID and die.
Yeah.
But yeah, even though like there was all that information, for whatever reason, they decided that they would purposely, like singularly disinvite me to a family gathering that they were hosting. Okay? And since then, you know, they haven't decided to patch up the relationship. They haven't, you know, it's been radio silence. What would you do?
All I would do, percent, is keep that olive branch extended. Right, that's all you can do, really. Now, they have the right to make the decisions that they make, you know, for their child. Right, that is, you know, that is their opinion, and that is their right to do it. You can't force anything on anyone. But I wouldn't say, because they won't allow me to do this now, you know, I'm never going to have anything to do with them. All you can do is keep that olive branch extended, and you know, hopefully, you know, sooner rather than later, that situation does change. But I personally wouldn't meet it with any robust objection myself, because you'll just make them dig their heels in the sand.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
I just brought that up as like a proof that you can do nothing wrong, and still, you know, some people just are weird, you know.
Yeah. But you know, having you know, said that, you know, I know with my latest grandchild, to visit them in hospital before the big V came out, right, it was mandatory that you had to mask up. Absolutely. And I in no way, shape, or was wearing those things anywhere, right? You know, and I wasn't doing it defiantly. I just wouldn't do it. Okay, and then you know, if a place, you know, wouldn't let me in, and I had the option of going somewhere else, you know, I would go somewhere else. But you know, for the greater good, right? Because you know, I wanted to see my daughter. I wanted to see my grandson. You know, when I went to go to the hospital, I did have a choice, right?
Yeah, of
I
course.
could not go.
I
could not.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So, you know, I swallowed my pride and did what they told me to do, not what I had to do, what they told me to do. So, you know, you know, I did that. But yeah, like I said, percent, all you can do is just keep your love in your heart for them, and not judge them, you know, harshly. Yeah, I know, and it's a lot easier said than done, my friend. It is a lot easier said than done. I do get that, because you have been restricted, right? That brings to you a lot of hurt, right, and a lot of anger, and I do understand that. But
No,
you
I
know,
mean, to be fair, like for that gathering, you know, some of my family members kind of like stood strong and kind of didn't go on account of me, you know.
Yeah.
This idea that, like, you know, you singularly disinvite one member, and and that, like, you know, we were all kind of socializing together. So if I had COVID, then you know, they would have it and stuff like that. So they just, like, you know, it was nonsensical, straight up.
Yeah.
So some stood by my side, and like, you know, some have tried to talk to this family member and stuff like that, but for whatever reason, they, you know,
they're not coming around. They're not coming around. Yeah, but
like,
look,
I don't know what it, you know.
It'll change. It won't last forever. It won't last forever, and
I'm not worried about
that. And hopefully it just changes, and you know, there's a gathering one day where everyone is doing what they are doing. Hopefully that happens, but or I said, you know.
But would that count as, you know, that would meet your criteria as the first one where it's not kind of like taking two to tango? Do I win? What prize do I get?
Well, you don't get any prize because I think it's an unfair in there percent. But yeah, I think it's somewhat would meet that criteria. I was probably more talking about the breakdown of relationships between partners. That was probably more than what I was referring to.
Okay.
But in your situation, yeah, definitely that would definitely fit that criteria. But you know, like I said, you know, they do have the right to think what they think for whatever reasons they think them, and they can be incorrect in their reasoning. And I think, you know, well, I think I've seen enough evidence myself to think that their reasoning is incorrect with the decisions that they have taken. But you know, it's still their right.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with you though in terms of partners. Like, yeah, it's never just the one side is fully to blame type thing.
Yeah. Well, my grandmother used to have a great saying, which, you know, I passed on to my kids and many people. I have said this. She used to say, whenever there's an argument, you get one story, you get the other story, divide it by two, and that's somewhere where the truth lies, around about halfway. And I think on the whole, I think she's pretty much correct. Well, especially when it comes to dealing. Yeah. Especially when it comes to dealing with your children. When you got when you got, you know, a couple of your children fighting between each other, and they come on, Dad, Cassie did this, or Dad, Jeff did this, sort of thing, and you hear both the stories, and they are both completely different stories. So you pretty much know exactly where the truth lies there. So then they both get grounded, punished. Oh, yeah.
How many did you say you had, Bansal? 3?
7, mate.
What? 7?
7 and 3
Good
grandkids.
man.
3 grandkids.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I can guarantee you, my bloodline is going to last many a generation. I'm not going to get bred out too quickly, that is for sure. My genes will live on. They will live on. Yeah. And I'd love to have another one. I would love to have another one.
Yeah.
Even at my age, yep.
Any developments on that since we last spoke?
Well, the developments are other developments we are taking. I think we spoke about it. Yes, yeah, they're the developments we are taking. But yeah, no, hasn't succeeded yet.
Well, good luck, man. Then again, 7 is a nice number.
Oh yeah, no, it's a beautiful number. And I've got another. I've actually got a fourth grandchild on the way too.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks. Can't wait. So it'll actually be pretty weird, percent, if we do have another child that.
No, don't even worry about it.
That is a child that's going to be
younger than me.
Oh, really? Cool.
No
cool.
big deal,
Cool. Interesting question.
Yeah, so it'd be like my uncle's younger than me.
Yeah. Are you saying like you have an uncle that's younger than you, or you're saying?
No. I
like
was just just elaborating on that. So that's what Bensel was about to say. That if he has another child, then he said that he's that his child will
be younger than my grandkids. Yep.
Yeah.
Which would be pretty funky, really. I reckon.
It's no biggie.
No, we're not worried. We're not worried at all. Mother Nature will do what Mother Nature does %.
Yes, sir.
How old are you, Bensel?
I'm off, guys.
Early 50s. All right, percent. Catch you later. Good chat, buddy. Early 50s. Yeah.
No, done well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Made headway.
I think I have. Yeah. What about yourself, mate? You're
I'm early 30s.
Early 30s. Yeah.
Yeah, you would have had kids when you're in your early 20s. Or no, before that. No, yeah, something like that, yeah. Well, how old were you when you had your first kid?
Oh, God. That's pushing the memory now. I was 23, 24. 23, 24. But yeah, got two lots of twins there.
What happened to percentage?
Huh?
Percentage. What happened to that guy?
He you drove him off. Show with all
A friend called me. I answered the phone.
You drove him away, Kosho. Again.
Yeah. But
he always does this.
His tactics of driving the flat earthers out of him ain't working. That's for sure. Back. Pretty close to converting a person in here. They are so close. It's not.
Who would that be?
Jamie comes in here, and actually, I don't know, for some bizarre reason, he's under the impression that because I see pigeons flying over my head, that the Earth is rotating. Go figure.
Well,
I know.
I mean, I don't know if I like your chances, but
Really?
well, if I mean, how does he come to that conclusion?
Oh, I may have
embezzled it a bit.
Yeah, exactly right. he came. Because I asked him what's the thing that's keeping him stuck on a big blue spinning testicle? What's the one thing? And he said, well, because I see things moving over my head, like the moon and the sun and the stars, that the Earth is rotating. So
Correct answer is gravity.
And so then I put it to him because I see a pigeon flying over my head. Right, the Earth is rotating, and he saw the analogy. He gets it. He's thinking about it now, and he'll come back. Not so sure of himself. I'm sure of that.
band song.
Yeah.
Why did the dinosaurs die?
What dinosaurs?
You know, like the T-Rex and the you know, why'd they all die?
Probably people were hungry. There was a food shortage at the time. I'm
Yeah,
gathering.
but there's no people back then.
Really? How do you know?
Well, I mean, there's no pictures of dinosaurs. There's no.
Well, they didn't have cameras, did they? You expect pictures? There was no bloody cameras.
There's no cave paintings of dinosaurs.
Really?
Yeah, there's not a single one.
There's cave paintings of mammoths.
Yeah. There you go.
And they're kind of like dinosaurs.
No, they don't look like dinosaurs.
I don't know, like you'll probably call me crazy for thinking this, but I reckon that you know, that a lot of those fossils and stuff are totally bullshit.
You think they're actual bull's poop?
Well, they could be.
What?
You look at.
I don't get it, man.
Like there are so many of them that were like faked, where they like put concrete in the ground and stuff like that.
Really?
Mm.
Is it true that so many of them were fake?
Yeah. I mean, I like, and they'll take like 2 or 3 bones from a dig site, and they'll say, "Oh, look, that's a Pateliosaurus," or whatever the fuck they want to, some bullshitosaurus. We'll make this into a new name. And
I think Stegosaurus.
How do you take 2 or 3 bones and then somehow and you know they wouldn't be in very good condition either. And how do you take them and then say, oh look, that must be part of this larger structure? It's like a lot of it's I mean it's very creative. Don't get me wrong. Like but do you really want to make a science out of something that's not very scientific?
I see what you're saying. I was talking to this. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Well, you do it carefully. Right?
Yeah, you do it carefully. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very fragile because they're old.
They're very old. Yeah, I was talking to this clown the other day. This fucking doofus. His name's not Doofus though. But anyways, he was talking about because these are investigators, you know, investigating these old bones. This guy was talking about investigators staying up all night and investigating a rock that blew up. Right?
No way.
Yeah. Yeah. So
really?
You know, yeah. And that was a rock that blew up that day. So, you know,
what do you mean the rock blew up?
This fellow wanted investigators to investigate it.
Yeah. But they could be investigating other things like dinosaur bones or something.
Yeah. I hope you pointed out to him that the investigators are busy looking at letterboxes that are getting blown.
Yeah, it's not
I don't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean a rock blew up?
The Georgia Guidestone. You heard about that?
Oh, right.
Yeah, it blew up. I was talking to this. I can only imagine he was a clown. I didn't see him at the time, but he had to be dressed like a clown. And yeah, he was just thinking that investigators should stay there all day, all night. They shouldn't sleep until they solve the case and dust everything off and all this, you know. Kids should get hurt, is what he was saying. He wanted the kids to die and something like that.
Oh, that was crazy. Who would suggest such wild things? Really? But it's good to see now that after the fact they are investigating it.
Are they?
To see. Well, you told me. You told me that.
I was bullshitting.
Oh, of course. You know what? That's it. That's the final straw.
No,
everything. It is now.
Well, they released all of the relevant information. I mean, we got about a 10-second footage of the explosion from the front and the back, and we had another 5-second clip of a silver car with what looks like blacked out windows, no other details whatsoever. So for this massive investigation, they have strangely given us a very controlled set of information that clearly doesn't show who planted the explosives. And if they had footage of all that, they should have security footage of the entire scene to see what actually happened. But
I don't think they have any other footage. That must have been the extent of the footage, right?
One might think, but then when you realize they should have footage from all night, why do we just get a 10-second explosion and a strange silver blacked out windowed car that just drives by? That's all we see.
That's what I'm saying is, okay, without ever have seen any footage, knowing that they have a camera there, the assumption that you've come to would be a safest assumption. I would also assume that, given no information. But given the information that we have, and also given the information of what where the camera is located, I didn't even see the footage, by the way. But just by listening to the description, I could tell where the camera is, and it looks like it's just at a entrance exit sort of place, like on the road, not really at the Guidestones himself, but on the road, leading in or out of there. And so that tells me that this very minimal. And it should be, because there's no reason to hire people to be there all the time or anything like that. You know, a camera would suffice, and especially since nothing ever happens, nobody's really. I could see. So the fact that they didn't have other footage, led me to believe that just like the other people who have cameras but don't really care about what it captures, they're not recording it. Okay, so that also tells me that they're only going to have up until whatever that window length is. Sometimes 20 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes. But then once a cycle starts over again, they don't save it. They just record it again because they never ever felt the need to in the past, or they never needed to in the past. So, you know, I don't think it's a very serious security job, you know? I wonder if they even have a security person there ever.
Who made the Georgia Guidestones? They were put up in the 80s, right?
Yeah, it was a guy called W.S.
And he got paid an outlandish sum of money.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. That's true, right? I mean, how would you even know that?
I read it in Forbes magazine. What the hell?
You read everything in Forbes magazine and you make half of it up, and you didn't read that, dude.
Yeah, I did.
I thought that it was unknown, the person.
No, they got paid an exorbitant amount of money, and it got accepted.
Who paid them?
The people that
oh my God damn it,
commissioned it. They paid them.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
Yeah, I know. I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know why I even asked. I should have fucking knew. Because the thing that you just said, it was in my brain already, so I don't know why I had to ask that.
You should think before you speak, Kosho. I mean, it's been a problem of yours in the past. So it won't.
All right, man. I swear to God, dude. Our brother's moving to Australia probably pretty soon. With my family. He's already there. They're already there. He's going to be there soon. When I go there,
I thought he'd left already.
No, he hasn't left. My little brother is already there.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. Other brother, no, I don't know. We're not really on speaking terms right now. So.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So.
What have you done, Kosho? What did you do to him?
Technically, nothing, but I'm not. No, it's not. It's.
Did you try and globe smack him?
No. I think maybe, Yeah, I think he was sensitive about something else one day, a couple days ago, and I wasn't aware that it's the whole thing.
Oh, you'll sort it out.
Yeah. Anyway, hey, any of you guys have any skills. I don't know if you guys have really any skills, but I mean, like any ability to. Hey, dude, I didn't mean that in a personal way. But none of you guys have any skills really besides maybe Geo. That's about it. But regardless,
what sort of skills? Yeah, you're inquiring, right?
Well, speaking is a good one. But you guys are Australian. You have almost no hope at that one. So
probably.
Like he's eating a kangaroo's asshole right now.
I'm eating a steak, actually, steak and onion.
Anyways, the question I'm asking is, I have this lady. I don't want to tell you her name, but she is owed $200,000 because she wrote some checks. They never got cashed. Now the state of Texas is holding on to them, and they have been. And part of my company is, I've found these people online who are owed money, and I make them aware of it. I get 10%. Okay, so that's like $25,000. But the problem is, I can't track. I can't find this exact person.
I know. Firstly, your maths is owed $200,000, but 10% of that is $25,000.
Yeah, it said. I didn't say the exact number. Use your fucking imagination, dude. Okay, I didn't say the exact number to begin with, and so it's not exactly 25,000, and it's not exactly 200. It's a little bit more than 200. It's a little bit less than 25. It doesn't matter. Okay. The point is, God damn it, dude! Like now you know math all of a sudden, right?
Yep.
Okay. Jesus Christ! My question though is, God damn it, anyways, let's stay serious, dude.
I mean, I might have somebody that has access to the AMDOC system.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful, and I will pay them. My girlfriend need to track this person down, and there's companies that do this, and you can be a member of their thing. Your company can, but my girlfriend is being like really difficult for no reason. So
your girlfriend is being difficult.
Like her company, she already has access to these fucking skip trace people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if she wrote a check to them, why doesn't she want them to have the money? What's going on?
Well, no. Okay, so so right now there's a thing in Texas, every state in America, but it's different every state. Anyways, if I type my name in, it will search the records, and it did, and it found that it owed me $150 because I had a deposit for electric company, 5 years ago or something. I just never claimed it, and so this money goes to the unclaimed department at the comptroller's office, and there's billions of dollars in there.
So hold on, Kosho. Hold on. Because you started off the story by saying that your girlfriend, well, maybe your girlfriend, but anyway, it doesn't make any difference. But your girlfriend wrote a check to the state of Texas for 200 grand, right? So she's given them a check for 200 grand, and now what? The state of Texas are now just holding on to this check and won't give it back to her.
You crazy? No, dude.
Well, that's what you said. She wrote a check for $200,000. That's what you said.
Let me tell you again from the top.
Okay, start again. Please clarify it.
A random person. I know their name.
Okay.
That's it. I've never had sex with this person or met them.
Okay. So a random person, right, wrote a check to the state of Texas.
No, to Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley? Yeah, Morgan Stanley and Citibank and a few other places. And the total of the amount that's owed back to her is over $200,000. Like $210,000, $220,000. Okay?
Right.
And she apparently isn't aware of this. And the state of Texas is not obligated to make her aware of this. And it's not in their best interest to make her aware of this. However, I am aware of this. and I am in the. I have the infrastructure that makes me capable of, of if I find her, I get her sign a contract, and it will basically guarantee 10% of what the government gives back to her to me, which is $23,000.
Well, you said she was your girlfriend, so why don't you just call her?
What?
It's
a random person.
Yeah. So this random person you have never met, you've never had contact with, you've just typed into this database who owes who money. You have seen that $200,000 is owed to this particular person, and you want to now help this particular person get that $200,000 so you get a 10% cut of it. Is that basically about it?
Congratulations, Bandsaw. You passed.
Okay. All right, cool. So why don't you just give her a call?
You ever seen that Bugs Bunny whenever Bugs Bunny's falling off the cliff and his head turns into a donkey and then he's a jackass sign? That's what I'm imagining you right now, okay?
Oh,
because because, dude, that's the fucking crux of the issue, dude. That's the one thing I don't have. Her phone number.
Then. So have you looked up this particular person's name in the?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So how many people of this particular name are listed in the phone?
Several dozen.
Okay, then. So make 50 phone calls. Go down.
Here's the problem.
Oh, there's always a problem. Always a
problem.
problem.
Hold on for a second. How do you know? How do you know about this? If you don't know who the person is, how do you know that they owe her money?
Because I wrote a program that scrapes that website for. I put in I just came up with a bunch of last names. Just a bunch of last names. It's like if you type in your last name, you have a list of people that might be you, and then people who also so that they put up to 1,000 people actually.
I know what you're doing, and I don't like it.
It's nothing wrong with what I'm doing, jerk face.
So why do they owe her the money?
Because apparently, when I found her before, it said unknown reason, but when I looked at it the other day, it said specifically because they were what do you call that? Something checks. So basically, checks that she had written that never got used. Apparently to these investment companies like Morgan Stanley, and for whatever reason, they didn't use it, and the state of Texas now has it. Because what happens is, if you're a company and you have money like that, you are supposed to report it to the comptroller, which they do, and the comptroller holds on to it as unclaimed money, waiting for the person to come claim it. They just don't tell them about it. There's a lot of money in there.
Well,
so is it like I send a check? So if I was to send a check for like I don't know, $20,000 to Bandsaw, and then he was to cash it, or I don't know, take it to the bank, but then for some reason the bank didn't put the money in his account. They just said, "Oh, look, it's just not going through at the moment, but we'll hold on to the 20 grand." So they take the 20 grand from me, but they don't give it to Bandsaw. Is that what?
No, dude. It's like if you gave it to Bandsaw and Bandsaw maybe he fucking forgot about you and forgot about the check and who knows what, but it never got cashed. Okay. Or more than likely, let's not use Bandsaw. Let's use, you'll see why in a second, but let's call him Mark. Okay.
Well, hold on for a second. If it was never cashed, wait. If it was never cashed, it never should have came out of the account. So
yeah,
it's still in her account.
Listen, genius. I'm not an expert. Okay, I don't know the I know very little about these details. Okay, I know the one sentence thing that it says why this money is owed to them. Okay,
I'm not interested.
I don't know the full details of the scenario. there's all sorts of that's just one example. What are you doing? What are you scraping your fucking?
Yeah, I'm scraping my cast iron pan. I'm just going back. I'm going to go back to the kitchen and sort this out.
We don't want to hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm finished now. There's just a little bit of shit that was on there, but
that's okay.
But no, I was just thinking though. Like, I mean, what? Like, I don't have confidence that you have written this program. I don't think that you. I think you.
Dude, why would I expect you to have confidence in that, dude? You were the guy who helped me out with my fucking test more than anybody else, and then denied the results, right?
No, I accepted the results. That's the results. Whereas I predicted.
But you were
saying that they owe her this money, but you don't know why or where it came from because it wasn't cashed. It seems kind of weird. Sorry.
We have plenty of companies here that say, give us your details, we'll find lost money for.
That's
basically
that's what crooks do, dude, in Australia. That's not what I'm doing.
That's exactly what you're doing.
It sounds like what crooks over there are doing, and they're probably bamboozling people. They should be put away. Yeah.
No. You are finding money for people, and you are offering a service to get that money back for them. Exactly the same, or make them aware of it.
Yeah, but that's all.
I think the crime is coming from Texas because they know that they owe these people this money. They should be letting them know. That should be criminal.
It's not really a crime. What are you talking about?
It should be. If you know that money is theirs, they should, as a government, they should make them aware of it.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. Sounds like you live in a dodgy state.
Sounds like I don't live in a dodgy state. Sounds like you're in a state of confusion. I don't live in a dodgy state, dude.
If they're keeping people's money, it sounds pretty dodgy to me.
Yes. God damn it. Hold on, man. Dude, so here's an example, okay?
You know what you need to do? You need to make a few dozen phone calls, track her down, let her know that out of the goodness of your heart that you have discovered that she has some money, and for a small spotter's fee that you'll help her get it back.
Now, see, I'm not better than that, dude. What I do, and the reason why I'm not calling these fucking random people is because I like to get the right person, and then I get to work on them. I learn everything about them, okay? Before I call them, everything, what they like, what they get up in the morning for, okay? And then when I do talk to them, there's no talk about, I'm not going to sound like a salesman whatsoever. I'm going to talk to them about what I do. It's going to kind of sound like I might work for the state, for all they know. Ambiguous a little bit, but even though I would say,
it kind of sounds like you have to have a pre-prepared story to go in there so you can win their confidence.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It does sound like you're running some kind of scam, to be honest.
Well, it's not. It's like hypnosis, okay?
Exactly. It's just like you're trying to put them into a false sense of security, so then you get just a small spotter's fee.
Listen, this person, I'm about to show you something. Take a look at this, dude.
Don't be coming in here trying to get us to enable your career of life in crime.
Look at this, dude.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's right. This is one of the claims, right? $194,000. It belongs to her. The state of Texas is holding it. All that has to happen is she has to give proof that is her, or her heir, something, whatever, and then the state releases it to her. And legally, if a finder or whatever you want to call it helps her with it or whatever, in Texas, different than other states, in Texas, they're limited to only 10%. So like I said, I talked to her, tell her I'm helping her, and then say, because of all, I describe all this complicated stuff that I'm not going to have to do, but I would make it sound complicated, and then say, and don't worry, like you don't pay us up front or anything. It actually just comes. So when the money gets issued back to you, small percentage, 10% or something like that gets sent to my team. And yeah.
In any of this, is she having to buy gift cards that she then sends to you or anything like that?
It's not fucking funny, dude. Whoever laughed at that, it's not funny.
So
gift card.
basically, what you're saying is that you expect her to pay you 10% of her money that she is owed, but she just doesn't know it.
Yeah, except for I'm not expecting her to pay me. That's what a fool would do.
Oh, you
what
are.
I'm doing
100%. You're not doing it out of the goodness of your heart. You are expecting to get.
You're just taking a cut. You're taking a cut early.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And without authorization.
No, it is with authorization. The authorization is 100% there.
It's only 10%. It's a small fraction.
Yeah, of the money that she doesn't even have yet. Yeah.
Exactly
money that
right.
She should be rewarded. Yes.
Well, yeah, she doesn't have it because the state won't tell her that
exactly.
It's hers.
And that's where I come in, because it's my job to really wrestle with the state. It's very easy. Yeah, I know. This is going. I gotta work. I gotta sell it a little bit, and then
this crocodile wrestling is tiresome work. We need those gift cards.
Well, I say So we don't ask for anything up front. Doesn't matter how much.
Of course we don't.
Get into. We just take it out. And actually, what I'm doing is I'm setting up an account. Yeah. So I get her to sign the stuff. I get her social, and then I set up a bank account, a joint bank account, in her name and my name.
That's right, of course. And if we can't recover the funds, it is of no cost to you. So it's a win-win situation, my dear.
Yeah,
I know exactly the lines you are going to be.
Yeah. So. Wow, dude, I'm really stealing from some others. I'm doing good work, dude. Doesn't matter what you think. Doesn't matter what you think, dude. There's nothing evil or sick about it or anything like that.
I'm not saying it's evil, Kosho. Not saying it's evil.
It's beneficial to me. That's true.
Of course, it's beneficial to you because you're not doing it out of the goodness of you're doing it out of the benefit you will get.
Yeah, of course. If I was doing it out of the goodness of my heart, I'd be doing something different, like American children or something.
Yeah, that's right. You'd be doing something good, wouldn't you?
Sure. Yes, exactly. I'm just pretending to be that kind of helpful person.
To be good. Yeah,
Kosho, what is your karmic analysis of it?
If it's positive, dude, what are you talking about? It's a positive thing. I'm helping them get something they had no idea existed. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just taking a small cut.
He's just the mere middleman, and as long as his bank account is in the positive, all's good. By the stands of it.
Listen, dude, I'm gonna make a new bank account every new client gets a brand new account because
and you make a joint bank account with her so you can guarantee you can get your 10% cut.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna leave it up to chance, dude. There's a contract that she signs at the beginning of it. Anyways, that's not important. I need to find this person. So this is the information I have.
So the question remains unanswered. Why does your girlfriend have so much issue with your slippery ways?
First of all, dude, she just sometimes I don't know.
She's got a conscience. She's got a conscience. Good on her.
No. She's the one who showed me this website because originally I was she does a real estate thing, and basically so one of the types of unclaimed money is when your house goes up for foreclosure. The money that gets auctioned, if it's over the balance that was due, that's actually owed back to the person who got foreclosed on. And usually they're not made aware of that if that happens, blah, blah, blah. And so originally, part of her real estate thing, she wanted me to go through and find the list of that kind of shit And then while I was doing that, I saw there's so many people who were owed much more money than any of that shit. And so I just did research on requirements and the laws. I read a lot of laws. And yeah, it's all in the books, but it is difficult finding these people sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, it says for the reason it says any other miscellaneous outstanding checks. So for some reason, outstanding checks, possibly the money that she had paid, perhaps maybe they went out of business or something like that, or I think what happened was they got bought out by Morgan Stanley or something.
I mean, so it's just some sort of weird American thing. How can people have so much, unclaimed money lying around and nobody's obligated to inform them of that? Or, they don't get notified of it.
Because they have much more incentive for the people to not find out about that money, and then they can keep it.
It's the same here, though.
So greed is basically about greed and criminal activity. Instead of letting these people know, hey, this is your money, we're not going to tell you about it, and we're just going to keep it.
There's no criminal activity involved, dude. I don't know if you've ever found, I don't know, anything before, but oftentimes you find something and maybe you'll put up a sign or maybe you'll make a little bit of effort to track down who it belongs to. But if it's cool or if it's like valuable, you might hope that they never come bother you and you just keep it. There's nothing wrong with that. You're trying to give it back, but you're not trying that hard,
Yeah, it's called indecency. You're not being a decent person. When you know somebody, when you have something of somebody's and you have it, you should, a decent person would give it to them. Say, hey, this is yours. And if they choose to give you a finder's fee, hey, great. I don't know. Well, I'm not talking about you. First of all, I'm not talking about you, okay? I'm talking about the state. The state is being despicable here. They're the one, from the way I see it, they should automatically let these people know that they have their money. Now, you helping out, get them money. I mean, I don't think there's anything bad about asking for a finder's fee or something like that. But I think the despicable part is the state.
What state do you live in, Mr. Scrat?
What's that?
Do you live in? I forget. Florida?
No, I live in Colorado.
Colorado. Well, anyways, yeah.
And once you see if somebody owes me money.
Well, if it was in Texas, I would. Every state's different, and actually, you know what? Maybe I will. Well, I have to know your fucking name though, so I don't know. Yeah.
I was joking. I have no idea why anybody would owe me money. I've never been foreclosed on anything or never done business deals or anything like that. Well, I have a contractor that owes me money, but the say ain't going to do nothing about that.
Why'd you sue him?
He doesn't have anything. It'd be pointless to sue him. I plan on taking him to small claims court, but hiring a lawyer to sue him and everything, he doesn't have any assets, so I won't get anything. I'll probably spend more money on the lawyer than I'll actually get from him.
But wouldn't they put him in indentured servitude?
Well, that's what small claims. The small claims will be better, from what I was told by another guy. That it'll go on his record and everything that has to do with his business and everything, and he won't be able to get loans or anything. And plus, I'll get something like maybe a couple thousand or something. But right now, my point is to basically ruin his life because of what he did to me.
the woman's route. I like it.
Oh, he's done this to many people. I didn't find out until after he did it to me.
Hey,
So
that's a good one. No, whenever you're gonna say ruin someone's life, you're gonna ruin someone's life. You're being just like a woman. It's not about ruining someone's life.
no, his business life, because he's a criminal.
Yeah, well, I am descended from criminals as well. In Australia, we have convicts living here that are descended from criminals, British criminals. And guess what the criminals did? They chopped down all the trees here on this land. They chopped
Dude,
down.
the intensity level is at like an 11 right now.
Jerry, is it too much? No, I'll ask Jerry. Is it too much?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Well, no, I'm just joking because it's not. It sounds like you're like in a movie. Like,
I think it's a movie. I just see reality as a movie. I guess I can get a bit out of hand. Do you see my point?
I know it's a
Do you
movie.
see my point? I think it's
no. I didn't get your point.
Square, I'm not fighting against you, man. I think we should all be friends. We should all, hug, and we should all shake hands, and we should all drink a beer together.
Hey, in other news, dude, there was a guy in here yesterday. I'm not gonna name his name, but he invoked something. I'm gonna say something. I'll see if you guys know what this is. Have you guys ever heard of the Day of the Rope?
Day of the what?
Day of the Rope.
I've heard of that. Yes,
Rope,
I've heard of this.
as in,
I'm sure you have.
No, Kosho, it's funny you brought it up because you're Jewish.
Yeah, see, I knew you fucking know what that is, dude. I knew that you.
Of course I know what the Day of the Rope is.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if anybody else knows what it is.
Well, everyone knows what it is. But no,
Oh, yeah?
Kosho, can you Kazepa, can you shut up for 1 second? Kosho, can you say here what the Day of the Rope was to everyone? You confirm.
It wasn't anything. It is obvious that I know what it is because I'm the one asking about it.
Can you say what exactly it was here?
Wasn't anything. It is a thing. I don't. Listen to me. Stop asking me questions, okay? I'm the one asking the questions.
Yeah, Sheppa, your mic's open.
I'm just asking if because there was somebody who brought it up yesterday in a very casual way. So what?
Can you say, Kosho, what it was?
It wasn't anything, dude.
It wasn't anything.
No,
I believe
okay,
that.
what if?
I do believe that.
It's not a.
I do believe that, Kosho.
What is the Day of the Rope, please? Never heard of it.
Well, it's something that really you would only ever. So it's a good thing that you guys don't know what it is. And I knew that these fucking dudes, Vinu and Shepard, would know what it is because Gerald, because only the darkest, most neo-Nazi parts of the government and parts of the internet are ever going to have these kind of conversations.
Wrong.
That's not wrong. That's actually where you hear about.
Okay, so what is the Day of the Rope?
It's the day. It's the day. It's the day that they talk about, like kind of like the Jewish people, how they talk about going back to Jerusalem. They say next year in Jerusalem. This is what they say during Passover. The people in these groups, they talk about the Day of the Rope as this like mystical day when let's call them you know who we're talking about. They're people who are Jewish, who on this special day they're all gonna get rounded up and then hung.
And then what?
My understanding of it isn't from that perspective. Like, isn't it just the day that all the people
day they done this and they done that? Hey, can we let Kosho finish?
That's it, dude. That after you get hung,
I don't. It doesn't have any Jewish connotation to it. I don't know why it has to be put in that frame.
That's every time even Gerald. I didn't have to bring up Jewish people. Gerald already knew it was about Jewish people. So.
Of course, I knew it had something to do with Jews.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway,
Kosho, do you think I'm stupid? Kosho, we're friends for a reason. Kosho,
of course, man.
Kosho, Hey, Kojo, I'm gonna add you as Discord friend because I think we're very good friends.
That's right, man.
I think we're very good friends.
Up until the
I'm
day
gonna
of the
add
rope,
you.
then of course I gotta watch out.
Hot tip.
I'm
Never
gonna add you
send
as friend,
Kosho.
Kojo.
Never send him a DM. You never
I
answer.
sent him a friend request. I think he's a very good friend. I think I need to confirm my relationship with Kosho here today. I think we need to
Fair, man.
confirm ourselves
That's
as
fair.
friends.
This pretty what do you call it? What the fuck?
Okay, wait a second. Okay, I want to clarify this. So the Day of the Rope is about Jew haters who get together and talk about a special day or whatever when they all hang the Jews, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, they hang not only Jews, but no, let me
it.
finish. They not only hang Jews, but they also hang disabled people and black people. Allegedly,
okay, that's not bad.
allegedly, they hang melanistic, disabled, like Down syndrome people.
My understanding of it
basically-
isn't
so
that way.
basically
Like, my understanding of it is that it doesn't have anything to do with race or Jews. I mean, obviously there's a race connotation to it because it's, you know, because of the people that talk about it. But it's just basically a day when all the traitors will be rounded up and put to death.
Exactly. Correct.
Traitors,
Exactly.
not
So
Jews
it's a
or
lie.
black
It's a lie. It's a lie that they round up the gay and the black and the disabled people. It
You're
was
the
a
one who said that,
lie.
though.
They never rounded up
be
the
a
weird
black
people.
or a gay or a Jew and still not be a traitor. I mean, it's pretty. The chances are pretty low, but
Exactly. That's my point. It's all a
So
lie.
is it people that they think as useless or?
No, they like
I'm a little
for instance, somebody who was talking about it yesterday, they said specifically, they didn't say Day of the Rope, but they said it like they were referencing that, and they said 6 million of them, and I knew exactly what they were talking about at that point. But they were talking about it as if these people were the ones who it's owed to, like they're the ones who did the injustice, blah blah blah. So it's not that it's not that they're incapable or something like that. It's that they're viewed as the evil, the evil cause of whatever problems they're having. You know, during the French Revolution, even like the dude, like one of the best chemists, the first guy who was like the best chemist, I forget what his name, like Lavoisier, whatever. Him and so many other people, normal people, just because they were rich, they all got the guillotine because the French were very hungry to chop people's heads off. So
Did you know that Ben Franklin was a big supporter of the French Revolution?
Sure, yeah. He was the ambassador to France.
He's a despicable piece of garbage.
So what?
Ben Franklin, if he supported the French Revolution, he was a despicable piece of garbage. I don't care if he was a founding father.
Yeah.
The French Revolution was a massacre of innocent people.
Yeah, for the most part.
I mean, yeah, they killed a lot of evil people, yeah, but they also killed innocent people. They killed their families and destroyed lives that were completely innocent.
Yeah, anybody who had money, basically, and status.
Define money and status. You know,
if they were like, what's her name, Marie Antoinette, when they were hungry and she said let them eat cake, they chopped her head off, and her husband, whatever. And Lavoisier, like I said, this guy was the most prolific chemist. Like, this is early chemistry when things were just getting figured out. He was very prolific, but he was also very rich, and so they chopped his head off. A bunch of other people.
Well, that was a perfect example of mob rule, which is democracy. That's a perfect example of it.
Well, exactly. You're looking at the examples of the information. But regardless of information, what we're seeing here is a flat surface being seen on the horizon. And what we're saying is a flat reality, correct? And when you got to ask what it really is, you're looking at a quantum understanding of a toroidal, double toroidal field.
It's not toroidal, it's toroidal.
A double toroidal field is what we're seeing here. And we're seeing magnetism geometry. We're seeing north and south, which is proven correct through magnetism geometry. So we're seeing the proof E correct. We know that the north and south poles connect E, but what we're seeing is a connection via Agatha, correct? Kosho, you can prove this to me.
I think to say that there are poles, right? It's there are definitely lines of like flux, and like an alignment to like grain structure, but I mean you can have like a ring magnet, right? It doesn't exactly. Obviously, that's going to end somewhere, but if it's just where the ground is like heating and cooling from like the transition of the sun through the sky, why does there need to be any particular poles? Why can't it just be the structure of the rock and the earth?
Right. That's why there's two types of poles, man. There's poles that they call poles just because that's where it's rotating at. And then there's poles like magnetic poles because there's a magnetic field emanating from it. So there's two different types of poles. That's why there's so many poles.
Like if you connect a wire to the you got like a bar magnet, and you know that one end's south and the other end's north, and then you put like a big copper wire on each end. You know, you loop it around and you connect them to each end, and you put a big bunch of glue around it. You know, there's no longer any there's no pole, but there's a it may just be a bunch of these, like a bunch of loops in the ground that are magnetic lines of flux that point towards somewhere. But you don't actually need there to be a south pole.
You're asking about the South Pole. You know, we have questions for many years about the South Pole. And people like me, Merlin, Burgrade, and Bandsaw Bandit have looked at the South Pole, and we appear like polymorph, pleomorph. We've all seen the South Pole. We've seen the Southern Cross is what they call it, via the celestial bodies. But regardless of what we see, we still see the flat Earth perspective. We still see this geocentric model being proved via the magnetic frequencies. And we call it the magnetic geometry.
Magnets don't have geometry, do they? Like, I mean,
well, magnetic does have geometry, and it's proven through the toroidal field, which are proven E.
But if it's not a physical phenomena, so I'm just saying that it's It's not really helpful to refer to it as like a, it having geometry or a geometric structure, because
But you're
it's
wrong.
something that's not physical.
Helpful,
It's in
or you could suck me left nut twice with a cheese sack and a
I could
fucking.
try, but I might not fit it in my mouth.
Exactly, that's my point. The point is geometry. What we're seeing, E is geometry of magnetism, and we're seeing E, the explanation of north and south geometry. And Geo knows this. I don't mean to put word in Geo's mouth, but Geo knows that north and south proves the equilibrium, correct? I think Bandsaw Bandit, most of the mods in the server know that we have a north and south equilibrium, correct? Nothing to do with Geo. I'm going to talk about Bandsaw Bandit here. Bandsaw Bandit knows we have a north and south correction, correct?
Clarify a little bit more.
No. My point is, we have a north and south via magnetic fields, and what we're seeing E, as I've posted, is the geometry of magnetism.
No, what we do is we have a north, most definitely.
Yeah.
All right, we definitely have a north, 100%. Now, do we have a southern pole, so to speak? No, we definitely have a north.
Well, there's definitely a northern pole. Like there's Polish people in the north. Many northern.
But as far as the outer ring,
yeah, well, that's when we get to talk about the flat Earth perspective.
Antipodals, like I'm not going to commit myself to how you may be describing it. That is for sure.
No, I'm not into the flat Earth understanding of this huge line or circular positioning of an ice wall going around the continents of the peoples. You know what I mean? I don't truly believe Antarctica to be proven as in this objective shape. I still believe potentially the objective globe understanding may be true to an extent, because what we're seeing is a northern southern shared realm, correct? Do you know what I mean? So the north and south poles may be the same size here, and what we're saying is the north and south poles may be connected by things like the Ouroboros, or like I've heard there is a southern or a southern oral.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, exactly. What's it called?
Actually.
It
is the Southern Aurora.
There we go. So we have the Ouroboros and we have the Southern Aurora.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And we don't hear about that often.
They call it the Aurora Borealis and the Aurora Australis.
Exactly. So we have apparently in Southern Hemisphere is the Southern Ouroboros. The same thing that we're saying in the Northern Hemispheres. So we're saying a connection between the hemispheres, correct? You know.
Well, I'll tell you what I think it is. What you're looking at there. You're saying.
Thank you. No. I know, because I'll say one thing. I think we are not even arguing against each other, are we? I think we're mates here.
Wait. Arguing about what? Hang on. What could we be arguing about?
Exactly. That's my point. We're not arguing about anything, guys. I think we're all mates here. I think we're all friends. Correct. Giuseppe, I think you're my best friend that I've ever met in my life. No?
Come on.
Giuseppe,
You're really putting me offside here.
Hey, I'm joking, bro.
when you're talking about the aurora borealis and the magnetic field, isn't like where's magnetic flux the strongest? Near the equator, or
No, not the
No,
equator. Via the poles. Correct.
in the north.
North and south. So what we're saying here is that the north and south are
South.
connected. No, because
Well, how do you measure it, Bilo? Because that'd be interesting.
Well, we measure it through magnetic fields, and we measure it through magnetism geometry, and this has been proven by north and south magnetism.
The magnetic field is weakest at the equator.
Exactly.
I'd say it's strongest at the what do you call it? At the tropics, yeah. And then it gets weaker.
Equator.
No, it's strongest at the tropics, and then it gets weaker as it goes towards the North Pole.
No, it's strongest at the North Pole, and then it gets weaker as it heads towards the equator.
Well, what's the theory behind that?
It's mapped. It's mapped that way.
It's just how north and south geometry works and magnetism. You can prove it with a magnet. And this is what we see as reality being proven. So if you
get like a long bar magnet, right, and you put a compass above it, right, the north is going to point, the north part of the compass is going to the red part of the needle, it's going to point towards the north of the north side of the it's going to point towards the south side of the magnet, and the black side or the south part of the compass is going to point to the north pole of the magnet. But it's basically, it's just the compass is just aligning itself to those, to the magnetic flux of the magnet. It's just aligning itself with the distribution of that magnetic field. So my thinking or my understanding is that you've got like these magnetic lines, these lines of magnetic flux that run perpendicular to the equator, and you've got a concentration of material in the north, because
we'll
as air
define the
heats up.
north. Hey, Gazepra, you sound like you are an Australian, correct?
No.
You are Australian, no?
I know why the accusation here.
I want to ask Benso, does Gazeppa sound Australian, or is it just me?
It just sounds like Zappa, but
who's Zappa? Have you met him before?
Oh, we've spoken on numerous occasions.
And is he Australian, or am I just crazy? Is he like a British fucking bloke, or am I just fucking?
Oh, well, I don't know where.
That's why I'm calling you, Benso. I'm asking you where you think Gazeppa's from.
I would say that he lives on the greatest country on earth. I would say that he lives here, most definitely. But
he's Australian. He's Australian, no?
But but Zeppa. So why do you think the magnetic field strength is weakest, say in the north, and gets stronger towards the equator? What's your theory behind that?
Well, when you start to get towards where they say, "Oh, the magnetic north pole is here and it's moving," and you look at like the magnetic declination maps, they're changing all the time. And this pole is they get pole drift and stuff, so you don't get so much declination around the equator, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, the magnetic fields have definitely been mapped to be weakest at the equator, and they get stronger the further you move away from them. That's how they're mapped. I don't think anyone actually contends that. You're the first one that I've actually heard that may.
I don't know.
Differently to that, but from
We know that.
from
Sorry,
how they're mapped, you know, I'm only too happy to go along with that. And I would tend to think also too that the what do they call it, the voltage in the air, that what is it, like 100 volts per meter, or 100 volts per 10 meters, or whatever it is. I would also tend to think that also too, and I'm pretty damn confident that this rate, that this 100 volts per meter would be stronger towards the north than the equator as well, because of the strength of the magnetic field. Kind of goes hand in hand, that the voltage in the atmos would be stronger.
Well, I want to ask Kazaps. Is Kazaps an Australian male? Is Caps Kazaps?
It doesn't matter. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Magnus, about his heritage, or where he is or isn't from.
Yeah. Sorry, we're talking about magnetism. Correct?
Yeah.
Magnetism geometry. When we bring the argument to magnetism geometry, we're talking about the double toroidal field. Correct, Kazappa?
Well, just when you brought up the aurora borealis, it sort of stimulated something maybe, because
yes, the aurora borealis. You click on my name and you see the snake eating itself, and that's known as the Ouroboros, correct? And what we're seeing is the double toroid field eating thou self. So we're seeing
when you see a fire, right? You when the fire is like turned down to a low fire, and you try to sort of choke the fire down a bit, you'll get these. You get the same sort of thing as these auroras. You know, you'll see the flame will kind of form, and then it'll sort of scatter out, form, and it'll scatter out. Like you see this like dancing flame, you know, and because that's all flame. You know, it's just a plasma. It's just this ionized sort of material, and you know, but why does it light up? Why does it emit light like that? Like it's obviously something happening. But you know, you've got all these charged particles around the equator, because it's obviously like where the you know, the air is charged from the sun, and you know, further away from the sun, you know, it's cooler, but maybe there's like this low pressure. You know how things boil at a lower temperature, at a low pressure. So you got this ionization.
We define ionization and define what is real. You know?
Well, an ion would be like a single, like a particle, an atom that is a single particle that's separated from all other atoms. It's like it's a separate from. It's not a molecule. It's got no molecular bonds. It's.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the pineal gland and the connection.
Hold on. Gerald, stop typing that stuff in chat, buddy. Stop it right now.
What was the typing? What was it?
You know exactly what I'm referring to. Stop
the transgender stuff.
I will restrict you. I'm giving you a warning, and only one.
Right? Can you just say what you were typing, Gerald? I'd like to know.
No. Gerald knows what I'm talking about. So.
Hey, Benso, bro, thank you for talking about it. You're gonna make me cry, bro. You're gonna like bring the attention to me, and I'm gonna cry like a little baby, bro. Don't talk.
You're transgender. Were you a woman at one stage?
I was calling out transgender people. I am a very straight man. I am very straight. and I think we got to be careful in the text channel. You know, we're talking about people like Elijah who were connected, I think, to the chat. You know, I'm friends with Elijah. Me and Elijah are friends. Elijah can even post in text channel. Elijah, type in text. You are friends with Gerald, correct? I've never abused people that are different. Look, Elijah says, she says yes. She says yup. Elijah, Benzo, do you see that? Elijah said yup.
I don't care. I'm not putting up with that sort of typing stuff in the chat.
Yeah, I
it
didn't
goes
think
out
you cared,
live,
bro.
and I'm telling you not to do it. Okay.
Because you're Geo. You know, Geo's the one who runs this server. If it's only one person I'm going to listen to, it's going to be Geo. Sorry,
No,
Ben.
you will listen to me as well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. No, I'm not going to argue against that. Don't worry.
You got no choice.
Oh, I think he does. He he has a choice.
Exactly. I do have a choice. I do have a choice.
Exactly
No,
right.
Benzo,
Make
don't
it.
pretend I don't have a choice. Don't
Okay,
pretend
cool.
I don't have a choice.
Make your choice. Cool. Make your choice. Anyway, move on.
Exactly. We'll move on together, but let's not pretend that I don't have a choice. Don't pretend
Gerald?
that I am voiceless, right?
Oh, you can voice your voice. Like I said.
But no, you gotta admit that I do have a voice.
Gerald,
right?
move on. All right. I've
Thank
said
you.
what I had
No,
to say.
Benzo, I love you,
Alright?
bro. I don't want to fight
Cool.
against you. I really
No.
thank you, bro. I don't want to fight with you, bro.
I've got no problem with transvestites. If a man wants to dress up like a woman, you know,
We're
do
straight
whatever he
here,
wants.
Gazeppa. Shut the fuck up. Stop. We are straight men.
Anyway, get back to magnetism or something. Please.
Well, dislike charges attract, right? So you've got negatively charged particles in the north, and you've got positively charged particles around the equator from like heat, you know, from the sun, and yeah, so you've got these yeah, and then there's also you know, discharge above us too. So you've got this electric flow of air or electrons or whatever you want to call it, some kind of energy, and yeah, so you get this maybe the auroras are what does that? I mean, even in a fire, like when you're watching a fire, you know, what makes the flame what makes the flame emit light? You know, is it just the in the act of those molecules letting go? Is that what causes the release of light there?
Well, when you're talking about the southern lights and stuff, or the lights, it's definitely a energy field that you're seeing that's reacting. Well, what's the theory that it's reacting with the ionized gases and stuff, isn't it? That's what they say. But it definitely looks like energy reacting with something of some sort.
Well, it'd be particles ionizing, you know, like breaking apart into their constituent parts.
And it almost looks, well, you've seen those what do they call them, plasma balls? So you know the ones I'm talking about, the ones
I've
where,
never seen one, no, but I do know what you're talking about.
yeah, you know what I'm talking about now. When I'm not saying that the southern lights are that per se, because it's more of a blanketed type of effect rather than that very, you know, distinct type of lightning effect that those plasma balls
What ball
give.
lightning you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the plasma balls are kind of like lightning in a jar, for want of a better word, I suppose. And then when you touch the edges of the container, it directs the energy towards your fingers, so you get those little lightning bolts going towards your fingers.
I get what you're talking about. Yeah. There's plasma balls. Yeah. I thought you were talking about.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the natural phenomenon of ball lightning. Yeah, no.
Oh no,
okay,
no, not ball lightning. No. I'm just talking about like this, the Southern
Yeah,
Lights,
yeah.
and the Southern Lights sort of have that similar sort of look to them, but not like lightning bolts, but that same sort of energy about them.
Yeah, it's sort of lazy, flicking around, sort of.
Yeah.
Like a sheet flapping around on a lazy, slow, breezy day.
Exactly right. So whether or not they do, and it kind of makes sense too that these Northern Lights and these Southern Lights once again are prevalent around the poles where the magnetic fields possibly are strongest, where the energy field's stronger as well in the atmos. Because I don't think you get that sort of effect around the equator, do you? It's only at the poles themselves.
Yeah. So, I mean, why do that happen? Is there like what is the mainstream scientific explanation of phenomenon?
I think it's off the top of my head, I think it's the static that's having a reaction with ionized particles.
A combination of. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think that, well, it's been a couple of years since I've even looked it up, but I think it's something to do with that, which seems like a very feasible explanation, really. There is definitely a reaction of sort going. Obviously, you can see this reaction.
Well, when I was in school, they explained it as the sun reflecting off of the polar ice caps. That's what was causing it. That's what I was told in school.
Really? I've never heard that one. Okay.
Yeah, that's what my teachers told me.
Okay.
Well, they reckon that the sun causes aurora borealis. Yeah, I'm reading.
Is that on Google?
The sunlight reflecting off of the polar ice caps.
Well, they say it's about coronal ejections that just I don't know that the flickering or the movement of it coincides with activity on the sun. Okay, I'm kind of no, I don't know about that.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. So they're saying here energy particles from the sun cascading down on it.
The North and South Poles connect
as they near Earth, they interact with Earth's magnetic field, which channels them north and south. Okay.
Correct. That's completely correct. And what we're saying is magnetism geometry. Correct.
Now, how does anybody verify any of this? That's why.
Exactly.
You define verification. And when you get a magnet, even what you can prove with little, whatever a magnet is, in the smallest showcase of that which is, we can see what magnetism is, and we see this double toroidal field. You know what we're seeing here is the south and north poles. I don't mean to talk like a crazy person, but when we're talking about crazy things, you're gonna talk like a crazy person. You guys understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Benso, you know what I mean, bro.
Yeah.
So when you talk, thank you, Benso.
Yeah. So Nate is saying the only reason we see the is because that's where Earth's magnetic field lines penetrate the atmosphere the most, which is a little bit different to what Google's saying, but sort of the same. Similar but different. I think they're all wrong. Kinda.
Of course they're wrong.
Well, if it's got to do with the sun, how come you only see them at night?
Exactly.
Hello.
Well, what you see? No, I understand what you mean. You know, there's a difference between sun. I'll say one thing. There's a difference between sun and imagination and dreams. You know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Dreams. We dream and we see anything we ever wanted to see within the dream. And none of it's real, man. You know what I mean? None of it's real.
I think it's the Eskimos shining flashlights up into the sky.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well,
Thank
that's
you.
more.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. Scat is flat. I appreciate it, man.
Well, it's just just as good an explanation as everybody else's, because you can't prove it.
Oh, did Elijah want to post pictures? I didn't see that.
It's a guy until it speaks in VC by default.
Oh, okay. Oh well, they didn't ask for permission, so they didn't get them.
Because on the internet, men are men, women are men, and children are FBI agents.
You know, you're going to be asking the question, who's drinking as much wine as thou are drinking? You know, that's why you're going to be looking at the genetic lineage of the people. Correct? You know, I think the question of the now and what has been shown within the past of the people always connects, correct? Via the drinkage, you know. We're looking at alcohol and ethanol as being a huge part of the people, correct? Benzo, you agree with me?
Well, I've got a greater question I want to put on the table.
Thank you. Thank you.
A greater question, right? I have date night tomorrow night. We are going to the pictures again, and we have a choice between Thor, Love and Thunder, okay, or Jurassic World Dominion, or Elvis.
No.
Which one?
Elvis.
Which one, boys?
Elvis sounds funny as shit, bro. You fucking watch Elvis. Don't watch the Jurassic World shit. No, you said Jurassic World. You said Elvis. Watch Elvis, bro. Elvis sounds so much better than fucking whatever the alternative was.
I actually
you
read
talking about
about that
movies?
the other day.
Are you
It's
talking about movies?
Yeah, movies, yeah.
Watch Elvis,
the new
man.
Jurassic World was really good.
No. If you're gonna take a woman to a movie, you do not want to watch fucking Jurassic World. You want to watch Elvis. Imagine you were taking a woman to a movie. You want to watch Elvis. You know what I mean? You don't want
Well,
to.
it all
No.
depends on the woman. It depends on the attitude, the personality of the woman.
No, the woman doesn't not want to watch fucking Jurassic World.
I don't know.
No.
She has a thing for Chris Hemsworth, so she's leaning towards Thor. I must say. So I'll probably buckle myself and give in.
I buckle myself all the time.
Yeah. But like bang for your buck, like Jurassic World goes for a minute for 146 minutes, where Thor just goes 17. So bang for your buck, right there, you get a better bang.
You don't want to watch Jurassic World. It's like the gayest shit I've ever heard, man. You want to watch?
Well, the first one was okay. So the first one was okay.
Jurassic Park was awesome. You know, Jurassic Park is probably like old. You know, I was born in 2000, and I was brought around films like Jurassic Park. You know, for me in like the times of 2007 and 2008 when I was a young child, we're looking at films like Jurassic Park, and we're looking at great films, Jurassic Park. You know what I mean? And Jurassic Park has nothing to do with what we're seeing here today with Jurassic World. You know what I mean?
Actually, the new Jurassic World is all the characters from the original Jurassic Park in it. And
really?
You know what I mean? No.
It's kind of neat how they place the stories together.
Sorry.
Oh, cool. So they've done a good job, Bob. Yeah.
I thought so. Me and my family really liked it.
Yeah.
And I thought it was really cool how they blended in, you know, the very first movie with that one. I mean, they had the two doctors, actually, you know, Jeff Goldblum and the guy and lady doctor, and then the girl is the like, I'm not going to give it away. Sorry.
No, you're right.
No, give it away, that little fucking alien dinosaur shit. Give it away, bro.
Give it away. No, but it gives it his...
The main, like, little girl, she's like the clone of the original, you know, the niece of the guy who created the Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park.
Oh, the old dude, the old dude with white hair, the original one. Yep.
Remember the two kids? Yeah, remember the two kids in the original movie, the little boy and the girl. The little girl is supposed to be the girl in the new one is supposed to be the clone of that girl after she grew up. Well,
correct.
But you know, as a child though. Because,
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Wow.
My friend, thank you. Thank you for speaking on this server with the information about, you know what I mean? Thank you.
I think we might give Jurassic World a go then over.
Wait, Benzo, have you heard of The Northman, the movie?
Northman.
I'll type it in the chat. Northman. Northman. Have you heard of that movie before? Northman. I typed it.
No, I don't think so.
It's a really good movie.
No.
I don't know. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good in my opinion. Have you ever heard of The Witch by Robert Eggers? Have you ever heard of the director Robert Eggers?
No, I haven't.
It's really good. Northman, Robert Eggers. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome film. You know what I mean? Awesome film. I think you'd love it, man. Maybe one day you'll see it. Unfortunately, you have to pay like a bit of money to watch it today, but I think it's really good. Yeah. You know, you see my point. I think it's a really good film.
Might give it a
One day, Benzel. One day.
Yeah, might give it a go one day.
One day.
Let me have a look. It's a is it a Viking kind of?
It's a Viking movie. Yeah. It's a Viking movie.
Yeah. Well, see, I have access. I have access to it on a particular site. So.
Yeah, it's really good movie. Watch it when you can, and you'd love it, Bensor. I'd love to speak. I'd love to speak to you in the future when you have seen the movie, because I think it's a really good movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I might give it a
Awesome.
crack because I liked the
The
I
Witch.
love this. Well, I love the series, The Vikings, and then there
Yeah,
was the other.
yeah.
There was the other series too.
The new one.
That was very similar to the Vikings. I can't the name.
The one that
escapes
came out
me now.
recently.
Yeah, it was a series. So.
Yeah, with the one with the
Something
Black
Norse?
Queen. The one
Is
with
it
the Black
Norse or
Queen.
something?
The Norse or something.
The one with the Black Queen. The Queen is black in the movie, no?
Oh no, this was a series.
That's a series, the same series. The one, so the prequel to the Vikings movie, the Queen is a black woman, correct? Is that the one you're talking about?
No, the one I'm talking about is Valhalla.
Yeah,
which was the sequel, and they're doing another one too, which
Yeah,
is supposed to be. It's supposed
It's
to be
really
the
good, isn't it?
prequel. It's supposed to be the
Yeah.
prequel. So leading
It's
up
really
to it.
good.
Yeah, I'm
So
looking forward to
how many
that.
of Valhalla were there? How many seasons of Valhalla?
It's really good. It's really good, isn't it, Bensor? It's fucking
Yeah,
great,
yeah,
isn't it, mate?
it is actually. I think there's 4 or 5 of Valhalla.
It's fucking
4 or 5
good.
seasons?
It's really good. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, it's a good series, mate. I'd give it a go. If you like Vikings, yeah, definitely give it
I
a
love everything Norse.
Yeah,
Anything that's the Vikings and Norse. Yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah, definitely give it a go, mate. You'll yeah, if you like Vikings, you'll love this too. Very, very similar. But
You guys have yourselves a good night.
all right, Bob, you have a good one too, man. Have a good weekend. All right.
Yeah. Later.
That's actually not Bob.
Is that not Bob?
But that's all right.
Oh, really?
I didn't mean to call you out, but I thought maybe you should. I didn't mean to call you out, but I thought maybe you should know.
Oh, so, it sounded so much. I think it sounded so. Bob, who was that? Who is it, Gio? Who was I talking to?
Scratitz Flat.
Oh, Scrattis. Oh, it sounds so much like Bob. Oh, he was so polite. He didn't correct me at all.
No, I know what you mean, but yeah, it's funny.
Oh, well. I'll rectify that in the future.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is an interestingly similar sounding voice. I would agree. It's sometimes that's the case, but yeah, they do sound similar.
Yeah. Oh, well, my bad. I'll cop that on the chin. That one. Isn't it funny when you refer to someone by their wrong, yet they lie to you?
Yeah, like Zanuck has called me George twice now. So finally today I called him out. I'm like, dude, why do you always say George? And then he was like, oh, my brother's name was George. And somehow he just, when he sees Geo, he thinks George. But yeah, he'd said it like once or twice. And finally I was like, dude, what's up with this?
How much closer are you, Kosho, to your 10% spotters fee? Are you any closer?
Seemed like Kosher wasn't quite sure how he felt about his little arrangement he was describing.
Hey, he seemed a little bit on the fence, getting a little bit of pushback from his girl. How he's gone about things. Is this one of those pie in the sky ideas to make money easily and quickly? Kind of seems that way, really.
There are weird loopholes like that, though.
Mm. But it is criminal though, to think that you can pay money or there'll be money just sitting somewhere that can be utilised by a third entity until you claim it, and you've actually got to claim it. They won't offer it to you; they'll just hold on to it. That does seem rather wrong. We have the same things here. Yeah, you see adverts all the time. These companies trying to find lost funds and stuff for a small percentage, of course, but no obligation, nothing recovered, no need to pay.
It's like, we'll find you money and then we'll keep some of it.
Exactly.
What do you think? This is kind of a topic change, but it just came to my mind. Bento, what do you think about? I know you're not super into cryptocurrencies per se, or at least maybe I can't speak for you, but I know that it's not like a huge interest of yours. However, what do you think the future of it is? Like, what's your sense of where it's all headed?
Well, yeah, you are right, Joe. Like, I'm not. It's not something that I am interested in per se myself. Maybe that's just because where I am in life. But my sense of where it is going is, I think it is definitely pushing forward to get rid of currency altogether and have everything digital. And that then is ultimate control, as far as I'm concerned, Joe. That's what they are pushing for, like a one world currency that can be stopped at any particular time too, and ultimately controlled. Like I see the, when you're talking about the pure cryptos, which do have anonymity to them, and are very secure. There are hundreds, thousands out there that don't have the same sort of anonymity to them and are nowhere near as safe. They have nothing backing them up. They can create more. I saw something only a few days ago. One of them that have just gone belly up. And correct me if I'm wrong, but like Bitcoin itself, Geo, there were X amount of Bitcoins, never any more to be produced. There's only an X number of them. But with these other crypto Bitcoins that they're bringing in, or Bitcoins that they're bringing in, currencies that they are bringing in, to be more precise, they aren't like that. They have X number, and then it kind of reaches its limit, and then they make more, and they make more, and they make more, which just devalues the whole pool in general, and then they go belly up. But I definitely I do see the push for no currency whatsoever, because one of the big things in all countries is the black market, and how do they alleviate the black market? The cash under the table jobs. They've been trying for years and years and years to try and alleviate that. One of the ways they curtailed it a little bit to try and get some of that black market money, under the table money, cash in the hand money, was to introduce a goods and service tax. So you may do a cashy for your mate or your friends or a client or whatever. So it's cash in hand, but ultimately the government still will get its 10% slice of it. And, naturally that GST will go up and up and up. It will never stay at 10% because they have talked about, or ours in particular, going up. So, they still do get their cut of the illegal kind of money transfer that goes around. So I think their idea eventually is to get rid of all that under the table activity, cash in hand activity, and with a cryptocurrency that they ultimately control. If they can shed light on other cryptos that aren't quite secure, and ours is the one to have, with whatever means that they do that with, it gives them ultimate control through currency, through your what's the words? Your passport, your
identity,
social passport. Yeah, gives them ultimate control. So that's basically where I see it going. Geo, I think the purity of the cryptocurrency idea is going to be lost in the weeds. That's how I see it. What about yourself? How do you see where it's going to go?
Well, yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. So when you were saying no currency, you probably meant no cash, right? Like,
no cash at all. Get rid of all fiat currency, so to speak, and everything is now digital, online.
So do you think that'll be one currency, or will each country have their own digital currency?
I think initially it'll be individual countries will have their own currency, but I think the push is for a one world currency, like a one world government. It all comes under the same umbrella. But I think that is that's the ultimate goal, in my opinion.
Well, I agree that I think everything is going digital. Yeah, for better and for worse, and probably for both.
Yeah, I don't think either of you argue against anything in particular. I think being someone Geo, you argue against the same thing, correct?
We're not arguing.
That's my point. You guys agree on the same pointage.
Well, I definitely agree that I think the powers that be, as it were, are definitely going to be pushing for everything to go digital. And I also agree that they're going to be building it, I mean, on their platforms. I mean, essentially the way I see it is that blockchain technology and cryptography, because the word crypto comes from cryptography, which is the cryptographic signatures that essentially work to secure the nodes and the blockchains. But they can all be built differently. So it's like a technology. It's almost like, like an invention of a certain form of technology with the cryptography. And then, so that has now come into our world, and we, without getting into like the origins of it or what it's, in terms of that, just saying in general that exists now. And I actually think it has the potential, and a lot of people do, to be incredibly positive, like to have transparency, honesty, security, all of that to actually be in a very positive way of like honesty, transparency in a way that is actually raising us up to a higher level. However, because it's a technology, it can be used for different purposes. And if it's used in conjunction with a more centralized type setup with nefarious means, it now gives them sort of more control and power in that way. However, there's also this other side that is decentralized that they can't control. And so I think that's what we're headed into, is kind of like a new level. Like there's always going to be some polarity, especially with the financial system and the power system, at least, in these coming years. And so instead of it being the way it is right now, where it's like these fiat currencies controlled through the central banks, I do agree that everything is going to be going digital. Like everything is going towards these blockchains in terms of like, the lease of your car or the title for your car, or the home ownership that you have, like all of that is not going to be on paperwork in the future. It's all going to be digital. So yeah, it's a lot of big questions. Like, is there going to be, these darker kind of evil networks, but then is there also going to be positive ones to counteract that? So, and give us more freedom. So yeah, it's interesting.
I see, Gio, the positivity part of it being, say, like Bitcoin itself, and I'm just going to use Bitcoin, being the original, but from my limited understanding of it, there were only ever X amount of Bitcoins put into the system.
Yeah, 21 million.
Yeah.
Well, there's a max of 21 million. They're still mining them, which means they're creating them, but it limits at 21 million.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's the cutoff. When
So it's,
no more.
When this cryptocurrency thing started, like I had some Bitcoin in 2009. I lost it, prior boohoo, but I was already aware of like how money works, or that just the history of money, and like and I've always thought, well, this is like criminal the way that fiat currency works, and that we need to go back to a money system. Like gold is always going to be money. There's no way around that. So people are always going to value it. But currency changes, and it's like, and you look at when how that's all started with, like, people bring their gold to the vault, and then they're not coming back to pick up their vault. They're just trading notes. They're just trading their receipts. Oh, okay, well, let's print more receipts than we actually have of gold. But then who those extra receipts, who gets those extra receipts? And that's with extra currency supply. Like, look at the M1 for the US dollar. Like, how much extra currency has been printed in the last or minted, or whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it, in the last 2 years. And so it's like you're liquidate, you're creating you're inflating you're inflating that currency, so you're creating a bunch, so it's like you're spreading out the value that's stored within, or the value that people ascribe to, or that they count on that asset or that currency having. You've just liquidated it all. You've just spread it away. You just diluted it all. And it's like, it seems pretty criminal, for someone to come through and say, I'll trade you all these receipts. And you go, well, fuck, hang on. These receipts aren't worth anything anymore. I can't go back to my vault and get I can't get the amount of gold that my receipt is worth, because it's all diluted. So it's like, at what point do we actually get to a sane money system that's fair? And I don't think cryptocurrency is the answer to that, especially since it's been hijacked. Like Banslaw says, that it's not sure, it's not guaranteed anymore. Like, it's not, if there was limited supply and it all worked in a similar fashion where you can get out the money that you put in, or at least the same percentage. Instead, you get all this dilution, and you go, well, okay, it's all being diluted, but where is that? Who's reaping the benefit of that dilution? Somebody's benefiting somewhere.
Yeah, but I see, if people go into crypto uneducated about what they are buying, and like I made the point with Bitcoin only having the 21 million. It seems to be, to me, maybe naively, that the power of the Bitcoin is more in the hands of the people. Now, these other cryptocurrencies that have been introduced and that are out there that don't have the same ethos about them, they'll have 21 million, and then all of a sudden they get to the 21 million. They go, you know what, we're gonna make available another 50 million on top of that. So now these powers can much more easily manipulate their value and actually overnight make them completely worthless.
Well, there's different blockchains that do that differently. Like some of them have a limit. Other ones continually create new ones, and then other ones have like a time schedule where, like, you know, every year, every 5 years. I mean, there's even other ones that create it based upon certain things that are done within the network. For example, like a video sharing website where every time somebody views your video, you know, you get a token that is created on the chain. So every time someone watches your video, you know, you get, and then the chain is creating new tokens for every view in that way. That's kind of one example of a model where they're continually created like that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's set up this entirely new ecosystem and structure for these, because a lot of these, like, they're different actual blockchains. So the idea of cryptocurrency being one thing is, it's not really one thing. Like, it's all these different. I mean, there is like the underlying blockchains and cryptography technology wrapped within it in terms of that part of it. But then they're building all these other networks, and, you know, who really owns them, who runs them, like, and like, you were saying, like, could they add them, alter them in the future? I mean, that could be devastating if they. I mean, they already can change our money in the way that they can, but yeah, I do know what you mean. I mean, if they, it would just, it has the potential. Seems like it has the potential to give them more control, but then also the potential to give us more freedom. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
I can definitely see both sides of it, Gio. But you know, what frightens me about it is that at a flick of a switch, things can be turned off, almost. And you know, there was an example of this just recently in Canada with that, where the Canadian government switched off, I think, I'm going to say a dozen wallets because they were donating to that trucker protest. People were donating crypto to that trucker protest, and the Canadian government said, no, we're not going to allow this, and they froze all these wallets, you know, just at the click of a switch. Well, you know, that's a frightening thought, actually, that, you know, someone can just sit down at a computer and go, well, we don't like what you say or what you do or what you post or what clubs you go to, and we're going to freeze your ability to trade completely. You know, go buy milk and bread, and I know that's a very alarmist type of attitude to or point to make, but I still think it, you know, to have someone have that ultimate control over you. You know, which they kind of do now with bank accounts. You know, they can freeze bank accounts, these sorts of things as well. I'm not naive to that. It just seems a lot more difficult where they can just go bang, job done.
Well, I heard about that. I heard something about the truckers thing, but do you know what the details of that were? Because I mean, you know, I mean, you can't, because the government can't just do that to a blockchain. Like, they can't just seize wallets digitally. Now, they might have gone to their houses and demanded that they got the passwords or whatever, but I guess I don't know exactly what it was. But I mean, in general, there's no blockchains that a government, at least currently, would be able just to necessarily go turn off. Like, your wallet is independent of that. But I guess I don't know exactly what the setup was on that.
Neither do I, Gio, and I'm just repeating like an article that I read. But you know, whether or not they need the passwords, like I said, I don't about this sort of topic to speak at all really about it. I am very, very naive and ignorant on it. But still in the back of my mind, it is like, you know, at the push of a button, people can do these things. You know, what happens if like overnight they just turn off the internet, right? Maybe not at the push of a button, right? They can't get control of your wallet. But what happens if they just turn off access to everyone as far as the internet is concerned? What do you do then with your little flash drive or your little digital wallet? How do you go? How do you then go about things?
Right, but that would be the case today too, right? Other than paper cash, but paper cash only makes up like a tiny portion.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
If they shut it off too, we'd all.
Exactly.
They already have, like, what's the percentage of money that's in cash? It's like tiny, like of overall money that. So I mean, don't they already have all of our money on their servers right now?
Yeah, pretty much. And who gets paid in cash these days? Joe, everything is just numbers going from one account to another. You don't even see cash. Like you literally have to go to the bank now to get cash out if you want it. You know, everything is tap and go with your card, or people use their phones now to tap and go. Everything is done digitally anyway, so we're pretty much in that digital world already, where you don't even see cash. Like it's a foreign kind of thing.
Yeah, but I mean, if they use some kind of, I mean, what they're going to do, I think, in a sense, is that they're going to. It's kind of messed up because the positive part of cryptocurrency and blockchain is true decentralization, where nobody is owning anything, and it's impossible for anyone to flip it off. It's impossible for anyone to even alter it. Like it's like it's almost like a living entity that works on its own outside of anyone, running it or hosting it or anything like that. And then that has a decentralized nature to it. It's a pretty fascinating technology, the way that works, the way it uses like the nodes on the network and so on, where it's like truly decentralized. And that's where there can be a lot of like honesty, transparency, and, basically complete inability for the currency to be inflated, and so on, like, inflation proof and all that kind of stuff. But I think what they're doing is in the way they do it, they're co-opting and usurping and all that. They're kind of playing on that decentralized, ethos, and then creating networks that are not decentralized, like they're actually centralized. So it's like the wolf in sheep's clothing kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's like a fake blockchain basically, where it is actually centralized and where they have total control. So if they can sell people on their networks, then, and who knows how that's going to work into the government systems and the countries and all that. But yeah, that's like the most kind of shadow, like the darkest potential for it is where they could sort of sell it as, oh, it's like, more secure and, decentralized in a way, but actually it's just more centralized. But then we'll have like the actual decentralized networks as well. Now, whether they try to destroy those or whether those survive, because, they can't control those. And that's what's going to be interesting to see kind of how people, like if they do some kind of huge reset and all this is involved, is there a positive part of it as well that we could use and utilize and not be going in a darker hole of more centralization.
My boys, my two youngest boys, they're right to crypto. They love it, and they both have some pretty wild computers with pretty crazy cards in there, and they're all, their computers mine all the time, and they do both have a healthy little nest egg, I must say. And they're always telling me, got to get into this, I've got to invest in this, that, and the other. But my advice is to them is just to keep on doing what they're doing and know as much as what they can about it. Because I don't think personally myself that it's something I really have to worry about at my. If I was younger, Gio, most definitely I would be all over it. I'll be trying to educate myself as much as possible, because it is the way of the future. That is the way it is going, and the only way to move forward with it is to be educated with it, and is to know about it. I'm just not personally at that stage where I really have to worry about it. I don't
Yeah,
think.
you probably don't really have to. I mean, unless you want to get involved in it, because it's sort of like a lot of things. Like we can't really, we can all only focus on some part. Like there's a lot of things I'm not focused on, obviously, that have to just play out. And I mean, the thing is, if there is some kind of huge reset thing, I mean, you're going to definitely know about the different options, different networks, however that plays out, and, so I'm saying, like, if in the future, you'll have to choose between, A, B, or C, then at that point, but, in the meantime, yeah, it's not like necessarily essential to know all the workings of all these technologies and these companies, because they're all kind of, trying to develop all these technologies that, are going to be utilized kind of in the future as everything goes in this more digital, and I think ultimately, run by these blockchains, whether legitimate or illegitimate ones.
Yeah, and I think between my boys and the realms that we're in, if it actually got to that stage, like a great reset and all that sort of stuff, I think I could call on a pretty good knowledge pool to point me in the right direction if that was needed. But yeah, I have no interest in investing my money to make money on it. People always telling me I should invest in this, you should invest in that. You'll make some good coin, but I don't need it, Gio. To be quite honest with you, I don't really need to be going down that path.
I take issue with people calling it a technology, because when you look at technology just as a general word, what is it? Like someone takes a piece of wood and they get a sharp rock, and they get some twine, they secure the piece of the sharp rock to the piece of wood. There you got an axe. That's technology. And information technology. Well, it takes someone pretty smart to put a computer together and figure all that shit out and invent that, and it enables us to transmit huge amounts of information at like fucking breakneck speeds, and we're all very connected to each other now. But the technology within information technology just seems to be a different type of thing, because just like in my definition, technology is just something that enables you to more effectively manipulate the environment around you. So a shovel, an axe, or that sort of thing. So you're manipulating the environment to make it more efficient to manipulate the environment. You're sort of just building things on top of each other to make it more efficient to live and act. But when this stuff that we're in the modern age that we're phrasing as technology, as it relates to like computer stuff, is we're creating more advanced, more effective, more efficient ways to manipulate each other. It doesn't actually produce anything. It doesn't create anything, any benefits. It does not creating anything that's productive or efficient. It just makes it more easy for us to manipulate each other. And it's like you have a friend, Benny. He invites everybody over, and you'll go, "Oh, hey Benny," and he's, "I've got this great idea, right? You know what? I've got this box of receipts right next to it. I've got this empty box. You chuck your cash in there. Everybody just put in $10, and I'll give you a little receipt. I'll just write them out as you put your money into the box. So you all put in $10, and you go, okay, well, how much is in there? There's 10 of us. Okay, there's $100 in the box, and since we all put it in at the same time, we all get a receipt for $10. And then someone else might come along and go, I want to put $10 in as well. And they go, oh, yeah, okay, we'll give you a receipt, but it's not going to be like for 1/10 of it. It's only going to be for 9%. So then the more the higher the pool gets, the less of a share you can buy for the same amount. And then he turns around and he says, oh, I've got 3 mates in the back room. I'm going to mint some more of this thing. We're just going to give them receipts anyway. And you go, well, they haven't put money into the box to begin with. Oh no, I just minted it. I just got these receipts here. You go, well, that's a pretty good technology. That's a nice scam. Hey, you just got us all around here, wasted our time. Yeah, I know, but it's okay because it's a Ponzi scheme that we've all emotionally invested into. We like the idea. It's separate. We're not having to put money into a bank. We're just trusting Benny that he's going to do the right thing by us. No, he's a good bloke. He's all right. We trust this crypto, and it's like it's a good game. Like it's but it still relies on there being a fiat system. I mean, what are you going to value crypto in? You're going to, other than US dollars, what else could you value your crypto in? It doesn't have a it doesn't have any connection to a real world asset.
Yeah, but that's sort of. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, mate.
Well, no, I was just gonna say real quick. I mean, it could just be worth what it is. The difference would be like things like, let's say a grocery store. Let's say that they accepted 3 different kinds of currency. You know, one of them is, you know, XY. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, currency A, B, or C. And so, you know, the cost of a gallon of milk is however many of that, you know, that currency, instead of it being based on fiat.
But it's also too driven by the market, the worth of it as well. Like it's no different to anything else that you buy or want to invest in. Or you want to invest in gold. Well, you know, 30 years ago, an ounce of gold was $1,000, and today it's, you know, $3,000. It's the same sort of thing. It's driven through demand, really. What it is worth and what people put its value at.
Yeah, I mean, I often think of blockchains as like digital real estate, and there is all that stuff with like the metaverse and NFTs, but even not going on that level of it, but just the basic idea of, if you have a particular blockchain, there's a certain number of, it's essentially like codes at the end of the day, like addresses, and those addresses make up, like in case of Bitcoin, let's say 21 million. So there's, you know, 21 million. Well, it's a little more complicated than that because there's 21 million Bitcoins, but you can actually have a lot of divisions of those Bitcoin. But nonetheless, it's still a similar concept to where each Bitcoin has its own position on the entire blockchain. So in that way, you're essentially owning a piece of that blockchain, like that real estate. And then whatever the value that is given to it, whether that equals, you know, a dozen eggs or a chicken, or, you know, whatever the number is. Obviously, we have our fiat system right now, so okay, that's worth $5, $10, kind of a thing. But if you have the digital real estate on that blockchain, then that's the value is like inherent within that structure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I get that.
Definitely. But definitely the younger generation can't find out, because it is the way of the future, undoubtedly, and you've got to be aware of it and you've got to know it.
Well, like the idea that, let's just say the gold standard was a thing, without going into totally like Tartarian history and stuff. Let's just say the gold standard, and then seems like whoever had the most gold, or whoever was able to do what they've done now, which is to like remove the gold standard and turn it into this completely centralized system of the central bankers, which obviously World War II and, you know, the whole process that has gone down to where now we're run through the system of the fiat currencies, and they're basically owning it, printing it, inflating it, controlling it to that degree. And then, like, where are we headed next? Like, are we just going to remain in the system forever, or is there going to be some kind of a shift? And if that's the case, are we going back to some kind of physical thing as a currency, or are we going to the digital thing, or are we going from here to digital, and then from digital to having no currency, maybe way off in the future?
What I find hard to wrap my head around, Geo, is basically is how a bunch of ones and zeros has any worth whatsoever. All right, Bitcoin's worth whatever it is at the moment, 20,000 for a Bitcoin, whatever the number is. But basically, it's just ones and zeros just flying ether, right? And to me, on a practical level, it's just like, where is the value? Now, once upon a time, which is basically what the fiat currency now has no worth. Like, once upon a time, your currency had to be backed up by your gold reserve, which is no longer the case. It's not done like that at all. But that is what was supposed to happen. Like if we had
correct, and that's why we all ask the same question you do, Bansal. We ask the same question, Bansal.
If we had a Bitcoin, Geo, that was, say, the dairy industry Bitcoin, so it's the milk Bitcoin, and then we had the carrot Bitcoin or whatever, you know what I mean, or gold Bitcoin, like it was actually backed by something tangible, then I could see from at my age like some kind of worth in it, I suppose. But to have something, like I said, that's just floating around in the ether as ones and zeros that actually has value, which is really probably no different to the fiat currency anyway. Let's be quite frank about it. I just find that hard to comprehend myself, especially when I first heard about it. I just find that a hard concept. Well, it's not hard because you understand it because it is what it is really, but it would make me feel more comfortable if it was backed by something more tangible.
It's a stock market, but you're not investing in any company, and they can just create more stocks without paying any dividends or doing anything.
Most definitely, there is
Correct.
a stock market,
Ponzi.
but with the stock market too, it depends how greedy you are as well. You can be a safe investor, and you can invest in a blue chip company where you'll get a small return between 5 and 8% a year. Is generally what you get with some of the blue chip ones, and they are solid. They've got a lot to back them up, and
Right.
you very, very rarely lose on a blue chip company. Yes, you do lose on the other one, but that is a chance that you have to be willing to take. Are you in it to make a quick buck, or are you in it for the long haul, just to make a
I
nice
think most of them are here for the long haul. That's why we have people like Kazeppa. We have people like Kazeppa speaking for the future of the Australian people, correct? Kazeppa can tell us now. We have people like Plymouth and Kazeppa. We have many Australians here telling us about the future of what is known. You know what I mean? We're seeing the sunrise and the sunset being proven by the Australian people here. We're not seeing nothing. We're not seeing a drag downwards from the people. We're only seeing a drag upwards from the Australian people. I think we see through people like Plymouth smoking a gato. You gotta smoke a gato. You know what I mean, Plymouth?
Shit, I'm with you, mate.
Thank you.
You got a good memory.
As we that are left to go on. Weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Yeah, exactly.
Here comes Gato now.
It's all about the Gato, and that's what I've been bringing up the argument of Kazeppa. I think Kazeppa we have a fella known as Gazetta. I reckon he's the latest Australian fella, correct? Gazetta, why don't you speak for us, mate? Come on.
Yeah, well, I don't have that job, do I?
Gazeppa, can you speak for us?
I can speak for anybody.
You sound exactly the same as Playmore. Are you guys related?
Claymont.
Get fucked.
The Claymont
Are
killer.
you? No, Gazeppa, are you and Playmore related?
Who?
You and Playmore.
Claymont.
No one can read on this server. I swear no one can read.
Playmorph, are you and Kazeppa related? Because you guys sound exactly the same, bro.
Yeah, we are related. We're both Aussies.
That's it. You, Kazeppa, and Playmorph are like the same dude. You guys both from the same state? Where are you guys from?
New Zealand.
No, you're not from New Zealand, bro. You're taking the yeah, exactly.
Taking the piss.
You're taking the piss, bro.
Yeah.
Taking the fucking piss.
You guys are the same person. And that's what I love to hear on this channel, guys. I think you guys, legends, both of you guys. Thank you for being here and just showing respect to who we are, correct? You know. Thank you, guys.
You know what, bro? You bring the beers, you bring the beers and the chili bin, and we'll go and get the fish and chips. We'll meet you there.
We can be married. You can be as married as you want to be, mate. But if you're married, I respect a marry more than I respect even the white Aussies and Kiwis. So if you are a real married person, then we can respect that. Correct? Is that correct?
I'm an Aboriginal.
What's with the silence after that statement? Jeez.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that, bro. I want to hear what Gio or Benzel has to say about this. Nothing to do with me, bro.
Well, I'll just say one other thought because I had this on my mind. I was going to say it a minute ago about the currencies and cryptocurrency thing. I think my thought on it is that if you have to have a currency, like I think the really highest octave way to do it is really not to have any currency at all within humans. I think we can all work together and use the abundance on the earth and live in synergy and harmony with nature. But that's very ideal and so on. So without, if we're coming kind of off of that possibility, and then we're into some system of currency where, you own some and I own some and somebody else has some, even within that, there is a way of doing it that is in integrity, where it can't just be inflated or controlled by one group, and where it actually is like an honest and fair system. And I would just say that what we have now is definitely not that. It's completely centralized and controlled. And then whatever the blockchains or cryptocurrencies seem to allow for, it does seem like it could allow for them to have more control over it. But is there a way that with the blockchain technology and abilities to utilize it, could we actually have a system that is more fair and balanced and more honest for everybody? Like more of an honest system that isn't centralized and controlled. So does
exactly.
it offer that potential?
I'm looking for honest people, and I think people like Geo are the most honest souls that we're getting here in relation to the entire world. We get certain connections via the world. You can say people are gay or something, but bro, I'm straight as it gets, man. Gio is the man that was in it. Gio is my fella. You know what I mean? Gio is spreading the information that
Boy, I've got a killer.
Playmore.
I've got a killer. Let's let's start, Geo, a urea coin. Because not only is it a very valuable commodity, which the world is short on right now, we can each produce our own, or if you will, mine our own urea. Imagine that, a coin that we could produce our own value with an excrement.
Oh boy, that sounds dangerous.
Define dangerous and define excrement. You know, we're defining what we excrement, right? And one can give off $10 an hour, right? Someone can give off minimum wage, even if that's what they're earning via their job. You know, money doesn't even come to play. I am a landscaper and I make minimum wage, so I'm looking at $20 an hour. And that's, you know, what a landscaper does by their job. But we're looking at this work, and what we're looking at is awareness of the now, and we're looking at this perspective of the people here, correct?
So, Whites, do you think it has to be based on something physical, or do you think it can be completely digital and still have value?
No, it has to be something has to be tangible, yeah. Otherwise, what's the value? No one will agree to use it. The only reason we all agree to use fiat currency now, like Bandy said, is because once upon a time it was connected to something we all knew that had value.
Right.
And that value has been taken away, but the agreed upon construct still remains, even though we all can see that it's fucking waning and waning and waning. Less and less value every fucking year.
What could that be though? Food? I mean, what? I mean, diamonds, gold. Like what?
We define that which is conceived.
No, that's why I said urea.
Linked you with this many people on Earth right now.
Urea is absolutely vital for so many industries. Like, I kid you not, and it literally comes from urine. Obviously,
So,
most of it's produced
you are referring
from
to
bovine urine and stuff, but still.
Playmore, you are referring to Eureka, correct?
No,
No, urea.
Eureka.
Urea.
Eureka. And
No,
this is what
I mean, if you want to call it, Eureka coin,
to-
and then people who are covered in piss do stink, they do reek.
when they found the
coin.
gold.
How about
When they
a coin
found
link
the
to
gold.
truth? How about a coin link to truth? And the more truth you have, the more coin you get.
Eureka.
Well, the World Economic Forum are tying freedoms or personal rights to social responsibility. So if you're more socially responsible, you have more personal freedoms. And guess who's going to be the most socially responsible of them all? It'll be Mr. Klaus Schwab, of course. He'll be free to have that wagyu.
Socially responsible, you know, and you're looking at the people and what the people are receiving from the information, correct? And when you're looking at terms like Eureka, we're looking at gold being received from the people. What made Aussies who they were? It was the gold rush, the gold mines, correct? Spencer?
Golden shower rush. I'm proposing a whole new gold rush from the golden shower, urea.
But this
the golden shower stockade.
this push why in regards to social credit scores, that's a very dangerous path.
Of course.
Well, that seems like that's going to come along. It seems with whatever the government-based crypto blockchain thing, a currency thing. Doesn't it seem like that's likely that they're going to link it into some? Is that what you mean, like a social credit score and all of that?
Yeah.
They do. Yeah.
Yep.
You get tokens every time you get a jab. You get tokens every time you don't get flagged for censorship on your.
Australia is not Asia just yet, Geo. Australia is not Asia just yet, mate.
100% we are, and we are introducing social credit scores as we speak.
Banfield, not just give it 5, give it 10 years.
No, it's already here.
Give it 10 years, mate.
It is already here, and you are naive that it's. All right, we already have the facial recognition software in place, working as we speak, scanning 1 billion faces per second. right? This is what they are doing, right? Right
Can,
underneath your nose, and
can,
right underneath your nose, they are going to introduce bills to let you know exactly what they're going to be doing for your safety, because they have your safety at heart. And we are all going to stand up as one and say, yes, please do it. It's going to happen. Trust me. It's already here. It's already being used. And your social credit score, with what you post, with what you look at, with what you do, with what you buy, with where you go, is being tracked and monitored and put into databases.
So you get a speeding ticket and you don't even have a cop pull you over. It's all digital. They just catch you on the radar going over the speed limit. You instantly get a ticket right to your app. It takes the money out of your account, you know, instantly. And
potentially true information. Potentially true. Bandsaw, continue with the information you've received here, because potentially this is true. I've seen this information being shared, even through it's connected, like Geo says, through the driving system. You get done via how far you're speeding or what's being done through the road system, correct, Geo? It's been shown here through the system of the road, and the pedestrian system is connected via how they use vehicles, correct?
so if you don't get enough
No?
social credit points that month, then you can't watch your Netflix.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't drive your car either. That's my point. You can't drive your
Instead
car.
of getting access to thousands of channels, you only get 50 channels.
I want to watch all my balls.
It'll restrict you to where you can and can't go, as well. Whether or not you can go into major towns, you'll have to request a permit to go into a major town if you live not in that town. All this is coming to a town near you, right? It's on its way.
But that's a pretty dark outlook. I mean, do you think it's going to get that bad?
I don't want to be dark, Geo. I just see that these things are already implemented in other countries, and I see how. Well, I'm only going to talk for Australia. How Australia is implementing the same sort of technologies here, right? And it is here.
Just don't be in a smart city, people. Stay out of the smart cities for as long as possible, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the most concentrated expression of this would be in your smart cities where
fuck yeah,
everything is controlled through it.
You look at places like China, Geo. Like if you live outside of Beijing, right, you have to apply for a permit to go into Beijing. You can't live out in the towns, right, and then decide one day, oh, you know what, there's a good little coffee shop in the heart of Beijing. Let's go there for a day out. Well, you can't do it. You have to literally apply for a permit and get permission so you can go into Beijing. Right?
You know what they're going to do too? They're going to use the social credit score to claim that it's reducing crime in the smart cities. Well, there'll be virtually no crime because everybody's so controlled. With robotic police and God knows what else, and with the social credit score to where, that's going to be kind of their selling point for people that are afraid of, have fears of that.
Yeah, the banner will be for your safety. We have your safety. It'll all be under the banner of safety. That's what it'll be under. And people unfortunately will buy into it. They are buying into it. They have bought into it over the last couple of years. I still hold out hope that enough people see what is going on. Enough, people will go, no, we've got to stop this. I still do have hope as far as that is concerned. But when you see it being implemented in other countries, when you see the technology getting implemented here in Australia. It's probably in the States too. Exactly the same sort of stuff. It's everywhere. Yeah, they are winding things up very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Like who would have thought, in all seriousness, Gio, that if any one of us had 2 years ago, that overnight they're going to flip a switch and close the whole down.
Yeah, but doesn't it kind of seem like they failed at all that? Like, do you get the vibe that whatever the last 2-3 years, the whole pandemic, that they were really going for it, and they were going to go for the whole deal, and then it seems like we pushed back, and now they're kind of like, oh shit, what do we do now?
Yeah, there was pushback, but maybe it was just a beta run.
Well, it was like a training. It's like when you train a dog, you demand it, whatever you want it to do and all that. And give it, treats if it obeys, and then shame it if it doesn't or whatever. So no, I would say that it did play that role. And certainly they have plans in the future, I'm sure, to roll out additional things, but it just seems like they almost had everybody looped into, doing like the mandates that would require the jabs, and then that would have led them into, if they were going to do some kind of social credit thing. But it just seems like there is some way in which it didn't quite go the way they wanted it to. Now maybe they just left it as a psyop, like, okay, well, they still feel like they trained people, and so in the future they can try to do that again. But I think actually they have a lot less authority now.
Perhaps, but with whatever plans that they do implement, they don't need everyone on board. They only need, 50% of people on board to implement things, really. They don't need everyone. As long as they get 50% of the people, they take that as a victory. So they got 50% of the people on board, really.
That's all they need for the smart city agenda. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a number of people, and you think now, Gio, the way they can target their message, like what they did 2 years ago would have been impossible unless every single person had a dumb device in their hand, I reckon. But the way they were so systematically able to target their message, like, this is all about your safety. This is for the betterment of everyone, and actually convince, a majority of people that this was the case. Overnight, they were able to flip that switch with that mass indoctrination. We talk about that word all the time, indoctrination. And now that everyone has a smart device, this message, this indoctrinated message that they want to put out there, is so easily done, and it's very calculated and very, very targeted.
Well, we've spoken about it for many years, correct? And we can talk about this for many years, no matter how many years. We're going to put the question on, And what I see here, Banzor, is the most people that are connected here are people like Playmorph and people like Gazeppa. Most people that are connected to chat are Aussies. So why do we even worry? We're talking to our own people here. We're talking to our own Aussie people, correct? Playmorph.
Nah, there's lots of people here. There's people listening. There's people who will listen. Lots of people.
The only other people that aren't Aussie are Kosho, Geo, and JJ. That's literally the only three other people. So the majority of people here that are connected are Aussies. There's one other guy here. I think he just left. There's one other person I think I can't see. But the only people that aren't Aussies here are Geo, JJ, and who else? I think that's it. Geo and JJ is the only other non-Aussies here. So I'd like to hear
Right now.
Kazepa's. I'd like to hear what Kazepa has to say about the information. Kazepa, please feel free to speak here.
No,
Thank you.
I'm really not thinking that much.
Well, you're another Aussie. I've heard Bandsaw and Plymorph talk here plenty of times, but you, Kazepa, you're new to the channel, so we'd like to hear your take on the information.
Well,
Like that, you reckon?
Exactly. So what he has to say is just as loud as what any of us have to say, I think. You know what I mean? It's all just a big rattle of it's all just a big rattle of the washing machine, you know, and the drying machine and whatever they're putting in the washing machine or the whatever washes the dishes, things like that, you know. Whoever's washing the
question, like, since we're talking about the currency, like, is it possible that we could link any currency to anything physical in the future, moving forward, like something like gold? And what could that be? That could be actually viable.
Well, I think personally, I think XRP is going to be, and like what people have said here, Bitcoin is probably the gold of the future. No, I'd agree with that.
No, it can't be.
And you didn't hear the question either.
Yeah.
I'll listen again. Yeah.
I honestly think things like tangible things, you know, whether that is urea or meat or milk, you know, these sorts of things that are tangible. You know, these things are possible to link these currencies with these industries, to give people, I suppose, more confidence in them. Well, someone like me, anyway. Maybe, you know, people have confidence in them anyway, but so they can stand on their own, so they're less manipulated, I suppose. Having them linked to something tangible might give them more stability, perhaps. I don't know.
There's no reason it can't be, Geo. It's just, again, it's a matter of that agreed thing. If the powers that be wanted to assign it to beef, they could. But their agenda is to get the plebs to eat bugs. So they're not going to do that.
Reminds me of in Spaceballs where they're like controlling the air.
Yeah, very much. Or even Total Recall, where they're controlling it on Mars.
Yeah, that's a freaky concept where some kind of authority can turn off your air. It's intense.
Well, we're looking at the controlling of meat. Who do you think back in the medieval times controlled anything to begin with? And it was who was, you know, the reason people looked up to people like Vikings is because they were the tallest and the strongest men that fought against the greatest men that were. So what we're looking at is men that can fight against other men, and we're looking at, you know, murder between people, and we're looking at tribal derelicts between each other. Correct? We're seeing tribal understanding between personas, and we're seeing walls, a biological wall between peoples. And if you want to bring this sort of thing up, this is the only thing we're going to talk about. I don't think, like Bandsaw says, it has nothing to do with biological walls. You know, I don't want to put a biological wall up against me or Bansal. You know, I think we can agree to be Aussies at the same time, and we're looking at this information, correct? We're looking at the same information that we can share here, and that is information against the globe. We know there is no globe, correct? And that's what we can share in this moment. Correct. We know there is no globe here. What we
How you going first? So you popped in. First incubus.
Well, first incubus, I've been asking this man many questions for many years. He on Gem Panda's server has been abusing me, actually. First incubus has been saying many vile things about Gerald in Gem Panda's text channel. So I'd like to hear what First Incubus has to say of her voice channel. You know, I love to talk lots of here today because you know why? Because it is live stream hashtag 444, guys. Geo, you know this. So this is number hashtag 444 of the Earth Awakening server. And I'm big into the number 444. So what we're seeing is the awakenings of the people via 444, correct?
Kinda. Maybe.
Exactly. And I believe 444 to be so I say it to be the proof. Sorry, I didn't mean to say the proof for some gay shit. The proof for the reality is what we see here. Guys, I'd love to hear what First Incubus has to say about this. Or someone like a Zeppa, someone we haven't heard from.
They don't. He doesn't have his mic open, so he doesn't have to
Exactly.
be called out.
Sorry, I don't mean to bring up. You know, they're probably just listening because we got to remember there's probably plenty of people here listening to us, right? Plenty of people that don't want to contribute to the argument. They just want to listen to what we have to say. No, Bansal and Geo, is that correct?
What's up, Godric?
And Godric, hello, Godric. How you going, mate?
What's up, Geo?
Yo, what's up, dude? So yeah, we were just talking. I'd be curious to hear your viewpoint. We're talking about kind of like essentially cryptocurrencies, but kind of the like where is it all headed? You know, like is it headed into a sort of like where is like the entire like blockchain and cryptocurrency technology headed? Just as a general question. And then we were also talking about current, you know, forms of currencies and all those things. But what is your general thought on that?
Exactly.
Well, something you probably don't know. I've been in the investment industry for like 30 years, just independent trading stocks. And I saw crypto. I thought, you know, interesting, different. It went on the Chicago exchange, right? Bitcoin. So it's like fully legitimate in that way, right? So I saw it went to 60,000 the Bitcoin. Now it's back down to like 20,000, 1/3. I just want to tell you that they have the money to crash a Bitcoin really, really bad, like more than it is now. Like because what they can do, they can technically borrow money and short sell it, right, which is legal, and it can bring the price all the way down. So if they want to, they can still crash it from here. But I don't know. After that's all said, I really don't know where it's going. I mean, I know it has usefulness, like mining and performing those transactions, whatever they do. But besides that, I really don't know where it's going.
So, Dodrick, you've been connected with the Bitcoin finance for 30 years, like you say yourself.
No, back up. I do stocks. I don't do crypto. I do stocks.
You're not
crypto is
connected
different.
with
It's new.
Sorry, you're not sorry, Godric. Godric, I love to. This is my first time speaking to you right now, and I'm really glad to be speaking to you, mate. Nice to meet you, Godric. Regardless, so you've been saying you're connected to the crypto for 30 years, potentially, correct or incorrect?
Stock market trading. What did you say, Doe?
So you're connected to stock markets, and you are not connected to Bitcoin or crypto.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay.
Well, Godric,
Cool.
I think like I hear what you're saying on like the kind of the prices part of it, the investment, but I was wondering what your thoughts were like on the actual like technologies that are being developed like in that way. Like, do you think they're going to do like a government-based digital currency that is based on it, or do you think they're going to like use it to control us more, or do you think it's going to offer freedom, like in terms of that, like not just on the investment side, but also like the technology, like where's the actual technology headed in terms of our future?
Well, I think the technology is going to be increasing, right? Everything is tech, right? So that'll be going up. But here's the thing: that doesn't mean that the price of these coins would be benefited. So don't connect something happening like a wave of technology, which is happening, by the way. Don't connect that with a successful Bitcoin or successful crypto directly. But yes, I mean the technology will increase. But it doesn't mean that the coin's value will be a profitable one.
So, Godric, do you have a huge stake in cryptocurrency, Godric?
I don't have any crypto right now.
So Godric, you see just as vulnerable as stocks or the currency itself. It's just as vulnerable to be manipulated and either overinflated or deflated. You see it in that light, yeah.
It's even more vulnerable because the crypto by itself, right, is more volatile than most any stock, right? And so people can manipulate it. For example, like I was saying, they have the money to crash Bitcoin; they can just short sell it, right?
Yep.
And that might be what they're doing. I'm not sure, but then of course, if they wanted to use it, they can always buy it back and it'll be headed back up in the next few years if they wanted to. But stocks, for example, like most stocks are pretty stable in that. There's still a lot more money in stocks than there's still a lot more money in stocks than Bitcoin. So hang on, if you crash like one of those big stocks like Apple or something, there's so many investors that are going to rush in to buy the lower price. It's not going to be as manipulatable as Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is a little different. That you don't have the support of 100 years of investment.
Hold on, Gerald.
Yeah, market.
Hold on. Go, Godric. Go, buddy. Finish what you.
I was trying to say Bitcoin's a lot more manipulatable than these other big stocks. Let's say like Apple, because with Apple, like if you would short sell it, or try to crash it, there's so many investors that have 100 years of investments in stocks like this that'll just buy up the lower price. They'll buy it back and it'll go up. But with Bitcoin, it's in something new. You don't have that kind of support, and it's a smaller industry than these other big stocks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting.
So all the coins are fully able to be manipulated and legally.
Interesting.
Like you might know it.
How manipulated do you
think
think stocks are?
Hang on, you might not know this, but you can walk into a market and just start short selling one item, whatever it is, stock or Bitcoin. If you have enough money, you can crash that. You can take out all the buy orders and crash that price all the way down. Now, if nobody buys it back up, it'll keep going back down. Go ahead, Gio.
Yeah. No, I was just asking, like, how much do you think stocks are manipulated? Or do you think they're legit, like in terms of the prices of them?
There's always manipulation. Like if you just have a man with money, you'll have manipulation, right? But I think for the most part, a lot of these stock market companies are traded globally, and you know, like at least part of their profits and the products that they sell and the service that they sell to the world are shown in the stock price going up over time, and that part is legit. But like I said, there's always, you know, manipulation. There's always going to be, whether it's legal or illegal, there's always going to be manipulation where there's money and there's a guy with power.
Do you think, Godric, if any sort of crypto had something tangible backing it up? Just say we had a crypto that was based on the beef industry, for argument's sake. Do you think if it was backed by something more tangible, it'd be less manipulated? Or
I mean, that makes sense, but I don't know if you can do that, because like if you look at crypto, they're made in somebody's house, in somebody's garage. It's a like a program, for lack of a better word, designed by one guy. So he basically creates it. Now it does perform a service. Like I said, Bitcoin's useful. It does what they do. I'm not sure what they do exactly, but it doesn't have the validation of having something real behind them. How do you put like something behind a cryptocurrency that somebody can make in their own house on their day off? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You mean with mining?
No, I
Urea.
mean Bitcoin by itself. It was created by a guy creating it. You know what I mean? Okay, I'll give you an example. Look at Coca-Cola. Okay, Coca-Cola's been on the market for 100 years. On the stock market, they have a product they sell. They have a product to sell the world. They have a profit margin. They have income and revenue. They have employees, like 100,000 employees working, doing stuff. Right, 3 generations of employees. Right, they have a real thing. Bitcoin is not really that. Bitcoin, some guy made it a few years back, and he's created in his own computer lab. So you can make a new, for example, more efficient Bitcoin today that can technically replace the old Bitcoin if people decide to use it more, or if it's more efficient, or if it's faster, or if it's a higher tech. So it doesn't have the same kind of it's not as valid as something like Coca-Cola or Apple, which has a product or a service that really does something. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that any of these coins are really valid or valuable per se, because they're pretty much, a lot of it's hype, you know, obviously. You know, when you look at these other, you know, Ethereum and Dogecoin, all these other coins, I mean, there's like 1,000 of them now. So it's all like a gray area to me.
Right.
I'm not sure if Bitcoin can step up and be the main coin, which it is, you know, and it can remain that way. You know, it might. I don't know, but if it did that, then it should maintain. It should survive and go back up in price, in theory, you know. But I don't know that's going to happen. I'm not sure.
This coin's going to take over.
Which coin is?
Piss coin.
Piss coin.
Piss coin.
Yeah.
Well, that's
based on urea. Valuable commodity we can all produce. Like, what's the point of having a Bitcoin based on a commodity or a skill set that's finite or limited? Because then it can be monopolized by those with that skill set or that resource. Whereas urea, which comes from urine, everyone can produce. Every born soul, even an animal, can fucking generate urea coin, piss coin, and pay for its fucking carbon footprint.
I'm going to start drinking more water. That's what I'm going to start doing.
I mean, I kind of thought you were joking about it, but I mean, now that I'm like trying to take it, because I was actually thinking when you first said it, it is kind of an interesting concept, because we're talking about like what could you link a currency to, like a physical, like even if you had a digital thing like a blockchain that could keep track of the digital parts of it, if that was actually linked to something physical, in the same way, like let's say the dollar used to be linked to gold in that sense, it is interesting to think about something like urine because everybody creates it and everybody creates a certain amount of it. Now, it does seem like you might get, people that are going to like kill themselves drinking too much water. So they create more of it. But
no, because you won't create more urea. You'll dilute the urea. That's what I mean. You can't do that.
Well, then
it's limited. It's limited biologically, so no one could manipulate it other than to have agricultural sources like cows and stuff to then collect that urine, and maybe a whole heap of slave people to piss in cups or something.
I'm gonna have a farm full of guinea pigs collecting into a trough. That's what I'm gonna do. Urea and meat, all in one.
All we need is to see somebody start selling bottles of urine on Amazon. Then it's all done.
I mean, it's kind of the cool thing about the idea, though, is that like it's like you basically like the old idea of does money grow on trees, but like if it's linked to something like that, to where, I mean, on a positive note, it could almost be like, okay, anyone who's alive, like let's say that the urea that an average human body creates, let's just say for the moment, is equal to $80,000 to $100,000 a year, or something like that, or $60,000 a year. A good enough wage that if everyone created that, and if it was linked to that, then it's like every person, every man, woman, child, etc. If you're alive, then you are just creating all of the resources you need in that sense, in terms of the currency part. Now that would then have to be linked to other things that people are doing in the world as well. But if it was linked to that, like it's kind of an interesting, like the idea of like, as your kind of birthright, you just have wealth, instead of kind of having to enslave to someone else's system in that way. So in that idea, there's some interesting kind of philosophies around that.
You can fill up a bottle every morning. You can fill up a bottle every morning and have money for the day.
Yeah, a well-nourished person will produce more urea than a poorly nourished person. So it's within each person's responsibility, I suppose, or best interest to actually go out and put some effort into the day somewhere to, nourish themselves, so they are actually producing a good amount. It doesn't have to be urea, but it's just a good example of something we can actually innately produce, because mining had that lure to it. Anyone can get a computer, you can now do it on your phone, blah, blah, blah. But it's not equal. It's still very much monopolized by, electricity prices and fucking software and hardware. So this is a bit different to that.
The way I understand it, mining has a lot to do with you have to have high computer processors going with it, which takes computers and it takes electricity. So the amount of money you invest doing that, you figure that's a big investment and you're going to get how much back, right? And then that, whatever price that is always dropping because more and more people are going to start mining around the world. So it's not really a good investment for the average person unless you know how to have a warehouse of computers going mining.
Well, yeah, if you got free power, a lot of these big companies even set up near hydropower and shit like that, so they get an electricity at fucking dirt cheap prices.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, I typed Google for sale, and you can buy a 1 liter bottle of 99% pure coyote urine for only $80.72. Pure coyote urine.
And why would you want that?
Well,
hunting.
Hunting.
Gonna get me some coyotes.
A humane, deceptive marking aroma. All natural, fast acting, and safe around pets and children. Who would have thought it?
Yeah, that kind of language bothers me.
What language, buddy? What language?
I mean, what is it used for?
Hunting around plants and stuff.
Why hunting? And why plant?
It is it is used. It's known to trigger the fight or flight response in small animals of prey. The larger the predator, the larger the prey that can be intimidated by the scent. So it's to keep prey off bits and bobs, off your garden, these sorts of things.
I mean, that's a very expensive way to do it. This is a bit silly.
But all natural.
For some people, money is no object. Just get what they want.
Exactly. Imagine having a coyote urine milking. That'd be interesting to see.
Also, speaking of this, I heard
that right. When you bring children into it, it just makes it weird.
Speaking of this, I heard that they were selling breast milk on eBay for a while. Before that, I guess they stopped it, but you could buy breast milk like for a while on eBay. I don't know if they still do that.
Oh well, that's been a common thing for years.
For millennia.
And having wet mothers. I think the terminology was used. If you couldn't breastfeed yourself, they'd have another mum come in and feed your child for you.
Right. But the idea of freezing it, packaging it, and selling it through the mail is like a little different because now you can technically, if you're lactating, you can have a little side income there.
Oh yeah,
like selling your blood.
Well, you still can buy it on eBay.
Did they still? I thought they banned it. No.
No, well, it looks like it's still available.
How much is breast milk going for now? The formula is really expensive. So because of the Biden formula has gone like 5 times. So I wonder what the breast milk is selling for. How much do we need to pay?
It is. What is it? $20 or
$20 for a pouch?
For a pouch of it, yeah. However big, probably one feed, maybe 1 or 2 feeds.
$20 for a pouch of breast milk. And can you define what a pouch is? Godric.
Here, goatee. Here, goatee.
Yeah.
It's probably Godric. You can always have a fetish, I don't know.
Godric, what is a pouch of milk?
What?
And this is the good stuff. This is Australian breast milk.
Australian. No, Basil. Australian breast milk is what we're talking about.
Whether somebody was asking me a question.
So we're talking about Australian human breast milk. So according to you, Australian breasts give the best milk. So now we're seeing human breasts milk being the same as cows. It's almost like cow milk. We're seeing human breast milk being seen as better than any other country, which I find kind of fucked up. As soon as you bring humans into relation with organic milk or any sort of organic produce, and you bring it into reference with the human form and the human secretions of the breasts, then we see an issue here. Godric, do you agree with me?
Would you say that it's no longer organic?
I think you're saying it gets weird when you use humans, right?
Exactly. Godric, thank you. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I would have a problem. I would have a problem drinking human breast milk for some reason, but I do drink cow milk with no problem. So I don't know. It's just weird.
You could.
Go on, Bill.
I mean, but
there's plenty of wolf.
Could you do it on an industrial scale?
I have like 50 lactating mothers in chairs lined up, and then just pumping all the way down the line, and then putting it in a big vat and selling it.
Like, not forcibly so, you know, like but you've got to keep them pregnant so they keep lactating, right?
Well, no, you
How
don't.
do
As
that?
long as you don't have to keep them pregnant, as long as they're feeding, they'll
Well,
keep
being pregnant helps, right? But I think once you have the baby, like I remember my youngest brother was breastfed till he was 4 years old. So as long as you keep lactating,
exactly.
as long as you keep using your breast will keep making milk.
Exactly. Like you've got to get pregnant to start off the process, definitely. But then once you start the process, until you stop the process and dry up, you'll keep reducing.
It just goes indefinitely.
I don't know about indefinitely.
Yeah, the guy, the kid that was 8 years old that was doing breast milk from the mother. You know that you saw that newscast where the kid was 8 years old drinking breast milk from his mother.
That's pretty weird. That sort of, but
I think he'll keep producing it as long as you keep using your breasts, and the moment you stop using them, they dry up pretty much.
But yeah, no, it could be a good little side income for breastfeeding to express a little bit more.
Well, it depends on the information that you're looking at. It depends on the breast that you're talking about that's lactating. So you gotta ask the question of the lactating breast. And you gotta bring attention to the woman and how many years, what women say is, you gotta lactate the breast every day, otherwise the breast stops lactating, correct? If there isn't a child or a baby lactating on such a breast, it will stop lactating. So it has to be a constant thing. And I've only heard this myself, but if you guys have ever, I know some of you guys probably have children, and your child's mother probably knows as soon as the child stops succulating on the breast will stop lactating the milk, correct? Do you see what I mean? It's like a constant thing. Like the child needs to be constantly connected to the breast. No?
Yeah, a few times a day, and then when they stop breastfeeding, when they take that decision, it's actually quite a well, with a lot of women, it's there's a bit of pain involved when they're drying up. So they use things like cabbage leaves and stuff, put in their bra and stuff to help dry them up a little bit quicker. But it does get quite painful when they're not feeding, because they don't get to relieve that pressure that builds up, and they can get what is the problem? They get mastosis, I think. I can't remember now, but you can get it.
You can always pump if it's too painful, right?
Oh yeah, definitely got drink. Yeah, they can definitely. Yeah.
I mean, what's it taste like?
Oh, I don't know. It just tastes
chicken.
Chicken.
No.
I don't know. It's
not like milk.
It's not unpleasant. Well, I don't think.
Put it this way, it's worth $20 a pouch, so go figure.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
You could almost say that it's borderline flavorless.
It could be marketed. Especially, it could be a product that would sell.
I just want to ask Godric if he has to see how many pounds of breast milk in his collection.
I do not collect breast milk. I never bought it. I thought it was interesting that people would buy it, because how you know what you're getting, how you test it, what if it's really just cow milk,
Oh,
It doesn't look like cow milk, though. It looks kind of like watery with like a yellow
Yeah.
Yellow. It's not white. It's more yellow and watery. So it
No,
does
you're
look.
not into Godric. Godric, I just want to ask you: do you have connection with certain humanoid figures that can create this via their breasts? Godric.
No, I do not. Mad Max, the new Mad Max movie where the guy had that women making breast milk. Dude, that was crazy. And like these fat women
That
like
was.
making breast milk, and he was like drinking the milk, you know.
Yeah. I remember.
I mean, they're probably is there less lactose in breast milk than
I have no idea. It's probably really healthy for you.
because I mean, the problem with
exactly the same as Plymore.
if you're on a ketogenic diet, you can't have milk. It will break the keto because it's got the lactose converts to sugar, or it's like a sugar fat. So it's
correct.
You're allowed to break ketosis if you're in
I
a
want-
ketogenic
no,
diet. In fact,
want-
you should come out of ketosis regularly.
I want to share
Keto
something.
is another subject entirely. I've done keto for 20 years. I've gone 3 days without eating any food and drinking only water for 3 days straight. Just
I've just come off fasting and I'm just trying to stay a bit more keto.
I want to say something. Like, breast milk, you guys don't know that.
Bring it up.
Breast milk, the baby uses like a high amount of it. So like, here's the thing: if your baby is on breast milk, and no other formula nor the other food, their poop does not smell at all.
No,
Their poop is
no,
like a
it doesn't,
yellow.
Godric. Yeah,
But
you're
the
right
moment
there,
you start
Godric.
giving them, the moment you start giving them formula or other food, then the poop smells like shit, right? But a baby
Unless
poop
it's
on breast
meat.
milk does not even smell one bit. Like the body uses like all of it, pretty much.
You give them meat and it's the same thing, mate.
You say meat?
Don't give them vegetables. Yeah, just give them meat and it's the same thing.
If you eat meat, your shit won't stink.
Definitely.
Definitely what? It will or won't?
It won't, no. There's nothing fermenting, there's nothing rotting.
If you eat pure
By the time
meat,
it gets to your colon,
wait.
there's very little organic matter left.
But if you eat pure meat, you're saying your shit won't stink?
Yes.
Have you done this?
He does it.
That's what
We've done this for many years. We've eaten only raw meat, raw liver, and things like this. We've eaten pure, without carbohydrates, without things like vegetable and greens. Plymouth, you know what I'm talking about, mate. Pure meat diet, correct? Carnivore
I
diet.
know what you're talking about. I do cook mine a bit though. I'm not completely raw, mate. I like it bloody in the middle, but I do like a sear.
Does that include eggs? Because I like eggs a lot.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Yep.
So that's basically keto, is what you're saying.
Well, yes and no. You know, you've got to have. You are in ketosis if you're getting rid of your fat, obviously, but by having a decent size amount of protein and or fat, you knock yourself out of ketosis, right? You don't digest all that protein in one hit, so a lot of that will convert to sugar and knock you out of ketosis, which is what we're meant to do physiologically. We're not meant to be in one state or the other. We're meant to actually shift between them, not necessarily daily, but at least bi-daily.
Did you say ketosis?
Ketosis, correct.
Tell me what that means. I'm sorry. Start again.
So the liver.
It's basically where you're utilizing ketone bodies for energy. Each cell is utilizing ketone bodies instead of glucose. So you've got two methods, one or the other.
Of carbohydrates and sugar, Godric.
So your body.
It's the absence of carbohydrates and sugar. That's what ketosis is. And we see ketosis being shown within meat diets, the carnivore diet, and even vegan diets are not ketosis, because even in vegetable diets or fruit diets, you're seeing sugar or you're seeing fruit. So what we're seeing is the high fat percentage diet shown in the carnivore diet here. So, do you see what I mean here? Godric, this is what the keto diet is. It's the carnivore diet. No?
So
it's just it's eating to restrict carbohydrates exogenously.
I get constipated sometimes. So like if I eat meat a lot, like a steak, I might get a little constipated. So how do you digest that?
No, you don't get more constipated. You've got to have fat, right? So the way that I advise people to do it is to have enough fat so that you have a runny crap, right? You have enough fat that it basically goes through you, and you'll see, shit floating, and it's not good. And then you back that amount of fat off to where you're not having a runny crap, and it's nice and formed perfectly. And then you introduce 20 to 30% of that volume as protein, preferably ruminant meat, right? And then that will digest pretty much 100% in your system. You'll have a small deposit of crap, and it will be perfectly formed, and it will not stink, and it will be nicely coated in a nice little layer of bile for you, so it'll just come straight out. It's how it's meant to be. You're supposed to be in the wild and dropping a crap like that, not telling the whole environment that you just had a shit. And you're supposed to be doing it once or twice or maybe 3 times a week, not fucking 4 times a day, letting every predator out there knowing that you're out and about and come chase you down.
So, but hang on a second. But if you shit 3 times a week, you have all that feces in your colon for so much longer. You think that's healthy?
No. What feces? Like, you're forgetting that everything's being digested, but a very little bit. And so it just accumulates. It's not all of that sitting there. You've got the wrong picture in your head. If you're having fiber, you've got a lot of shit sitting there. Without a doubt. It can't be broken down. It has to sit there.
I have my bowels with constipation, so I take fiber. Am I doing it wrong?
Yeah, definitely. I'll send you. If you want, I'll send you a link to a video where a guy goes through scientific studies that show fiber causes constipation. Right? If you want me to, I can.
Okay,
and then you'll come out of that going, right.
Send the link to the live stream for everybody, but also DM me the link, please. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, no one here is all going to see it because I have to find the video. But when I find it, I'll send it to you. If you want to share it with everyone, you're most welcome to. It's not private. It's a YouTube video.
I'd say fiber is important.
This is a pleomorph, is that right?
That's correct, mate. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I saw that guy on YouTube. He was eating like raw, like lamb or some shit. And he's like against veganism. So that dude is correct?
Look, I'm not going to say someone's correct just by a statement like that, because he could say that fucking go and get the COVID shot after he says eat raw lamb. So I'm not going to fucking say that. No way.
Are you talking about
nothing wrong with raw lamb?
Are you talking about Sphidia?
Yeah, that crazy white dude that is against vegans. He'll say shit about vegans. He gets people all triggered.
It's spelled like it looked like spherage is kind of the way it's spelled.
Yeah. He's like up north somewhere like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's from. Well, it's pronounced. Yeah, it looks like spherage, but I believe it's pronounced Sphidia.
One of his videos, he has like big ass raw lamb chop, like chomping away at the fucking thing, you know.
Oh, vegans
he's actually he's definitely not into jabs. He's actually a flat earther guy too, and he knows the earth is flat, and he's also definitely not into jab stuff. But yeah, no, he's very opinionated. He's interesting. He's kind of Augenis White's Augenis Vonderplanets.
No, I don't know.
Okay, it was sort of he kind of created like the primal diet. Well, it was partly connected to that, but it's basically a lot of raw animal foods and.
But I want to be clear: eggs are okay. I like eggs.
Yeah, some people do have they're lacking an enzyme in their small intestine, and they can't digest one of the proteins in eggs properly. and so they do have an issue with the whites. So if you were to just eat eggs for 2 days, you would discover whether you have an issue with the whites or not. And if that's the case, you can just have the yolks, which the yolks are pretty good. The fat content in there is beautiful. But then you can also just have duck eggs. Duck eggs, they don't have that protein, so you can get them down, no worries.
So how do you know if you have an issue with the whites after 2 days? Will you get constipated or will you get diarrhea?
No, you'll have like a bit of bloating, and maybe you just know. Put it that way. If you have them for 2 days and you've got an issue, you'll know about it. Unless, of course, you're one of these people with IBS or something, and you've always got an issue, in which case you might not fucking be able to tell. So you might have to do a fast first.
Yeah, fasting is really important to start that process of removal. You just remove everything. You just don't eat for 2 or 3 days. Drink a bit of water, not too much. And
it sends a lot of people into detox though, mate.
Things
like quite hard, and they
I
fucking struggle with that.
Comment on that fiber statement. Like, if you've got like a problem with your gut bacteria, which I do, you kind of really need to get into fiber and yogurt and stuff that's going to stimulate that fermentation.
Why? Why do you want to do that?
Because we don't have the gut microbiome that is able to process. I mean, I have nothing wrong with eating meat and stuff, but just like a varied diet. If I start to have a very varied diet, lots of different things, I just have bad digestion. Can't handle it.
I'm not saying that I'm doing it right, but I have noticed if I eat a big fat steak, I'll have a bit harder to digest it. I might get constipated. So that's my experience.
Yeah, but it's fat related, right? So what keeps your stool soft, right? Like by design, is your bile mixing with the fat, right? There's a certain proportion of that is supposed to make its way down through and keep your stool soft. The purpose of your large colon is to literally squeeze everything and get all the moisture out and suck the moisture back into your body. Your body needs that water. It tries to recycle it, right? Fiber wants to hold water. So it's actually counterintuitive to what your colon is trying to do. It's not very good. And not only that, as your colon squeezes, fiber, the non-digestible stuff, has like tiny little hooks in the edges of it, and actually causes damage to the epithelial lining. So there's all sorts of that shit that goes wrong as well. Bacterial pockets start. You get the fucking colitis and stuff from that shit. But your colon's supposed to dehydrate. So adding fiber is no good.
How about prunes? Nature's gift.
Why are you having prunes? Just because you're constipated? I mean, it might be a short-term remedy. Yeah, a short-term remedy, sure, but just fix the problem. Have some fat.
So these fat-free diet people are doing it wrong.
Definitely, man. Yep, they're sacrificing their later years for short perceived window of health. A lot of people make a transition from a bad diet to like a vegetarian diet, which is usually high carb, not necessarily high carb, but carbs and low fat, right? You've got to run on carbs because you're not having the fat to run on. And they do see health benefits, but it's only because they've gotten rid of all the processed shit. Later in life, they'll succumb to the deficiencies of lacking the fat intake.
I did exactly that. Like I went from when I was young, eating like a lot of sugar and carbs, and really I used to cut all the fat off my steaks and stuff. So I'd eat very lean protein and very high sugar and carbs. And I think what that did is it made my the bacteria in my gut very like sluts, and they're very transient. So they'll be really active and I'll have good digestion. But if I cut the sugar out and I cut down on sugar, then my digestion just turns to shit. So that's like the last few years really been doing the intermittent fasting and trying to get a lot more fats cut right back on the sugars.
Yeah, do you know what kills all that bacteria? The stuff that loves sugar, and you'd be surprised how many fucking things have got sugars in them that these crazy bacteria love. Is colloidal silver. So if you were to drink like half a liter of colloidal silver in one sitting, like you would fully irrigate your whole system, and all those bacteria that love the sugar, that ferment that shit, they'll all die off, and you'll have a fantastic week after that. And then if you just nourish yourself with the right foods like meats and fats, only the good bacteria that like that stuff will grow, and the sugary bacteria will never ever colonize again. If you understand that.
Yeah. So you just
don't.
We're trying to promote the right type of bacteria from taking hold.
Yeah, well, the bacteria will only develop if you feed them the food. A lot of people have that backwards. They think they can take the probiotics and repopulate their good bacteria, right? Now those bacteria if they go into a hostile environment where there's colonies of bacteria that want to eat them up, they will eat them up straight away, right? So what you have to do instead is only put the substrate into your gut that the right bacteria like and consume. That way the bad bacteria, even though good and bad bacteria is not a really applicable term, but the bad bacteria will slowly die off as the good bacteria get bigger and bigger colonies and are able to take hold and then keep a tab on the bad colonies as they try and reestablish themselves, because they do hang on for dear life for a long time. But if you put the right stuff in your mouth, they go away. I hope that makes sense. You got to create the right soil for the bugs to grow. You can't just put the right bugs into fucked soil. The right bugs will not grow. You have to have the right soil. Put the right substrate in, you've got the right gut bugs.
Yeah. And I think insulin resistance has a lot to do with it. We're talking about the ketosis, and
yeah,
I don't have I did go through all the information. I had it on the tip of my brain at one point, but it's been a while since I've actually researched it. But it's like, like most people have like a bit of fat around their gut and the belly button area, and that is just a pure sign that you've got a resistance to insulin. So if you're a healthy person and you have like some sort of candy or just something that's high in sugar, a piece of fruit, for example, your insulin levels will spike as a response to that, and then they'll just like drop off. But with if you've got like insulin resistance and your body's used to a lot of sugar and carbs and stuff, it'll take longer the insulin will take longer to rise, and like it basically if you restrict your sugar or go off sugar entirely and you go into ketosis, instead of your liver converting that glucose to glycogens, which your muscles use, it runs off of the ketone stores of the liver. But I don't know where they come from. Ketones are basically just broken down fats, aren't they?
They are, mate. Yep.
Yeah, so that's like a basic understanding of it, but
yeah, it's pretty accurate, mate.
And butter's okay.
Butter, oh yes, that's godly. Especially
not margarine,
from Jersey
real butter,
cows.
not margarine, the real butter.
Real butter.
Yeah, real butter. Fucking don't touch margarine. That's poison. Ugh.
All we gotta do is we gotta all buy a farm and have like butter and eggs and real meat, fucking right off from the farm. No preservatives, no old shit, the real shit.
Just get like, you get like a stick of butter. Like the harder it is to spread, the better. But what you do is you just get a stick of butter, and you get like a little cover thing, and you just chuck it on the bench, out of the fridge if you want it to be spreadable.
Spreadable on what? You're not fucking putting it on bread, are you?
Oh yeah, no, well, I haven't had toast for a long time. At the moment.
Got you. It just melts on steak, mate.
Yeah, that's right.
So are the Chinese people right eating cats and dogs?
Well, it's carnivore. There's nothing wrong with a cat and a dog. It's just if it's your pet, you might feel bad about it. Fuck, that's all. It's just an animal, mate.
How about roadkill, like beavers and rodents? Roadkill, okay?
Oh, if you're desperate, I mean, I personally wouldn't bother with it. Too much effort. I do have apocalypse guinea pigs though, so if the shit hits the fan, that's my go-to. I'll be butterflying and skidding guinea pigs for
How many guinea
Feudal
pigs do
Kingdom
you
come.
have?
Oh, I don't have any now, but that's my plan. If the shit goes down, they breed really quickly, like faster than rabbits. So
They eat like grass
not-
and shit.
yeah, exactly, mate. When the shit goes down, the guineas be ready. Oh dear.
So pork is okay? How about pork?
Yes, get some pork on your fork. All of it. Bacon, eat it. Fucking have half a kilo a day. Go for it.
Just no preservatives.
Pork belly. Yeah, look, preservatives aren't that bad. As long as they're just nitrates, nothing else. A lot of bacon has sugar in it though, which is a bad thing. If you've ever used a constant glucose monitor, you'll notice when you get sugary bacon or not. Fucking hell.
How about the water? Do you drink this fluoridic water?
Do I drink what water?
Fluoridic water.
No, I just drink rainwater, which has probably got its own shit in it, but I try and filter
How do
that
you
out.
collect rainwater to drink?
Off the
The rain, the sky, yeah, the roof of the house and the shed and shit.
Do you like boil it to sterilize it or what?
No, I have filters and a UV, so that's somewhat sterilized, but it then goes through pipes which aren't sterilized into my house. So
Oh, same here. I have rainwater here, and what we're seeing is a microscopic filter that is filtering the rainwater. But it depends how far you are from farmland, because they still spray many large proportions of glyphosate into the air, and they're still doing it via geoengineering today in the sky, and we see it through those those lines in the sky that they're doing.
UV, mate.
What do we call them?
UV.
What do we call them?
Break all those molecules down.
It's funny, White and Cespa, you mentioned good bacteria, bad bacteria in your gut, and when I was first married, anyway, one of the places I worked at had one of these OH&S health and well-being seminars. Anyway, they had this hippie dude come in and basically they were trying to get us to do all stretching exercises and whatnot before we went to work and whatnot. And anyway, one of the talks he gave was on the good and bad bacteria in your gut. Okay. And he suggested that like once every 12 months, what you should do is get half a cup to 3/4 of a cup of Celtic sea salt, right? You dilute it with half a litre of warm water and drink it, right? So half a litre to 3/4 of a litre of warm water and drink it and wait. Okay. He said, but whatever you do, right, after you do this, do not fart. Go straight to the toilet. Anyway, I I get home and tell my wife at the time, just heard this like really bizarre thing to get rid of all the bad bacteria in your gut, and then you do this, and then you take a course of probiotics and whatnot. So I don't know. I'll give it a go. So we hunted down the Celtic sea salt and got it, and I gave this a whirl. Well, firstly, I mix up this concoction of Celtic sea salt and warm water, and tried to drink it. Oh my god! Like that was an effort on its own, trying to down it. And I probably would have drunk about 3/4 of it. I just couldn't bring myself to drink the last bit of it. So I thought, okay, that's enough. And I'm not feeling too good, I must say, after drinking all this salty water. Kicking back, just waiting, and your stomach's grumbling and growling and carrying on, and starts to do knots. And then all of a sudden, I get this urge to fart. So up I go to the toilet. Wow, holy moly. It was, I have never experienced something like that in my whole entire life. And it was like,
As soon as you mentioned
like,
did you have a baby?
Sorry, Godric,
Did you have a baby in the toilet?
No, well, almost, but what was really weird, the whole experience was warm, like it had gone straight through me, right? So initially you get rid of all the big lumps and bumps that kind of come out, and then it's just like a fire hose coming out, right? And it lasts a long time, and then anyway, it's like you get to the stage where, oh, good, thank goodness that is over, right? So you clean yourself up, you get up, and you go, oh no, here comes round 2. So I went in for round 2 and round 3, finally get through it, right? It wasn't a pleasant experience at all. To this day, I've got no idea if it did me any good or any bad. But yeah,
I would have killed everything.
Sorry, Godric?
Did you get emotional?
Oh, I was definitely emotional during the experience, I must say. Yes.
How funny would that have been if he didn't tell you not to fart?
Oh, that would have been hilarious. But yeah, then I had the probiotics and whatnot, the Yakult, stocked up on some Yakult and whatnot, and so yeah, I'm not really sure if it did me any good or any bad, but it was definitely an experience that I will never forget.
Or who's gonna forget these experiences, and who's gonna forget the experiences in regards to the shape of the earth? Correct. And what we're seeing here is the truth that we don't live on a globe, correct, Benson? Regardless of the occult, the occult or the Yakult, the stomach liquid that we're drinking here to protect our stomach biome. So we're saying here that the stomach is a second brain, correct? And what we're saying is that the stomach is connected to the idea of the flat Earth, no? So we're saying that the flat Earth is the stomach to begin with. The flat Earth is the second brain, no, Bansor?
Oh, this sounds like something that you and Kosho need to hash out, if I'm being honest.
Well, I'd love to talk to Kosho about this. Kosho, are you there, mate? I'd love to talk to Kosho about the idea of the shape of the Earth.
Wait, what happened? Sorry, I was doing something. What's up?
Well, Kosho, I want to ask you a question about the shape of the Earth. And maybe the flat Earth is connected to the idea of the gut, and even the brain to begin with, and even the brain's connections with neurological connections. in regards to dopamine, serotonin, certain connections via the brain, which we see via certain parts of the brain. The cerebral connections. We're seeing the pineal gland. The brain is a very fascinating organ. But what we know is the gut is the second brain, correct? And that's what Bansai has been talking about here tonight. He's been saying that the gut is connected to the biological brain, correct?
Well, I mean, that depends on how strong your other brain is. You know what I mean? But no, you know that your nerve endings, they end up in your solar
No, Kojo, you're talking about the third brain. So you're talking about the erection of the penis. I didn't want to bring.
It was a joke. But yeah, your solar plexus and your stomach, where your nerve endings are, this probably has a lot to do with what they say about the biome and your gut and all that kind of stuff.
No, it's your vagus nerve. From your hypothalamus down to your wanders right through your body.
But vagus nerve, the wanders to the body, the vagus nerve, correct, Playmorph. And that you made it less awkward than it needed to be. Kojo said he was making a joke, but he wasn't making a joke. He was bringing attention to the third brain. Because all I was saying here was connection to the stomach and the brain organ. Kojo tried to make a little joke about whatever it may be, but Playmorph brought attention to that is known as the vagus nerve, correct, Playmorph? If you know about the vagus nerve, feel free to elaborate on the vagus nerve.
It's connected to everything. Yeah, it's connected to everything and part of our autonomic nervous system. So it pretty much sends signals, biofeedback from everything to the brain, and then the brain sort of makes decisions based on that. So if that's blocked or infected somewhere, and when I say if that, there's multiple of them, like it's vagus nerves, they go down right through. You have all sorts of issues, and a lot of people have what's called leaky gut, and the bacteria get from the gut into the nerve itself and start to infect the nerve and travel up the nerve, not only blocking its connection back to the brain and causing all sorts of gut problems, but also sending the chemical waste from the bacteria, which some of those chemicals are neurotoxins, up to the brain, creating actually all sorts of weird, chemical problems in the brain, i.e. depression, anxiety, all these things. So it's multifaceted, this vagus nerve.
The vagus nerve is the greatest nerve of the humankind, and we see it via the connection to the spinal cord, correct? And the only other term of the vagus nerve is the spinal fluid, and the spinal fluid is the absolute most connection of the brain to the gut nerve system, the ultimate connection of the chakras. And we see this. We've seen this for many years. Correct, Playmorph?
I don't know about the chakra part, but yes, it's been known about for a long time.
Well, we know that the chakra is connected to the spinal fluid of the vagus nerve, correct?
Well, what do you mean by chakra? I've never involved myself in that terminology.
The chakra is the chakra is the Eastern philosophy understanding of, the 6 positionings of the brain and certain areas of the spine. If we get a image sent here of the chakra in the group chat, it would be awesome. But what we do know is the chakra is a great understanding of the vagus nerve. And like you said, there's many blockages that can be had, correct? And it depends on what's being received, you know what I mean? But depending on what is blocking the nerve, you're going to see certain parts of the body or the spirit in disillusion with reality. And like we can share with one another here, everyone has a different blockage of the nerve itself. No, blame off.
It's very possible. Exactly.
Exactly. Well, you agree with me that we all have a different blockage of the nerve itself. No.
You're breaking up a little bit. Do we all? Are you asking if we all have a blockage of the nerve
Right.
itself?
I think we all have a blockage of different parts of the nerve itself.
You think we do?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I don't see. I mean, I do believe that everyone has microclots in them who has been vaccinated even as a child, right? Because that shit they put in there is designed to fucking clot the really fine capillaries. And so,
Definitely.
given that shit's hard to clear, and not many people are metabolically healthy, and it's never going to clear. You're right. Most people would have blockages at different places throughout their, not just their vagus nerve, but fucking everything. But leaky gut is such a huge issue. It's fucking, that's chronic, man. So yes, most people would have the blocks.
Yeah, it is.
Fuck leaky gut.
What would you say more that from in my case and many Australians' case, the only time that we have absolute salvation from the eternal leech, the leech of the soul or the leech of the vagus nerve. The only time that we experience salvation is when we have a certain dilution of ethanol or alcohol within the blood. Anytime someone has a certain percentage above 10 or 20% of alcohol blood dilution, is this when we see a release from the leech that is the leech on the vagus nerve, flame off.
I don't really know about that. I know that if you're in heavy ketosis, you activate a whole heap of shit in terms of cellular stimulation that will help clear these blockages out.
Is this why you're drunk right now?
No,
Me? No, I'm
Godric.
not.
No, I'm the only drunk guy here. No, Plymouth, that's correct. So what I see here is maybe being in ketosis, absolute ketosis, and that means not fasting. That means fasting for many hours, and not eating any carbohydrates or sugar. So maybe absolute ketosis over 48 hours of ketosis is most similar to having a high intoxication of ethanol in the blood, right? So the absolute state that you see within drunken people with high alcohol blood percentage, regulation that we usually see on weekends, especially with Australian people. So ketosis maybe is the closest relation to being drunk. No bit flame off. Do you agree with this?
No.
Ketosis.
No, because the process of metabolizing the alcohol depletes you majorly of magnesium and oxygen. So the feeling of being drunk is actually oxygen deprivation to the brain. So, and that's why your face starts to go, no, it's definitely true. It's why your face starts to go a bit numb and your hands go a bit numb because your body's trying to save important parts by withdrawing oxygen from the extremities. So
potentially true.
Yeah, no, it's definitely true. And ketosis is nothing but beneficial. Do I drink alcohol? I do partake, of course I do, but I'm not a drinker, no.
No, that's good. That flame off. I love to hear that, man. Me myself, I respect that flame off as a fellow Australian. I really do respect that you don't subscribe to the partaking of the consumption of alcohol. Flame off.
Hey,
it's too damaging to society. That's all.
Do you think if I have a problem with my vagus nerve regulating something with my stomach, is there something I could take to reinvigorate the growth of these nerves?
Yes, and we've been saying you can do this through mushrooms, you can do it through psilocybin mushrooms, you can do it through lion's mane mushrooms. But in terms of the vagus nerve and the stomach, I think the only fella here that has the information on that is Playmore.
I actually did ask him, yeah.
Playmore, go ahead,
It's pretty
mate.
involved and personal. So if you want to DM me, I'm happy to talk with you about it.
Playmorph,
You need to stop
don't get in the DMs, Playmorph, because I'd love to
No,
hear it as
because
well,
it's
man.
more involved because there's a bit of personal history. Like I can't advise him on anything that's just I've got this issue. What should I do? But if he actually wants to find something out, I can certainly do that. But you need to solve the problem. There are band-aids for sure, but if you don't solve the problem,
I very recently, like in the last couple of weeks, I've only just really stumbled upon the information about the vagus nerve and its connection to the gut. It was just by chance. I was talking to someone about what I don't have hair loss, but I know a couple of people that do, and I was just talking to them about testosterone turns into fucking dihydrous testosterone or something like that. DHT.
Yeah, DHT, yeah.
And he was talking about how the vagus nerve and why the DHT is produced and it's over processing the vagus nerves, overstimulated or something like that. And he's talking about these certain things you can take to. He's talking to some other dude about it, and I went, "Oh, vagus nerve." Okay, and, I was like, "Okay." So I was going to go do some research about that. And the way he described it, really, he was a nurse doing some, practical as a ambulance paramedic, but yeah, so he described how the vagus nerve connects to things, and I went, to the gut, eh? And because I know about like depression and SSRIs, how that the reuptake through the way the SSRIs work, you're only really working on like 15% of the serotonin, and just the way that I think that like we sort of with modern medicine, we're sort of coming at things from the wrong end. We're coming at it from the symptom side of things rather than the holistic like cause level. And
the SS. Go on.
We just want to talk about antidepressant medication. SSRIs and twisted, they pump fluoride into the people, just like the water, man. Just like the water, it's the fluoride, man. You don't want to start talking about that.
No, I've been off fluoride for a long time. I've been quite aware of that. Been pretty stringent about it. But no, like the gut issues. They started when I was just on like pretty poor diet for quite a while. But it was like I forgot where I was going with it, what I was saying, but yeah, no, I had a brain hemorrhage a while back, probably about 10 years ago.
Brain hemorrhage.
It might have something to do with the
brain hemorrhage,
the old depression and gut problems.
Brain hemorrhage, that's scary as fuck, man. I wouldn't even. So you're saying you had a brain hemorrhage, and I don't want to talk about that. I don't think anyone here wants to talk about that.
You can't say that.
Doctors gave me the wrong fucking medication. They gave me diazepam when they shouldn't have, because the central nervous system shut down and it fucking fucked my life. Anyway, don't worry about it. Something else.
No, very sorry to hear that, mate. Don't go to fucking hospitals unless you've been shot with a fucking gun or something like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Even broken bones. I mean, most of the time they're just going to tell you, "Oh, yeah, just don't move it."
I got raped by a doctor one time.
As long as she was
You
sexy.
say did Kosher just say he got raped by a doctor once?
Yeah. No, in a hospital, I think he said. He got raped in a hospital once.
Oh, I did actually, but it was this Asian doctor, right? She was fucking terrible. She was like, "Oh, I've got to take your blood, I've got to do this, got to do that." And so she's trying to put the needle in, and she's like, she's trying to take blood out of the fucking veins that are on my forearm, just like on the side of my forearm. Usually you take it out of like the middle, like in your elbow sort of area. And I'm like, okay. So she's like trying to get it. She doesn't get it. She's trying again. And she ended up fucking causing all this bruising all over my arm from like all the fucking failed attempts. And she must have been brand new or something. But anyway, she stuck a finger up my ass to see if see if there was anything up there, because I was bleeding out of the ass last year.
Oh,
nice.
I'm getting raped, I think.
Fucking Jesus Christ!
Do
That's the last
whatever
place
you
you
have
want
to
to find
do.
blood, mate.
What was what was the remedy?
This is not Alien versus Predator, bro. Don't worry. You don't have to get into.
I'm not a racist dude, but Chinese women are actually the worst at sticking you the needle, man.
How did you actually react to Crash?
Can't wait for the day of the rope party, right?
Day of the anal beads.
How did they stop the bleeding?
If you
Did you have like an ulcer or something?
no, just like what do you call it? Where you got acid reflux, and just feeling like shit, shitting blood every now and then. The hemorrhoids were further up, so that's why they didn't find them with the old finger rape. But
oh, they were hemorrhoids.
yeah, but I also cut out in my colon like a thumb-sized tumor. So that was I mean that's pretty worrying for my sanity. But no, nothing cancerous. So I think it's just lectins and poor gut microbiome. I just got to eat foods that the bacteria can colonize, and just have a good diet of fats.
Well, what they say the best diet is fasting. It's eating no carbohydrates and no sugars, and eating only meats and fatty foods. So only eating raw red meats and fatty, cheeses or butters and olive oils and things like that.
About that, he said he was pretty gung ho about it. Seemed pretty healthy. The one I met off
Just
Discord here.
eat raw meat and liver and things like this, and raw organs of animals. And no matter how fucked up it sounds, it's the best for your body. And if you want to fast against some malgrowth in the body, like a tumor or what have thee going within the body, all you have to do is fast and eat just water fast and have nothing for days on end, and the body will eat that malformation within the body. So if you have a tumor, the body will eat the tumor if you fast regularly. So what I see to be most efficient is to at least 24-hour fast once a week at minimum. You want to be fasting. You want to be water fasting over 24 hours every week. You know what I mean? You want to be water fasting for the body to feed against its cells before the cells become malformed. No?
You know what nobody's doing, dude? It's actually the best diet because it's basically a perpetual fast. You're basically always fasting, okay? What you do is you never eat breakfast, okay?
Breakfast.
Yeah, because you never break your fast. You can eat anything you want for lunch and dinner all day and all night. Just don't ever have breakfast.
I didn't think you were a dad, Kosho. That's a fucking dad joke and a half.
This is what I do, dude. I mean, this is my diet.
Nice.
No, that's probably worse than a dad joke, to be honest with you.
No, you really want to get fats in the morning. Fats and protein. You leave your sugars for the afternoon.
You know what's really the truth is that different diets work for different people. The one thing that is consistent is consistency. So if you
define work for different people just quickly. Let's define
different people have different bodies, different goals. So different.
Do we have different physiology?
Different. Some people, yeah. Some people are not even humans. But regardless, though, the number one thing is consistency. So as long as you're
How many do lions eat different shit? Are there different lions that eat different foods? Are there different elephants that eat different foods? Are there different? No, there's not. Elephants all eat the same fucking food.
Which people aren't humans?
Rob Zombie.
The Queen.
He's more human than human.
You're a tweaker.
A few other people.
More tweaker than tweaker. That's you.
But for the number one thing I think is consistency. So if you have a diet where you're eating on the same schedule every day, your body tends to not freak out.
Well, yeah, a little bit of poison, just over time. Yeah, you can sort of make the body not freak out, but it will add up, won't it?
I actually recommend poison. Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh, each to their own, mate. Go your hardest.
Have you ever been poisoned, dude? It's not fucking fun. So if you are training your body, then it is fun. Actually, you get poisoned, and they're like looking at you, like trying to just wait for you to die, and then you're like not dying. Like, what the fuck?
Well, you live for that moment of glory. You're like one of those rattlesnake pastors.
Wait, is that show? Wait, you talking about that show where those guys try to get bit by everything?
Well, no, they're in the church and they're holding all the snakes and they're just, yelling out fucking tongue and I don't know, they hope the snake doesn't bite them and they claim that God helps them and then all of a sudden the snake bites them and they die.
Yeah,
but that was meant to happen. That was God's will.
That's called faith, man.
You
I would say a little bit more than faith.
You just don't have faith.
No.
Sometimes you don't need it. Like in that situation, faith actually seems like it's causing you trouble when you can actually just think clearly, and protect yourself from that situation. You know what I mean? It seems like a really easy situation to avoid.
Definitely. The sound coming from the building alone would have led you to not even keep heading towards the building, let alone enter it.
Wait, so a lot of people do this and they actually get fucking bitten?
DMSO on the head. If anyone's missing their hair and they want to get their hair back, DMSO on the scalp. 10 minutes a day. That will break the DHT molecules away from the hair follicles, stop it all from regrowing.
What are you rubbing on your scalp if you're bald?
Well, I don't. I've got a nice healthy head of hair. But DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, on the scalp.
And where does that come from? Snakes?
No, like the paper pulp industry. It's a natural product. So when they make pulp, there's like a little layer of this dimethyl sulfoxide that settles on top of the water. And they found all sorts of uses for it. And one of them is this. And it's very cheap.
Wait, can't you use that to coat your money with after you clean it? You're making counterfeit money.
It is a I forget the name of it. It's got properties where it'll attract water and fats and all sorts of other things all at the same time without mixing them together. It's it's very unique.
I gotta go to one of these factories and talk to them. I'm looking for a new. Well, never mind. The other thing is, what did you say before that? Fat. Oh yeah. Isn't it true that Elon Musk uses that stuff that you said?
I don't know what fucking Elon Musk does, dude. Fuck.
I mean,
he makes flamethrowers and Lego bricks out of dirt that he digs out of holes.
Holes?
Freaking
You know that boring company, the boring company dirt. He's made Lego bricks out of that shit. People can build fucking.
Oh yeah, you know that's right around the corner for me, dude.
He knows how to sell a scam. You just pay news organizations to make marketing into believable stories.
Really? There was a story the other day that said that his Texas gigafactory is hemorrhaging money, and he's losing a lot of money because of it. You think he made that fucking news report?
No, why would he?
What are you talking about? More interestingly, I saw a guy that was making a screwdriver set with the bits and everything in the case for it out of old used disposable masks.
Oh wow, that's
yeah,
really
that's
dope,
fucking
dude.
yeah.
Where do you get all these nasty masks from?
He just collects them and puts his thing up. I'll put your old mask there. He goes around. They're just floating around the
Obviously,
street.
he wasn't afraid of COVID. That's for sure.
Dude, you don't see masks everywhere, dude. They're like floating around the
Actually, I
street,
do, yeah.
parking lots and shit.
People are fucking littering all the time, dude. But he uses that metal from it, huh? Like the metal piece that's inside of it.
No, the whole mask, bro. He heats it. He disinfects them. Right, lets them just sit for like 4 days, so they're good. Then he heats them up, and they melt down into he melts them into the mold. The whole mask, bro.
This guy's
making screwdriver.
Making what?
He makes a screwdriver set with a case for it and everything.
All right. The what does he make the bits out of?
What does he get the metal
Mask. It's all matte. There's no metal. It's all masks.
I bet you he does use. Why would he use the metal?
Like rubbery, like a toy set, or what?
Maybe he does use the metal. I don't know. He melts. I don't know the whole fucking process, but
Is it durable though? Like, is the Phillips head sharp and durable?
Good question.
No, I don't. I didn't use one. I'm not sure.
You know how many different variety there is, like as far as the different heads?
I mean, you could 3D print a fucking knife right now, so I'm sure the bits are fine.
Oh wow, dude, you can 3D print a gun legally.
That's what I'm saying. You can make a lot of stuff. I mean, I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't use.
Go ahead.
What?
Actually,
No, I was gonna say I wouldn't use.
For you, dude. I never knew about 80% gun. Have you ever heard about this?
Yeah.
I didn't know that until.
And then you put it together. You put the rest of it together yourself.
Yeah, it's like a trigger is like the other part. It's like everything else is
like a firing pin and a trigger or something. Something.
That's crazy. Anybody could buy that. I didn't know that. Also, like gangsters.
It's a rifle though. It's a rifle though, right?
No, you can do. You can buy any gun. You can buy any gun like that. I think they're just changing the law. Biden's changing the law because of what happened in Texas. But
did you hear what happened in New York with the guns?
No, what happened?
They made it so you can conceal carry anywhere, right? Like you didn't need a special permit to conceal carry. So basically, if you have your handgun permit, you're now allowed to conceal carry. The federal government did that though, but the New York State came back and was like, "Yo, you're not allowed to carry in fucking any." They made this giant list of places that you can't conceal carry at, and you'll get in big trouble if they catch you or
Oh
something.
shit! That's why I love being in Texas, dude. You can bring a gun to school if you want to.
Like New York's always been mad strict. You cannot.
You can, dude.
You are out of control.
I swear, dude.
You cannot bring a gun to a school. You can't bring a gun on any federal. You can't bring a gun on any federal property into a bank. There's like maybe it's different in different states, but here you can't bring it into any like.
So
Like if you're going to pay your taxes at the county building, you can't bring a gun in there with you.
Probably not. They have gun like at the courthouse here, like the Capitol building. There's a metal detector, but actually all courthouses have metal detectors here. But regardless, yeah, you can take a gun to school, dude. Actually, there was a huge ordeal about it, and so people were protesting it by attaching dildos to their backpack for some reason. I don't really get how that was protesting it, but I think it's because people can now bring guns to school. So like, well, I should be able to bring my dildo to school. Like what? All right. But it's not concealed carry at school. It's open carry at school.
I reckon it's
university though.
I mean, it is like it's intuitive to know where threats are, but I think it's kind of counterintuitive to the purpose of it, because this is more likely to have someone like try to steal their gun. And
really,
yeah, if you can see that someone's, I don't know, like I suppose you wouldn't really fuck with people like that.
Tried
But,
that before? Yeah.
no, but like you know how young people are stupid and
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It seems like one of the last things I would probably try to do is steal a gun from somebody that I didn't need to. But Texas, other than those kids that died recently, I mean, having guns in Texas is a good thing.
yeah, you're probably right.
I am right, dude. Remember whenever that happened at Charlie Hebdo? All those French comic writers, they were making they made that picture of Muhammad. They thought it was funny. And then those Muslims came and killed a bunch of people, including musicians. And anyway, they killed the people in that fucking newspaper. But in Texas, in solidarity, we did a free a Draw Muhammad contest, and it was like a huge contest. And of course, they drew in the Muslims, the Muslim terrorists. I mean, not just bad Muslim people. I'm saying these guys were, they were there to go kill people, but they got killed pretty quickly because people there had guns.
Hmm.
Kind of a dick move though, Draw Muhammad contest. No offense to anybody who likes Muhammad that much, but he must have been an ugly dude to make a rule like that. He's like, nobody can draw me ever.
I think it's just it doesn't. There's no like. He doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that?
No, it's just like
I think it says something about specifically having you can't have any depiction of him, like a drawing or whatever.
I think it's specifically like no like
No idols? Are you talking about?
that's
Like
the
the
one.
commandments?
No like idolatry. No like
Idols, yeah. I don't think it's that though, because that's pretty crazy, dude. If they take that seriously, that you can't have any idols, and then they'll fucking shoot up the whole place because of it. Like, look at the rest of the whole, Christians and Jews. They say specifically also don't have any idols, and Catholics have so many idols. It's crazy. Oh shit! Did you guys find out about what happened with the Georgia Guidestone? They found out that it actually was the government.
Was that you, Coach Show, that blew that shit up? Tell the truth.
No, I don't even. I like the Georgia Guidestones. I hope somebody, rebuilds
The
them.
government's tricky because if the government blew it up, that means they owned it to begin with.
Someone did what?
If the government blew it up, I would suspect that means they owned it to begin with. It wasn't somebody else's.
Well, you know what? If they build a new one and it blows up again in like 40 years, I'm gonna start to get suspicious, dude, about the North Star thing. Because what if you guys were right and they were just blowing it up because they didn't want to be fine?
What's this about 40 years? What's the connection?
It was built 4 years ago, and the North Star has been visible in that hole since since it was built, which is understandable, but not to some people. That's why they blew it up.
I think that the North Star doesn't move, and you guys think it moves. So they blew it up so you can't prove that Polaris moves.
I went ahead and proved that it moves, and I posted it just now.
Before I look at it, tell me what you did.
I took a record of the almanac, which is the record of where it is, January 1st, from 1981 to 2012 to 2025. And you can see in the right column, the latitude or the declination, which represents latitude. You can see that it's progressing from closer to 89 degrees to closer to 90 degrees, which is closer to the actual pole, which means that if you could see it in 1981 through that hole, you see it all day, then the circle that it's making in the sky is just getting smaller and smaller and more refined.
So, when were you born?
Dude, who actually went to Polaris to check its subsolar position every year all those years?
When were you born, Coach?
No, Matt Damon's been there.
14th of September, Coach was born.
No, I was born in April.
I said subsolar, I meant substellar.
No, but what year?
In the 80s, sometime, I forget.
So how do you know? So this is before your time. So how do you know that the almanac's not faked?
You're right, man. That's a good point.
Look, we're talking now. Make your personal observations of the Polaris, whatever you can, write it down. In your lifetime, that shit should move, dude. Before you die, leave this earth, man. You gotta tell somebody if it moves or not. But you can't trust these almanacs. You can't trust any bullshit. You gotta do it yourself. If you have somebody else's work, you have a story.
You ever done any kind of logic puzzle? Like they have some clues and they have to, use those clues to figure out the other clues and stuff like that. If I omitted very obvious things from my, my understanding, then I would just kind of be clueless about everything. So if I don't use the idea that these almanacs are being used today accurately, and that I've never heard a claim that there was some time in the 80s where they were not accurate, I'm just going to assume that these almanacs have been accurate, and that's why they're used. So
what you have, Coach Show, is appeal to authority, bro.
You sure
you
about
gotta trust somebody in a white lab coat to tell you what's happening because you can't do it yourself.
What you have is appeal to a banana, and you
Here's
got
the thing:
on it.
real science doesn't take trust, Coach Show. That's the thing. You're trusting somebody else.
There's not appeal to authority, my man.
Real knowledge doesn't take trust, bro. Real knowledge is provable.
There's no trust involved.
You're trusting an almanac that's fucking probably Google wrote.
I'm using the almanac, which is known to be accurate.
It's known to be accurate. How in the hell would you know that?
Well, it's used. And the used case
we're talking about, listen, we're talking about half a degree of movement. How in the hell would that make any difference anywhere?
Half a degree? That's about 35 miles.
Let's say, for example, all the almanac is true, except this one thing. They faked it. Okay, how would you ever know that? You weren't even born.
Yeah, so I make my own observations, and in my own observations that I make, I can see Polaris making a circle in the sky.
Kosho, you can't see Polaris doing nothing. You've only been observing Polaris for a few years.
What?
This is what I'm telling you. You have to do
2
it
years? What are you
yourself.
talking about?
Do it yourself, bro. You're trusting people.
I just said I did it myself. Yeah, it makes a circle in the sky every night.
The information I have, Polaris is supposed to move 1 degree every 70 years, which is a lifetime. So in our lifetime, we should be able to verify it. But your almanac is dog shit.
See, the almanac shows that it's hard to say exactly, but let's just use latitude lines only. It shows that in 44 years, which is more than half of the 72, yeah, it only moves a tenth of a degree. So I guess you probably have to take the longitude line into its measurement as well.
I'll tell you what, I'll meet you halfway. If you can find those people that put those numbers in the almanac, sit down with them, have tea, talk to them. Did they really can observe Polaris moving a half a degree in what 44 years? That would be like a mild proof, right? But my guess is that you can't do that. So you got stories.
Yeah, you're right, Godric. You're right. But this is the real problem here, is that idea that you just came up with that would give you confidence in it or whatever is not really the path that I would have taken. And it reminds me of last night when I was talking to you also about GPS, and people kept asking me, how do you know the data sheet that I was showing is accurate? And I'm telling you, this is the only data sheet that you're getting from this GPS, whatever the source is, and you use this to determine your position. If your position is accurate, that means that something about that sheet is accurate. And it's the same with this, with celestial navigation. If you can use celestial navigation to accurately pinpoint your location without error.
Okay, let me help you out here. Look, when you talk about
Let me say one thing.
About satellites, right? Look, you need A and B to get C, okay? You have A and you're trying to get B and C just with A, Kosho.
Just so let me where you are. You said you need A and B to get C?
Yes.
Right? Okay, here's the conclusion. So that's premise one. Premise two is you have C. So the conclusion is that you also have A and B.
Itself and not A and B. You cannot get A and B with just C.
No, but you said you need A and B to get C.
Yes.
Right. So if you need A and B to get C, and premise two is you have C, then the conclusion is you also have A and B.
No, you don't, because they can be C can be 10, and A and B can either be 5 and 5 or 1 and 9. That's where you're getting confused. Okay, we're trying to figure out where those satellites actually are. We don't know. There's no way you can know. Just because they tell you your location doesn't mean you know their location. Just because they send data, the data can be corrupted. So any computer program can be computerized to give whatever you want. You can't confirm it. You're not the military. You don't go there. You don't service the satellites. You can't touch them. You can't look at them. You can't go there. That's what we're looking for, to confirm it.
I recommend you look a little bit into how logic is constructed. Okay.
No, Coach, I recommend you get any idea about the fact that satellites in space do not exist. And what we see here is radio signals that are geocentric and built from the Earth. We are seeing satellite dishes coming from the Earth. We are not seeing satellites in space, as Godric is saying here. I think Godric is a very wise man.
He's wise, but logic is abysmal, because if you the simplest thing.
I think Godric is
you have
sorry, Coach.
you by definition have A and B.
I think Godric is schooling you left, right, and center here. I think Godric has lots of information here about the satellite signals that we receive via our phone and the location signals, the four the whatever the signal is. What is it called again? Fucking
the Four Seasons.
For something. What's the something that's in it to our guys? Tell me. 4G.
Foreplay?
4G. No, 4G and 5. Even today, people have 5G connected to their phones. So we're seeing 5G towers. And isn't it funny that in America they're hiding 5G towers as trees? You know, they paint 5G towers looking like trees.
Yeah.
But they're actually like weird electronic towers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's no satellite 5G towers. It's like a physical thing, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's my point. I think that's what Godric is ultimately saying here.
Yeah, I think so.
I think Godric is saying that there's no satellites in space and it's all just these things from the ground. You know what I mean?
It's probably not.
The Earth ignores.
Thank you, Gerald. Coach, if you have C, you don't know what A and B is.
That doesn't matter.
Like I said, A and B could be 1 and 9 or 5 and 5. We're trying to figure out what A and B is, Coach.
You're trying to figure out what A and B is?
Yes.
Okay, because I think that the claim being made, at least by me, is if you have the result, then the data that gave you that result is also accurate, if the result is accurate. So if you have C, then you also have A and B. Otherwise, from the first data, you need A and B to get C. So
what we're talking about is verifying where that satellite is, if it's in an orbit, if it's 200 miles away, if it's a local balloon, if it's a cell tower, and you can't verify that. We got to verify that. The data they send you.
Why are you telling me I can't verify that, dude?
We can't.
Sound like my mom.
We're not able. The only people that can do it is the military that owns those satellites. Okay, we can't do it. They won't let you.
We can't do what? Sorry.
We can't do it if we tried.
Yeah, you can. You build your own satellite receiver. I mean, a GPS receiver. I've seen people do it.
Build your own GPS receiver. Then how do you know where it is? You'll need one to follow another one to follow where it is. To see
Maybe that. Dude, I don't know if you know how GPS works, but you don't have to follow anything. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is when you talk about this subject, where the discussion is that are these satellites orbiting a circular Earth, or are they just on a flat plane locally, or they're orbiting this circular Earth that are very far away? That's what I'm talking about. You have to be able to determine if they're close or if they're far where they are, and to be able to confirm it, not because of data, but they have to be able to confirm the data.
I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Look, this way. Look, you're the manager of a warehouse, okay? The data, Coach Show, comes in. Hang on. The data says we have 500 packages. The boss says to Coach Show, here's the data. I want you to confirm that there's really 500 packages, okay? You tell the guy, well, the data's right, so why do we got to confirm anything? He's having you check inventory, Coach Show. You got to make sure every fucking package is there, and one's not ripped open, one's not corrupted. They're all sellable, straight packages. That's how you confirm it, by doing it by hand, manually, not reading data.
Yeah, so I don't think you yet understand what me and you are even arguing, because we're not talking about counting something or verifying that, you know, this number is this number. We're talking about the data that's given to you from wherever it's coming from. Don't know if it's a satellite or anything, but the sheet that it gives you, verifying that data is correct. And I'm saying that by virtue of your position that it ends up giving you being correct, that by extension means that the original data that it's giving you, which calculates to your distance, has to be correct. Otherwise, how is it doing that? I mean, do you think it's possible to give somebody the wrong information?
We're not going to get confused because it's going nowhere.
Data set kosher.
So what?
Could be calculated off another data set.
But how would it give you? Because that's what I'm saying. Like, let's play this out. And you can use an analogy if you want to, but just remember, what's given to you right now, you have nothing. You don't even know where you are. But 4 guys come up to you one at a time, and they give you a sheet of paper with numbers on it. Each guy separately gives you a piece of paper with numbers on it. Then you take the numbers from each of these guys, and you make a circle from each person, and then the where the circles overlap at one single point, you determine that to be your distance. I mean, your location, and you verify it, and it turns out that that is your location. So, in what scenarios what scenarios would that happen? So one scenario is that those guys gave you accurate information on those papers. That's one scenario. But what's another scenario, I guess? Because you're insisting that there's other scenarios that can happen.
Okay, Coach. So you said use an analogy. So let me use an analogy, right? So you're back to the warehouse. You're the manager of the warehouse, right? So there's supposed to be 500 packages. The data says there's 500 packages, right? And I'm gonna meet you halfway. Let's say there's a big scale, and that shows, or there's a detector that shows how many packages there are, right? Let's say it goes by weight. So each package is a pound, right? So the packages are on a scale. Each package is a pound. The scale reads 500 pounds, and the data shows 500 packages, right? You have it's like you have A and B, right? But the manager says, I want you to confirm personally that these packages there's 500 packages. I want you to manually check. What if you manually go in there and check on the scale on some guy sitting on the fucking scale, right? Who's on body weight, and he had robbed 2 packages, or he put like a lead weight there, and he took 2 packages home to his house, stole them. And although all the while you think there's 500 packages, and somebody stole 2 and put a lead weight. Now what? So it can be corrupted.
And that's actually a good point, man. I'm sure at least is a good point. I'm not sure what it's an analogy for or what place it has in this conversation.
It's an analogy for, you don't know where your satellites are exactly. They could be in local weather balloons, or they could be cell towers, or they could be, for your benefit, they could be orbiting around this world 200 miles away, synchronous. Okay. We're not sure. We have to confirm that.
Let me repair your analogy for you, okay? To make it relevant. So let's say that your job is to count all the nuts and bolts at your factory in the containers, okay? And instead of doing that yourself, you have 4 dudes separately count different segments of it, okay? So one guy gives you his count in his piece of paper, another guy his count in his piece of paper. So four dudes give you their piece of paper. And you take the total, you add them up, and it turns out that you use that as a nuts and bolts. You hand this into your manager, and he was just testing you because you already knew how many were there. And he's like, "Yep, this is 100% correct. Thank you for counting them and verifying that." So the number you ended up with was correct. So that tells you that the information that those dudes gave you was correct, or they guessed and they happened to guess exactly correct, which is probably not the case.
Yes and no, Coach. Okay, first of all, when somebody gives you a count, what they normally do, they do a double count to confirm it, right? So you can get their count and you can count them. That will confirm it. It's a double count, right? Because why? Because this is why. Because let's say one bucket of bolts, each bolt costs $5, and another bucket of bolt. Hang on. They're high-end bolts that cost $10. Well, here's the thing. Somebody could be stealing these bolts, right? and making their own business on the side, and then they're gonna put they can remove a more expensive bolt and put a cheaper bolt in its place. And the only way you're gonna find that is if you double check it.
Okay.
So you don't. So you want to confirm.
Let me ask you a straight up question, because it sounds like you're not even following, man, or paying attention. You might be cutting your toenails and barely listening. But what I'm saying to you is, the piece of paper that was given to you, those papers have accurate numbers on them, correct? Because those numbers were used to sum the whole amount of nuts and bolts, and that was correct. So if the entire number of the numbers added together was correct, then the only conclusion is that those numbers they gave you were correct, or you just got so lucky that even though they gave you wrong numbers, it still added up to the right answer, right? But that's probably not the case.
It's highly likely. No, it's highly likely. In this cloud world,
let me explain a different way because you missed my point. One of the buckets can be short. One guy could be short 10 bolts. The other guy could be over by 10 bolts. And what happened is there was a theft because the bucket that's short, those bolts are more expensive. You understand? So you have motive and you have a possible error. And if you didn't check it, then you just got scammed. And they're making you a fool.
What does that have to do with anything, dude?
You didn't know it. Your job is to protect the inventory, and they're robbing you blind, bro, right under your nose.
I feel like you're not interested in being a part of this conversation, dude.
Are you able to follow the analogy, Kosher?
So what?
Are you able to follow the analogy? Can you see?
What about it? Say again.
Did you follow? Do you understand his analogy?
Did I follow it? Unfortunately, yes, I did follow it. Do I understand it? It's fairly simple. Do I see how it fits as an analogy for this scenario that we're talking about? No, I do not see how that happens. The logic is simple. He even said it himself. If you need A and B to have C. That's exactly what the logic is here. You need A and B to have C, and you have C. What? Yes, you need the data to be correct in order to get your correct position. You have your correct position, that implies that the data is correct.
Who's verifying any of this? Define correct.
Correct.
Come on, man.
Just tell me if I'm crazy. Like,
yes, you are.
You don't verify shit? Come on, dude.
But that's the point. That's what I'm saying to you, that this is a verification. If the position that you end up with is correct, that in itself verifies that the data that you've gotten at the beginning was correct. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten the position at the end.
Kosher, that does not logically follow, bro.
It does. You made the logical statement. You need A and B to get C. You have C. That means you have A and B.
Okay, let's put it to what's really happening, right? So I'm gonna say that there's these weather balloons that are up there, right? But and I heard that. I read that you can have a balloon up there for like 24 months, right? Okay, before they have to come down and refill with helium. Okay, so I'm saying that there's a flat plane and there's these weather balloons up, like 10 miles, not high, right? Just over where the planes fly, right? They're sending all kinds of signals down, right? And they're giving your location, exactly where you are, correct. But the data that they're saying that how far that they're saying they are, they're saying that instead of being 10 miles up, they're saying that they're 200 miles up. Okay, so they're giving you false data where they are, but they can certainly see where you are. Okay, now does that make sense to you?
No.
They're designed to give false data. The data they're giving is they're giving your information correctly, but they're giving theirs location falsely. Instead of
how is
saying
that possible?
10 miles. Hang on. So they're saying they're 10 miles away. They're saying that they're 200 miles away, so we can believe your globe, which is foolery.
How is that possible?
Well, I just explained it.
How is it possible to claim that you're 200 miles away, but only you're 10 miles up, how is it possible to give the same data as if you were 200 miles up?
Because I have a computer program that puts these satellites in orbit, right? It's a computer program, right? In the computer program, it says that they're 200 miles away. Okay, so using that computer program, that they're 200 miles away, when really they're sending information from 10 miles away. That's how.
Okay, how is a computer program gonna give them? Let's say it's working the same way GPS works, and it's sending people signals and blah blah blah. How are you able to send people signals when you're only 10 miles up?
Because there's a lot of these weather, but they have the whole sky covered. Like if you have like a continent like US, they have like most of it covered. There's some blind spots, sure, but like for the cities like New York and Los Angeles, the cities, everything's covered, man. Everything is. There's weather balloons up top that can send you signals.
Because
that'll work, for example. Hang on. That'll work, for example, if your cell phone's off, you can use satellite phone. The satellite phone goes to the weather balloons, not to some geosynchronous orbit, which is stupid idea to begin with because it's too far to send a signal. But let's just say it wasn't too.
Why is it too far to send a signal?
Because we know you can't send a signal 200 miles.
Why?
A cell phone, a cell phone that is connected. A satellite phone does not go 200 miles.
Why?
No. I'm just using my common sense. You'll have to we'll have to go into it, break it down, why, but these are weather balloons sending us signals. These signals you think are from 200 miles away are really from 10 miles away. There's a lot of scattered, there's thousands of them over every continent, especially US, because US is nicely covered. But if you go, Africa, some Tasmania, some shit like that, there's, probably some blind spots, right? But you can easily have weather balloons that are designed to give you false data about where they are. But of course, they can detect where you are and give you correct data on that. And just because they detect where you are doesn't mean that they're detecting where they are.
Okay.
To be designed to lie.
In order for them to tell you where you are, they first have to tell you where they are and how far away from you they are. Otherwise, if those two pieces of information are incorrect, they can't tell you where you are.
Yes, they can, Kojo.
Tell me how.
They can detect you. They can detect your site. Let's say from a cell phone, right? They can detect your location, right?
Can I ask one question, Godric? Godric, do you believe that the Earth is geocentric and it's based around
how they do it,
the Earth? No, can you hang on a second? Hang on a second. Can I ask Godric a question before I put my phone on the charger? My question is, do you believe the Earth is geocentric, Godric?
I'm a flat earther.
Thank you. And that's why I respect you, Godric, as a man and a legend. And Godric, I'd shake your hand here. And I respect you for what you have to say about the shape of the Earth. I really do. And Godric, thank you, my friend. Thank you. And I'd like to hear more of why you believe that the Earth is geocentric. Here in this.
Thank you, Gerald.
Godric, I think you should speak more often here about your beliefs, because I think that's why we're connected here, to listen to people like yourself in regards to the shape of the Earth, Godric.
It's triangulation that these towers or the things anyway, whatever your phone's connecting to uses triangulation.
You sure about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure doesn't use trilateration. That is
I'm
fine.
actually not sure.
Same idea.
It could use trilateration with towers, just as actually easier, more accurately with ground-based systems than with things overhead. Think about the geometry of it.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but maybe.
And by the way, Coach Show, I called my my phone company, T-Mobile, and I talked to the supervisor, and he told me that T-Mobile cell phone service, which goes all over the United States, does not use any satellites. None. He says your information is from local cell towers.
That's fantastic, man.
Just so you know. So the cell phones do not use satellites. That is like a myth. A lot of people think they do. A lot of normies. I'm assuming you're not a normie.
No, dude, I have a Audi belly button, and what else? A couple other things, dude. So I'm not a normie. But I'll tell you this much, dude. Do you have a cell phone?
I do. I'm talking to you on one right now.
Okay. Do you have okay, well you can't do this right now, but at some point take out your SIM card, okay? The thing that communicates with the cell tower, take it out and put it in your pocket. Okay? And then go back into your you can get a GPS app like GPS Test or GNSS Plus, or just go to your maps and see that your GPS is still working. It's going to tell you where you are on the map, or the GNSS app is going to still tell you where the signals are coming from.
And what is that? What does that prove? What does that prove?
That tells you that whoever you talk to at the Verizon store, either you asked them the wrong question, or they had no idea what the hell they were talking about, because your phone does indeed get messages directly from the GPS.
Now, when you say GPS, you're talking about satellites.
I mean, honestly, that's not really. Set the crux.
This is why.
Set the crux of my argument, so I don't have to.
If I'm on Waze, which is a cool app, it tells you how fast you're going. Well, guess what? That signal is from local cell towers. Okay. It doesn't work in the open.
No, but how come you can turn off your local SIM card connection in your phone and just leave your GPS on, and you can connect to GPS, but not be connected to the local towers?
Because the SIM card is not the antenna. The antenna is part of the phone.
Right, that's correct.
Yeah, I know.
The SIM card is what gives you authority to communicate with the cell tower. If you don't have that authority, then you're not going to communicate with the cell tower. Receiving.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why you can tell that GPS is a separate signal, because it works when you don't have a SIM card in your phone.
Just making a claim that your phone is connecting to these satellites that are 200 miles up in orbit. And I'm saying they're not doing that. I'm saying they're connecting to local cell towers.
Exactly. We know that there is no satellite towers in space. Godric, sorry, mate. We know that there's no satellite towers in space. We know this. And we know there is no connection via space that they tell us. We know.
Why is it that when I go to an area where I don't have any telephone reception, like I can't make any phone calls, I've got no bars, but then I can still use GPS?
There's nothing to do with the fucking satellite, man. I don't know what GPS you're talking about. And what I've only seen, the only time you us get GPS is when we get internet reception. And you know, I live here out in the bush, and sometimes I go walking in these bushland areas, and guess what I see? These big structures built in the bush, and guess what these structures are? They're radio towers, and they're electricity towers, and that's all it is, man. You know, that's all we're seeing here. If I'm in the middle of the bush here, you know, in the country, and if I point my phone in certain directions, right? If on like the right side of my bed, I point it, and I'll get better connected with the internet. But if I do otherwise, I won't get connected with the internet. It's because it has nothing to do with the space connection of satellites. We're looking at satellites of the Earth, right? bandsaw.
Wrong.
Do you know what I'm saying here?
Wrong, because Australia being a pretty big country, there's plenty of areas where there are absolutely no cell towers whatsoever.
That's
and yet
correct.
you can still,
That's correct.
and yet you can still get GPS. Also, you can go out on a boat in the ocean, and there's no fucking cell towers out there, but you can still get GPS. Man.
No, yeah, GPS. Go fuck yourself.
When you look at army, let's say army reserve people, or just that go out on like exercises and stuff, they can set up antennas that can transmit like 400 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers quite easily, right? And so I don't think it's inconceivable to think that it's possible that you're you might be communicating on some sort of LoRaN band.
Exactly. Yep. All ground based.
Exactly.
Or balloon tethered.
It's all ground based.
Look on Wikipedia, LoRaN C. Or maybe it's LoRaN
you Gazeppa. Hey, how do you say your name, bro? Gazeppa, is that it? Gazeppa.
What's up?
Is that your name, bro? Gazeppa.
Hey, so as far as I know, there's skywave propagation, and then there's also another sort of propagation, which kind of bounces. That's how you can go further on the horizon or whatever. But both of these techniques tell me that what you're going to get is not going to be a straight distance from the source in either of these two cases. So I'm not sure of how that's going to work in this case to tell you how far you are from that source in order to eventually pinpoint your exact location.
Well, you got to be asking what's working from the source and how many miles, and the question of kilometers. If you're going to be referring to mileage of any source, what we're seeing here is that GPS and 4G and 3G is shown through the creations of energy, and it is geocentric geocentric satellites that we're seeing through the 4G network. We don't have 4G networks coming from space, as they tell us.
Aren't most satellites geocentric?
This is really
exactly. Go show exactly.
Why is
sorry,
that shocking?
Gazeppa. Go on, Gazeppa, talk.
It fucking mentions it here, right? Look what it says. It says LoRaN D was used only experimentally during war games in the 1960s from a transmitter set in the UK. The system was also used in a limited during Vietnam War, combined with a combination later known as PAVE. Using mobile transmitters, the LoRaN navigation receiver could achieve accuracy in the order of 60 feet, 18 meters. Well within, like driving a car. Yeah? And it's also working on your inertial thing as well. Okay, the spot laser improves to about 20 feet, 6.1 meters. The SIM concept later became a system for sending additional data.
Wow. You said 18 meters? That's impressive. GPS can give you well within a centimeter precision.
No, 6.1 meters. And when you're actually doing, I think you don't realize that in your GPS on your phone, like for just navigating the streets in a car, that is actually not, most of the time it is actually not. Look, I don't even use GPS on my phone. When I'm doing the street directory, like my maps, I turn GPS on, it connects, and then once it's on, I turn the GPS off, and it still works because it knows where I am to begin with, and then it just uses inertial reference frame to know which way the car is turning, etc. And it knows it gets me there without any communication. It's completely inertial.
That's pretty crazy, dude. Especially because I just recommended that you take the SIM card out of your phone and see if GPS still works, regardless if you already input your position, because it's going to do that regardless. It works.
Yeah, you don't want to argue with Kosho. Kosho, you have any argument with Kosho, and he will one up you. So.
I know who Kosho is. I've known him for like 4 years.
Many years.
Yeah,
more years than I've known.
The SIM card removal does not prove you're talking to satellites, and even if you were talking to satellites, they could be the weather balloons that are 10 miles up. So you're wrong on both accounts, I think. At least
I already addressed that, man.
At least,
I already addressed that. They can't be 10 miles up.
What's that?
They've already addressed you. They can't. 10 miles up allows you to see how much? 280 miles from 10 miles up. That's your horizon. Okay. And then you compare that to 200. You use 200 miles as the other.
Kosher, they blanket the sky with these weather balloons, Kosher. There's not just one. There's thousands of them.
Yeah, but not only that, you then have to know the exact position of those weather balloons, don't you? Good luck predicting half of a weather balloon with that.
How would they know the exact position of these orbiting satellites, which are going 70,000 miles an hour, are subject to being hit by meteors, are subject to crashing at each other? This is more ridiculous.
Well, it's not
exactly. Everything's being triangulated from the land-based system.
You're just putting the speed of the You're just putting the speed of the satellite in there for shock value. So that dismiss that straight away.
30 years.
And
no.
Man, come on.
It's being hit by a meteorite. Yeah, Jesus, I'm trying to talk. Right.
Can I ask you one question, bro?
I was still actually talking. Could I be actually allowed to finish what I was saying before you interrupt? That's just politeness, man. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
So what I was saying was really quoting the speed of the satellite is ridiculous because that's just for shock value. Speed of the satellite has nothing to do with us being able to know its exact. Right, still not finished, right?
Go on.
And as far as being hit by a meteorite, that's about as much chance as winning Tetslotto, right?
Just what
people do it all the time.
It's ridiculous, right?
People win every fucking week.
The reason that the speed is important because you can collide with another satellite going that speed, and guess what?
It really doesn't matter.
Goodbye.
The way they work
You
is
can collide with anything going at any speed. So what does the speed matter?
Because it would be disintegrated as opposed to just if you hit me in the car, you will probably survive. But if you hit two satellites going 70,000 miles an hour, they're disintegrated.
How many satellites are you colliding with each other?
No, curse with the high IQ. Maybe you'll curse the low IQ because I believe you should speak to.
You shouldn't really attack people. If you want to attack the argument, not the person, man.
Can someone mute? Can someone mute this guy? Can someone mute this guy? Honestly, listen to what Godric has to say, and maybe we can ignore you, curse with the high IQ, because you think you're so smart.
Hey, hold on. No.
Hey Benzo, I'm sorry, bro.
Treat people with respect. Yeah.
Benzo is the bouncer here, so I'm gonna pay respect to Benzo over you, cursed. And if he tells me to pay you respect,
again, that's a backhanded comment again. So you're really out of
it. It is against you. Of course, I'm giving it back. I'm giving you a back.
Don't stir the pot, buddy. Don't stir the pot.
All right, I won't.
Thank you.
Why are you being a cunt for no reason?
Have I been the cunt, Gazeppa? Is it me?
You are being a cunt.
Okay, I did some rough numbers while you guys were bickering. Some of you guys appropriately bickering now, but regardless, these are kind of rough numbers, but I'm pretty sure that at the range that they're at, these constellation of GPS satellites, let's assume they're all at the same altitude, which they kind of roughly are. The surface area of a circle of a sphere that large is about 3 billion square miles. So 3 billion square miles they have to basically drive around in a circle. There's not that many of them. I don't think that they're, and plus they're on already. You know, they're on their predictable paths already. They're not going to gather up and you know, join together or something like that.
And I was waiting for the punchline. What's the point?
The point is, why are you claiming that they're going to crash into each other?
Well, if we ask about crashing in satellites,
it puts something on a cycle for 40 years, and it crash into something else, especially if there's thousands up there. Yes, it's just
There's
logic.
not thousands up there, dude. I'm talking about the specific altitude.
Kosho and Godric, can I ask you to be quiet for a second? I want to hear Kazepa and Kazepa's point on satellites, because clearly Kazepa believes in satellites. Kazepa, continue.
Well, thanks for just throwing me.
Thank you.
Come on, Kazepa.
Let him talk about satellites.
Kazepa doesn't believe in satellites, not as they conventionally purported to be. Kazepa thinks that there are towers that operate on these LORAN bands, and that's what the so-called GPS is picking up.
Hey, Kazepa, well, why were you
Hello.
calling me out if we are on the same page? And why do you sound exactly the same as Playmorph? So you and Playmorph...
I'm just as
are the
drunk
same
as you, and
person.
I can handle my shit. Shut up.
No, don't tell me to shut up. We need to be on the
Hold on, guys.
same level here.
Come on. You're just hogging the airtime. But I'm going to share my screen as I did last night, okay? And this isn't the raw data. This is the next level beyond the raw data. It's called the Rhinix file. However, this has raw information in it, including each of these. I believe these are symbols for different transmitters, and these are the distance in meters from those transmitters from each of these each time. So this, along with their positions, are used to calculate your position, which this is up here, the position that is calculated. Okay. And I've already verified that this was correct. This is somebody else's information, but I verified it was correct, so it is correct. But this is the information that you're receiving from these, whatever they are, transmitters, wherever they are. So,
But is this in reference to what you're showing in your live stream right now?
yes.
Okay, I'm having a look at it right now. Yeah.
The same question I've asked with Godric before. How is it that your position that you end up with is correct when the input is only this data that you're getting from them? It uses this to get your correct position. So if it's giving you your correct position, that means the data that it's giving you, in order for you to compile that data and end up with the correct position, that has to be correct.
Because you're hilarious. You're a funny fucker, aren't you? No, guys, can you look at what Kosho is showing on his live stream? And he's saying that's the data. Look at it. It's like these random numbers. It's these random numbers. Then you can see him even moving his little mouse around. And he's saying this is the data. Kosho, continue.
Where's the live stream? How do I see this live stream?
Wow, what a brilliant argument. Laughing and saying that it's random data.
That's
so outstandingly high IQ argument.
Hey,
I can't find
you know, you sound like Gem Panda, Kiss with IQ.
You've got you've got a ridiculous notion of what people sound like then, because I sound nothing like Gem Panda at all.
You are exactly the same as Gem Panda.
And you're retarded, then, because I'm nowhere near like Gem Panda. Gem Panda's got a British accent. I've got an Australian accent.
You sound more British than Gem Panda himself. You sound more British than Gem Panda.
Gerald, can you keep it on the actual argument and stuff like that, just so we can tell?
Yeah. Hey,
it's my fault.
Kosho,
my fault.
The other thing, Kosho, is that when my DS active, it tells me how many satellites and which satellites are actually connected. And even if I stay in the same position, different satellites come over and disappear and come into view and go out of view. So how do these cell towers apparently roam around?
That's a good question.
Yeah. So what you've got pairs of data, right? It's a simulated data set, and rather than calculating where these rather than giving all the timing sequences or whatever, it's a connected system that simulates where they're supposed to be, and it gives this data to all the cell towers in relation to where they are, and then the cell towers go, triangulate the
so it knows where the people. So the system knows where the people are, so it can give them the right fake data. So it gives the right, correct fake data to every person.
Yes. That's ridiculous. Because it's constantly triangulating the user's position.
Correct.
So to give you your position, it's got to know where you are in the first place. That goes along with that. Come on, mate, don't overtalk me. I'm giving you the respect.
Curse, shut the fuck up and let Kazeka finish. Let Kazeka finish.
Oi. I'm stepping away from the computer for a bit, so behave, guys.
Perfect. No, Benzo, sorry. The only person you're going to mute here is me. But I just want to hear Gazepa finish his sentence before Curse IQ.
Get back to
getting started, right?
One at a time, right? No argy-bargy. Come on. Thank you.
Gazepa, continue.
I'm done. I don't want you to be talking over me or backing me up or anything like that. Leave me alone. Get off my dick.
Alright, yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, bro. I can fight you just the same as I'll be on your side. Don't worry about it. No, you'd better be grateful that I was on your side. If you want to be against me, we can be against each other, Gazepa. Don't worry.
It's so hard to
I won't regret it.
Yeah.
You won't regret it? Hey, did you say that? You won't regret it?
I said, I will regret it.
You will. That's my whole point.
Guys, come on. Do that in the DMs or whatever. But so yeah, there's some logic here. Just like before with Godric, I don't see how the logic wasn't followed. But in the same case here, how does it follow when the end point is your position is correct? This is what happens at the end. The input is these files given to you separately from each individual source. But let's say it wasn't separate. Let's say it's compiled. It's given to you in a list like this. Regardless, how is it giving you? How is it determining your position when supposedly it's using that data for you to compile your position? How is it giving you your position, or how is it spoofing the data, giving you false position without actually knowing your position to begin with? And if it's doing
the way that it does that, right?
What's it using to get your position?
The way that it does that is it spoofs all the data to each of the towers, and then the tower has its beacon strength to you and determines that triangulation, and then bang, it gives you all the data as it's meant to be, as it comes through in time.
Yeah, but before you can spoof that data to see what would be useful to send to each individual person,
it's being simulated everywhere.
You have to know their location to begin with.
No, you don't.
Shut the fuck up and let Giuseppe finish.
Fuck off, Godric. I'm muting you myself, just locally, so I can talk. Fuck's sake.
It's the other ass.
Fuck off. So he's
say Godric.
what I was saying is that you've got the positions of these satellites are a simulated position, and that spoofed data is being sent to your phone, right, from the towers. You might have certain parts of the data set being distributed by different towers, and it all comes to you. And these towers can be a lot further away than just your local cell towers, because these little N bands work for huge distances. So these data sets can be simulated, and your phone can pick up on this data set with the timing to the tower. It's no different.
It's all easy to say. It's all easy to say these can be simulated, but you haven't shown how they're simulated, because to simulate or spoof the data requires that the system know where you are in the first place. Otherwise, it wouldn't know which data to spoof, would it?
I curse with a high IQ. I have one question for you, mate. Because the way you speak in the information, the way you say, I have a question. Do you have proof for satellite information and satellite GPS 4G information from satellite from space. Do you have proof of this? Do you have proof of satellite connection here in Australia and New Zealand? Do you have proof of this?
Can you ask 3 more times? I won't answer you unless you
you
ask me
have
3 more
proof
times.
of satellite connection here in Australia and New Zealand?
Another 2 times, please.
Do you have proof of satellite connection in Australia?
Well, you see, being scientific, I wouldn't ask for proof because proof is a pseudo-scientific concept, isn't it?
Do you have connection with Telstra and certain connections that push? Kazepa, go on, mate. I respect you, Kazepa. I'll let you speak. Kazepa, what do you think about connections that they're saying here in Australia? You know, I don't believe in satellite connections because I know it doesn't exist. I know the only connections we have are geocentric connections via geocentric satellites. Geocentric, you know, radio signals by the Earth. We don't have space connections. This does not exist. Cursed with a high IQ, quote unquote. I don't know his real name, guys. What's his real name, guys? 9399. 9399. What do
You've got a
you
point here,
know?
you're just rambling.
I'm not rambling. My point is, what do you know about connection between space and geocentric signals?
Kirst, it amuses me, like, the thing that amuses me most about this conversation is just how offended and worked up you get at his, like, ignorance.
Not offended or worked up, but he's just rambling. He's just making
noises.
Am I ignorant?
He's just making noises on mic. That's all he's
It's hilarious. No, it brings like a smile on my face every time I hear you like react like that. So much emotion.
I mean, to give you an example of how he's rambling, he talks about not being satellite communication, and then in the very next breath he talks about geocentric satellites. I mean, what the fuck?
Geocentric satellites is what I'm saying. There is no space satellites, as they tell us. There is no space system. There is no space. Godric knows this. Geo knows this. Bandsaw knows this. And so does Plan.
What the fuck do you think a geocentric satellite is?
I know that a geocentric satellite is a portable. You know the what they build here on Earth, and they build these satellite systems, and it's built within the Earth. We don't have a floating thing around the space. You know, if you ask me what a geocentric system is,
which I
you
did.
don't even have to ask me twice. Yeah, nah, but you don't have to ask me twice what it is.
I didn't. I only asked once.
Hey, do you want me to punch you in the stomach? Look,
no.
You know what I'm talking about. You know, because Zeppa knows what I'm talking about.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Kazeppa. I'm talking about Kazeppa. Kazeppo, what do you know?
You mean Cheppa?
About a Cheppa.
Yeah,
Cheppa. What does Cheppa know about the geocentric model of flat signal radio waves and
there's
formations? No, or formations of geocentric forms. What we see is a radio signal and a radio dish. And your question, Curse Signal, is how can humans create a radio dish? Humans can create radio dishes, and we've done it for many years. And you know, there's even a song back in the 80s. It's called "Video Killed the Radio Star." Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. Da-da-da. You got what I mean? Video killed the radio star. Cursed. Video killed the radio star. And we know this. And we've known this for at least 50 years. Correct?
Quite frankly, I think you're just destroying VC. You're just rambling and not making any point.
Yeah, go on, guy. Go on, my fella. I'm just trying it. Don't worry. I'm not contributing to the absolute soul of it. I'm just destroying it. Thank you, Kirst. Let's just pretend. You do really well in Jam Panda's server. There's a woman known as what's her name? Queen of Trolls. You do really. Sorry, Checker. Cursed with a high IQ would do really well with a woman in Jam Panda's server known as Queen of Trolls. You two would be like the perfect mate, I believe. So you, Queen of Cursed IQ and Queen of Trolls, perfect mate. And that's why I want to bring a separateness from
4
the
or
argument.
5 times you've said that now.
I'll say it 6 times.
While speaking on your shitty mic.
Is my mic bad? I'm gonna buy a new mic if my mic's bad. Is it bad?
No, you need to make the bed a place where you sleep, not a place where you talk on the computer for endless hours, because then you'll form better sleep habits. You'll actually fall asleep when you go to bed.
Yeah, try taking your mic out of the microwave before you use it.
No, it's just bed sheets. Drink some water, man. Take a piss.
You guys aren't saying, well, you guys aren't talking about anything like normal, you know. It seems like there was argument. Even Godric was arguing about the topic, but looks like he's left. Unfortunately, you guys ran everyone off.
Yeah. So, sorry, I go on further.
I was going to say, get back on track, guys. You need to go have some refreshments, Gerald. Have some water, buddy. Come back, recharged.
Manshock, can we ask you a question? I told you earlier tonight you're one of the wisest men in this community. And I was just really kind of sucking up to you because there wasn't that many people in here. So, but regardless,
I'm on you. Don't you worry.
regardless, this question seems like is okay. Remember earlier when Godric made that logic when he said it himself. He says you have to have both A and B to have C. And then the next part of the logic would be you have C. And so the conclusion is undoubtedly that you have A and B. That logic follows, right?
No, it doesn't. Because if I have A and B, sure, I know what C is going to be because there's a metric to calculate that. But if I have C, A and B could have been whatever.
It's not the question. The question is not what are these things. The question is, do you have these things?
Well, let's give you an example, right? So A squared plus B squared equals C squared in the case of right angle triangles, right? So let's say I have a triangle that has a hypotenuse of 28. Or sorry, 34, right? 34 is the length of the hypotenuse, right? You'd be forgiven if you thought that maybe the sides were 3 and 5, right? That could be or am I doing that wrong?
For this analogy to fit, it would have to be to have the hypotenuse, you have to have 2 other sides of a right angle triangle.
Doing it wrong.
And so it says you have a hypotenuse, so that infers that you have the other two sides. It doesn't matter what the values are. We're talking about
the hypotenuse is 5, right? The right angle triangle, the hypotenuse is 5, right? You would be forgiven in thinking that the other sides were 3 and 4, right? You'd be forgiven for thinking that, but they could be different measurements.
How could they be? Tell me what other measurements they could be.
Oh, it could be 3.26 and 4.85 or something like that.
No, I don't think it could be that actually, because then it wouldn't be a right angle triangle anymore.
No, it would be.
The conditions were that you had to have a right angle triangle.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but if you've got the length of the... I'm sorry, but you interrupted me, right? So if you've got the length of a hypotenuse of a right angle triangle, by definition, you also have sides A and B, because you've got the information there. You know that it's a right angle triangle.
No, that's the thing. You guys are retarded. It's
I'm not.
No.
Tell me any two other numbers that would make a right angle triangle with a hypotenuse of 5, other than 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's what I said. 3.26 and 4.85.
I can show completely that doesn't work.
Okay, let's get to the right angle triangle here. The calculator here. So you've got C is 5, right? A is 3. What did I say? 3.26. All right, let's have a look. 3.26. And the other side? The other side would be the other side would be 3.79. So if you had A is 3.26 and B is 3.97, 109, then C equals 5. Yeah, I'm not this. I didn't have to use this
not a right angle triangle,
analogy to sink home.
I'm sorry, but that's not a right angle triangle.
That is a right angle triangle.
No,
the legs are just different sizes. The two other angles are different, but the fucking right angle, the 90-degree part's still fucking the same, mate. You just got different size legs on either side.
No, I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Oh my god! Can you not? If you can't see this, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to disregard your name. It's ridiculous.
I'd like to see you draw a right angle triangle that's got a hypotenuse of 5 that has any other side lengths other than 3 and 4. Go for it. Draw me a diagram. Show me that.
Is anybody else hearing this guy?
I am hearing the conversation, and
That's
what I want to
impossible.
ask:
You cannot draw
why
a right
do you
triangle.
guys fight against each other? Why do you
You
guys
can't draw
fight
a right
against each other?
triangle like he's asking.
Karoo.
You can. Why
No,
not?
you can't, Chipper.
You can't.
No.
That's not how it works. It
Yes, it is
disobeys
how it
the
works.
Pythagoras theorem.
Yes. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Right. So you cannot draw any right triangle with a hypotenuse of 5 that doesn't have those side lengths.
Yes, you can.
Go
3.26.
for it. Show me in a scale drawing, Chipper.
Here you go, mate.
Let me remember the side lengths again. It's 3 and yeah.
Okay, just do it.
3 and 4.
3.26 times 3.26, right? Put that in brackets.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure you could go into decimals and do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
as long as you can square the 2 and it still equals 25.
Okay, guys, look, I'm really trying to keep this pretty neutral here. I'm really trying to keep this out of the realm of my team's better than your team. I know how to make you wrong. If we're talking about something, I want to just talk about the topic and be able to actually listen to the analogies we're each putting across to each other. Just to try to. It's just a point that I brought up, and I thought it would sink home straight away, but you needed a demonstration.
But that's
of it.
not a right triangle. What you've given me there is no, it's not a right triangle.
Yes, it is a right triangle.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
Why
is a
not?
right triangle.
If the Pythagoras theorem works, I don't really see why it can't work.
Draw me it.
Why? We all know what it looks like.
Well, he's got the thing there, given A equals 3.26 and C equals 5, then B equals 3.79. But look at the angles that it's got there in the triangle. That's not a right angled triangle.
Okay. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, we do need to see a drawing then.
Okay,
3,
do
4,
this.
5. 3, 4, 5 is the way you square anything up. I don't know how you could have. If you had 5, I don't know how you could have anything else other than 3 or 4.
Sure, I can think of a lot of numbers where a squared plus b squared equals c squared, but they don't all make right-angled triangles.
Yes, they do.
No,
yes,
they don't.
Not
No,
all,
they
no,
don't.
not all of them.
If
He's right.
if a squared plus b squared equals c squared, then it is a right angle triangle. Right? Just hang on a second. Stop for a minute. So a squared, if a squared plus b squared equals c squared, then you are dealing with a right angle triangle. If a squared plus b squared equals c squared plus a little bit or minus a little bit more, no. See the angles, shush, the angles that are changing. See the angle between A and C and the angle between B and C. Those angles are changing, but the right angle part of it is not changing because a squared plus b squared equals c squared. That right angle part, that is not changing. Please, guys, this is so easy to understand. This is like fucking primary school mathematics here.
Well, okay, I think I see what he's saying here. He's making one side a little bit longer, and he's making one side a little bit shorter to make up for it. Because normally, you'd have, if you're just doing whole numbers, one side must be 3 and one side must be 4. So if you make one a little longer and one a little shorter, which is exactly what he's doing, yeah, I think the math works out.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think the math works out here, man. What the? Who popped?
Anyway, so instead of just disagreeing with everything that I'm saying because I'm the one saying it, let's just look at the example that I gave. And what I'm trying to say is that for say something with Pythagoras, right? In order to calculate anything about a triangle, you need to already have 3 pieces of information about that triangle. Okay, you can't have 2 pieces of information and calculate a 3rd piece of information about a triangle. It doesn't work that way. You can't, and just likewise, right, about the satellite data or whatever, you can't have 1 piece of information and know that it came from only these other 2. Hang on, Bacon.
Well, that's
what
not
do you mean?
entirely true.
You're making our argument now, dude.
Bacon,
That's the point, man.
no, hang on a second. I've had someone just criticize me. Bacon, what do you mean?
What?
Having one angle, you can find the slope of the side of the triangle. That's not
Well,
true.
if it's a right triangle,
information there, mate. You're actually being stupid. You're proving my point, right? This is a complete.
Is it a right triangle? Is it a right triangle?
This is a completely reductive state of mind. What he's not realizing is that knowing that one side is 90 degrees is a piece of information. So you need to know, right? In that example he's giving, you need to know that there's a 90-degree angle, the length of that one side, and the angle. That's how you calculate that slope, right?
But here's the logical argument, though, dude. If you get the conclusion, if you can find another piece, another part of the triangle, in your analogy, that means that you have the prerequisites to determine that, meaning that information is correct. So if you have a conclusion, if you come up with the other 3 parts of the triangle, then you had the original. Then you had 3 to begin with, and those were correct.
I'm going to give you a challenge. I'm going to give you a challenge. I have got a triangle with a hypotenuse of 21 centimeters. Tell me what the other 2 sides are.
That's not. Listen, that's not the point.
Tell me what the other 2 sides are.
Chepa, you're missing the point.
No, seriously. Tell me what the other 2 sides are.
Chepa.
Okay, let me just expose it, right? The answer, whatever answer you give, I'm going to say no, it's wrong.
Yeah, you're
because it can be anything I want it to be.
Against yourself, Chepa, because what you're saying right now is that if you don't have all the information, or if you don't have enough information, you cannot come up with a single. You can't come up with a single correct solution. I agree with that, Chepa, and that's my point. If you end up with a single correct solution, or if you end up with other information about that triangle that is correct, that means that you originally had enough information, enough correct information. So it's in the case of the GPS, if you end up with the correct final position, that means that the input data was correct and sufficient. Otherwise, you couldn't have come up with the final destination.
No. You could have used another data set that does relate more directly to it, and then use that simulation on top of it as an explanation, as a running simulation that goes along with that paired data. Very simple.
But adding very simple to the end of a bit of word salad makes it quite logical, right? No.
All right. Okay, Kirst.
Because by adding the words very simple, now you've got the challenge to explain how it's done. If it's so simple, how is it done by this simulation?
I already told you how it's done, mate. You put one side as 3.26 and the other side is 3.7.
No, we're talking about GPS now. We're not talking about triangles. Come on, if it's so simple to have an extra data set and somehow simulate something or other, so simple, how is it done?
Right. Okay. So when you've got a tower, antenna, some kind of a complex tower, right? You've got it'll tell you the beacon strength. Like let's say just like your wireless in your home, right? Yeah, you can sort of you could get things that calculate how far away you are from your modem that's transmitting the Wi-Fi by the beacon strength, right? But then it's also inaccurate because you've got walls and stuff will also decrease the strength. But if you have it out in the open, you can do it quite accurately, right? So likewise, right? These towers also tell you what they can tell what direction that your signal is coming from. So it'll tell you the strength of the signal, and it'll tell you the not azimuth. Maybe it is azimuthal rating, like the direction, the degree rating of where it's coming from. So it knows what direction from you that the signal is coming from, and it knows the strength of the signal.
How does it do that?
Huh? By pinging
how does it know what direction it's coming from?
By communicating with other towers, right, and seeing what their timing is with you, what the sending packets back and forward. It'll tell you. It'll tell what the ping time is to each of these packets that are received.
Yeah, so I'm still confused about how that tells me how my phone determines what direction a tower is in by doing that.
Triangulation. That's what it's called. Okay, so it triangulates where you are between the towers. It knows where that is, and then it sends simulated data.
I'm still confused as to how my cell phone knows what direction that signal is coming from.
By the strength from all these other towers. That data is transmitted to the phone, saying you are here.
Is this an argument against satellites?
Yeah, this is explaining how the data is. You can get an app up on your phone that'll tell you, oh look, this satellite's doing this, satellite's doing that. Oh, it's this far away. This is what the communication time is, etc. I'm saying that it's not outside of possibility that that this could be a simulated data set that is sent to your phone along with the "you are at this location" ping.
So you're saying satellites are fake?
Why would it be simulated?
It goes along. Well, I mean, they don't want to admit to the use of the Lorraine system.
Well, what you're saying, Chepper, is that it needs to simulate some sort of data in some way. It already knows where you are, so it knows what data to simulate to send you. That's silly.
Isn't this data that they're simulating constantly being updated like every second?
Yeah.
And you are getting constant communication with towers as well. And this is the point, right? For you to make that argument, Kirst, for you to say that, oh, it's ridiculous that they'd go to that effort, right? I'll make the same argument. It's ridiculous that they go and have these green screens and make all this fakery with the ISS. Why don't they just go up there and do it properly? Because they fucking aren't up there, you stupid cunt. There's no satellite.
Hey, Chesper, settle down. No need to go there, right?
No. I'm just making an analogy.
No. You made an analogy where you directed something very personal. Well, you're right, mate. And enough.
Well, I know NASA is a sore point for him, but I'm only bringing it up because he made the same kind of thing about, why would they go to all that effort? And why does NASA go to all the effort?
But I didn't append a personal insult onto the end of my argument, though, did I?
No, I was just saying that you're a cunt and stupid for making that same sort of
Stop it. Stop it. Please.
Just have a little bit of respect.
Saying that the cell towers have to spoof this data kind of, to me, sucks of the cell towers must already know where you are, so they know how to spoof the data to send to you, so that you can work out where you are.
Your position is calculated through triangulation. Or how does the Loran system work? Let's just have a look. I mean, that's a system that could be being used.
Yeah, GPS could just be enhanced Loran, meaning that you have enhanced more nodal points as cell towers began to be constructed around countries. So the more and more cell towers you get, the more and more data points that you get to be able to better give a more accurate location.
This also goes with how the number of geostationary satellites has increased drastically over the decades, so that really helps too. That's how GPS works. So,
yeah, it just so happens to go kind of hand in glove. I mean, I don't know how old you are, the gentleman who just spoke, but I grew up in a time really before cell phones. I think the first cell tower went up when I was a kid. So there was not a large network of them. Once I was becoming old enough to drive, you started to have cars with cell phones in them. You still had to have it. Still had an antenna on, an antenna that you had to have on the car. And then eventually, we had cell phones that you could text message. And then eventually we had cell phones that had internet and GPS capability. But throughout that whole entire thing, there was cell towers that were constantly being constructed and put up, and networks were becoming larger and larger.
And
so GPS when I was a kid was not a thing, right? It wasn't until the implementation of a whole bunch of cell towers that GPS was becoming a thing.
Paul addressed the idea of being able to get it in the outback, in the middle of the ocean, places where there aren't any cell towers. So, that's really the issue with.
Yeah. I don't disagree that there's things in the sky that could be giving you, could be supplementing the data as well. But the bulk of GPS that people use is run through and utilizes cell towers to give you a more accurate reading of where you're at.
That's not GPS. That's location services.
Yeah, GPS is
calling it GPS is honest, because that's not GPS.
Yeah, GPS.
Yeah, sure. We can use
satellites by definition.
Guy, you're cutting them off, man.
Yeah. I was going to say that cell towers can be used to give you your location, but that's not GPS. We don't call it GPS. Yeah, we can not GPS still get an accurate location, but to get a real accurate location, you have to augment that cell tower system with GPS.
What is the bandwidth needed to get a location ping via GPS?
I have no idea.
I believe the max signal, I think it's like 32 kilobytes. It is a full message that they have, I believe.
You know, they have like
I don't know what the bandwidth is, but I just know that's the full size of the message.
because you have like
that for the Rhinex file.
Right. So is it possible that when you don't have cell coverage, meaning you don't have the ability to make a phone call or send a text message or access the internet via your phone, you just don't have the bandwidth capability based on location, but you still have the ability to receive a small transmit and receive a small signal as to where your location would be?
Doesn't make much sense though. Usually, if you can't receive, if you can't communicate, it's usually because you don't have access to, communicating with the tower. Access at all, I mean. Oh, I don't think that makes sense.
Because there's locations where GPS doesn't work as well, right?
Yeah, there's situations where it can get funky, but it's usually because of obstruction.
Sure. Same can happen with cell service as well, right?
Well, I would say it's usually because of that obstruction includes curvature in the case of a cell phone tower, whereas GPS, I'm just strictly talking about walls and trees and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's lots of times when I drive from Florida to Missouri, and I go through Tennessee, and I go through some mountainous areas. That when I'm driving, I will simultaneously lose cell signal and GPS, meaning the GPS on my vehicle and my phone is no longer picking up my location, as well as I've lost cell service.
That makes sense because there's the mountains are acting as the obstruction here.
So why would I simultaneously lose both of those?
Well, I live here in Tennessee and very close to those mountains and travel through them quite often. I don't think I've ever lost GPS. I don't think I've ever had cell service down there, especially on I-40.
Yeah, I don't know the exact locations when it happens. It's usually in the middle of the night. So it's not like I know exactly where I am, but I'm in the middle of nowhere. And it's not always in the most mountainous regions. It's not necessarily right through like Chattanooga and stuff like that.
I know sometimes people, so like Paul was saying this before too, that people sometimes confuse location services and GPS. And if you're hooked up to your phone, and you're using like Google Maps, and it was already using your cell service, then it's going to be using the location services, and you may have errors or something like that. Although you did say your car, GPS in your car too, so
yeah, where like the map, instead of scrolling, just stops, and so it stops moving, meaning it's just completely lost GPS signal.
the only thing I can think is that the same obstruction that's causing you to not have cell phone signal is also blocking out any available or any enough sufficient available satellites. Because even if you're only receiving one or two, you're still receiving some, but just you're not going to get a fix.
You've got to have at least 4 satellites to make a proper fix.
I'm not somebody who doesn't think that there's things in the sky that could be, providing this information. I just have contention as to the possible location in the sky of these things, right? Because we know that many things have been done to bring internet services to remote locations via even things like dirigibles, right? So high altitude balloons being able to bring internet to locations that didn't previously have it, more rural locations.
It's true. I'm about to go. Just I'll leave you this last thing with you, because I'm sharing my screen, but I showed it to people earlier. But this isn't the raw data, but it's pretty close to this, a Rhinex file. So it's like a formatted GPS data. And actually, it's not there. You can see there's multiple. So these are all different transmitters that it's receiving it from, and these are the distances that it's receiving from these transmitters. And actually, if you didn't trust this Rhinex file data, you could get the raw data, completely raw data from your phone or some other device, and you can get the same distance, or you can you can calculate the same distance, and the data to do that is going to be in that raw that raw data file, and that's the only file you're receiving. So you know what I mean? Like, so that if that data is incorrect, there's some hidden information in there that's instead giving you the information to make a correct fix, on your position. So either that, or this data is correct, in which case it is that distance, and it says 24,000 kilometers, I believe. I'm sorry,
24,000 kilometers. Does that mean that's straight up?
No.
So there could be a dirigible that's at, let's say, 70,000 feet at the equator that I could be receiving a signal from that could be 24,000 kilometers from me. But those distances as well, is that also based off the speed of light?
It's based off of, so what it does is it sends a message. So yeah, the short answer is yes. It sends a message, and it bases the time that it took to get to you off the
speed of light in a vacuum, which we know isn't necessarily taking place. So let's just say it's not necessarily an exact distance if we're basing the distance off the time that it travels, and we're basing that off the speed that light travels in a vacuum.
I think they use the speed of light in air, but not 100%.
They do corrections for the atmosphere as well. Yes.
They do corrections for the atmosphere. So as the atmosphere fluctuates, they're making changes based on atmospheric conditions at all locations.
Yeah.
Only for the really accurate signals. Yes, they do.
So can you provide me any information where they're feeding in atmospheric conditions?
They're not.
What's that?
They're not. They're determining the atmospheric conditions by transmitting two different frequencies.
Right. Yeah. The L2 does. Yeah.
So they're determining the atmospheric conditions based on the time it takes the signal to travel?
It's on the differential between two separate signals.
So they're doing that based on a known distance to the satellite?
Not based on a known distance, based on a differential. I think it's a phase shift they're actually measuring.
Are you talking about kind of what Ron Hatch was doing with blending these two signals to get a more accurate location?
Ron Hatch. I think you're on the right track. I'm not real sure. I don't remember Ron Hatch.
I think that's his name. He was the guy that came in to figure out why GPS was initially off by so much.
Oh, that's the guy. That's the guy that Grim brings up. Grim brings up a lot.
Yeah. He was the one that was able to blend the two signals to get a more accurate location. Smooth the signals, I think, is what they call it.
I don't know much about him. I just know I hear Grim arguing with people about his conclusions, and I guess he had. So even though he came to a correct conclusion, I think he has like a reasoning for it, which may be false or something like that.
Yeah, there's some contention with his explanation. He was able to smooth the signals to get GPS to be more accurate, and he kind of explains why. But there's some contention as to if that why is actually correct.
If I remember correctly, it was based on
blue shift, red shift.
Yeah.
And going through all of this, Ron Hatch basically kind of threw relativity out the window, and is pretty outspoken about it, which is why he gets attacked quite often when his name is brought up.
That's a pretty serious claim, so.
Yeah, but lots of times we talk about where does your theory have any real world practical use, and then you look at a guy like Ron Hatch who comes in and is able to fix, for lack of a better term, GPS in order to have a more accurate location. And the gentleman was going off of a theory that went against relativity to be able to do so, right? So here's a guy who has an outlook or a differing opinion as to whether relativity is or is not accurate, and he's able to fix the problems with one of the only things that is claimed to use relativity in the real world, as far as a real world application of the theory of relativity in work that we all use on a daily basis.
Yeah, but the people that really understand how relativity works are able to explain what he did in terms of relativity. That's the thing.
There.
Can you elaborate on that?
Not really, but I do know that there are many people that have spoken out against Ron Hatch and his explanations, and they've pointed out quite clearly where his explanations go wrong.
So where did his explanations go wrong? And is that explanation that he's using, is that relevant or irrelevant to the work he did on GPS?
Oh, look, I can't elaborate on it, but I have read somewhere, there have been many rebuttals of what Ron Hatch has said.
I read somewhere sometime, that someone rebutted something he said at some time in the past. So,
Come on, Chip, come on.
Well, I read somewhere that the Earth can't be flat because cats would have pushed everything off the edge.
Yeah. So
that's a pretty damn good reason, I think.
I'm being facetious, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm seeing he wrote a book called Escape from Einstein. Or maybe that's a paper. Maybe it's a book, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he has a book. I haven't read it, though.
I might read it today just to see what's up.
Yeah, so there was a pretty intense conversation a couple of weeks ago between Grimm and somebody else about this subject. I think it was Gummy, maybe? Grimm and Gummy, and or somebody else. And Grimm was saying that, Ron Hatch actually talks about Blue Shift and talks about how it is applicable. And the other gentleman was pretty adamant that was not the case. And Grimm posted a video, so I took the time to just at least watch the video to see if that was mentioned, if there was applicability, and there was. But this gentleman that was arguing against Grimm adamantly and kept repeating that in no way, shape, or form did Ron Hatch speak about Blue Shift when it comes to GPS and blah, 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 and just kept repeating it over and over again, said that nowhere in that video did he say anything about Blue Shift. I took the time to watch the video. He absolutely did, and it was in context of GPS. So I found that pretty interesting that the gentleman would be so steadfast in his conviction that Ron Hatch mentions nothing about Blue Shift in relation to GPS, even after the video had been posted for over an hour for him to review. Said he'd already looked at it. So that was kind of disingenuous on that guy's part.
I've been looking up the wrong name. But Hash instead of Hatch.
Dude, your mind's already on Hash this early in the morning, Kosho? What's up?
Yeah, well, maybe it's Hash Browns, man. Hold on, let's see. No, that's not it. Yeah, so there's a good point, and I agree with Paul, and I'm not nearly. I don't know half the stuff Paul knows, right? But I do know that if somebody's claiming something like this, it's not like they wouldn't be famous if they were right. It's not like people are going to shut them down, just for going against Einstein. When every year students, writing a dissertation or, attempting to go against Einstein, somewhere, people are writing